Hey everyone, welcome to the Coalition to Save Internet Business 24-hour live stream. Tens of thousands of entrepreneurs and marketers, possibly even hundreds of thousands by the time we're finished, from around the world are tuning in to take part in this live, never been done before event. We're going for 24 hours with over 40 experts, nonstop, all live. So let me extend a huge welcome to you and everyone who is joining us. And look, just by being here, you're actually making history today. This is the first time this high-level group of online marketing and business experts, this coalition, has gathered together in the same place like this. And it's all being done with just one very important goal in mind: to help you be more successful in your business, as we all help reshape the industry that's been responsible for the majority of my success personally, as well as the success of many people who are here today. In case you don't know me already, I'm Rich Sheffrin, and I'll be your host tonight, today, tonight, tomorrow. Many of you already know me. I'm a business coach, consultant, marketing strategist, and sometimes a speaker, based here in South Florida, in New York City, and in Baltimore. And when I'm here in South Florida, I am very close, my house is really close to this cigar bar location. I specialize in helping internet business owners and people in online marketing make more money while working less. And really, my goal is to help as many people as possible make an even bigger difference in the world through their business, through your business, because life is much more about money, so much more than just money. So doing what I do has given me a very unique opportunity to observe some of the major trends going on across our industry. And there's one thing in particular that should be super concerning to you, because I know it's very concerning to me: the growing danger of big tech and their anti-small business algorithms and AI. So if you've ever been slapped down by Facebook's ad policy with zero explanation why and never be able to even get an answer, or blindsided by Google's anti-business algorithms and have your site delisted and once again, no one to get an answer from, shut down by YouTube because of some mysterious reason, or sent to spam by Gmail, even though the people you're sending your emails to happily signed up for your messages, or paralyzed by conflicting advice from internet gurus or marketing experts that are just parroting what they've learned in a course, and so on and so forth. If any of those things have happened to you, then you're in the right place. Because over the next 24 hours, my goal is to get you as many legitimate questions that you have, as well as everyone else has, answered as we possibly can, right? By people who are behind me now, plus a whole bunch more, who normally charge 5, 6, and 7 figures to answer questions. So if your question is selected, you're getting it answered for free, 100% live by some of the top experts in the world. And on top of that, you're going to get each of my expert guests' top Q1 2020 secret. This coalition of A-list influencers that I've brought together is here for one purpose: to help you, and to help you defend against the secret war that's being waged against all small business, especially your business, by big tech. Each of the biggest names in internet business and in marketing are going to share their most powerful secrets to create massive traffic, cash flow, and growth inside your business. On top of that, you're going to get a front row seat to watch the inner coalition poker game. Honestly, though, this is more than just about having fun. This is about us all working together to solve the real problem. You see, even though I've worked with, mentored, or advised some of the greats in internet business and online business and just direct response in general, people like Russell Brunson, Mark Ford, Ryan Dice, Todd Brown, and Frank Kern, and so many others, on my own, I'm no match for the big tech overlords. So I made a few calls. Okay, it was actually a shitload of calls. And I gathered together them all for you. The greatest group of internet business power players ever assembled. Because if we don't start fighting back now, well, I'm afraid to answer or finish that question, right? That sentence. It's not an exaggeration to say it could mean the death of tens of thousands of internet businesses. I have a graph that I'll share with you later that proves beyond a shadow of a doubt that Google is sneaking away with over half of all internet traffic. Their spiders are crawling the web and scraping your content and everyone else's. Then they're displaying it as a summary on the top of Google's search page, the answer box. And that means not 10%, not 20%, but 50% of searches don't get clicked through. In other words, people never leave Google's walled garden. It's beyond shady because the big G isn't paying you a dime for what they've scraped off your hard work. Plus, there's so much other evidence that clearly shows that this secret war against us will only continue to get worse. Many of you might not have known this, but just I think last week, the Wall Street Journal did an expose about Google and their algorithm and how Google has claimed that they've never changed their algorithm to give preference to their own properties. The Wall Street Journal now says that that's not true, that they have proof that Google has changed their algorithm to favor YouTube, to favor their answer boxes, to favor all the things that keep people on their site. It's as if Google has changed what a search engine is from a place where a journey starts online to the final destination. Nonetheless, every platform has become a walled garden with fences growing wider, deeper, and higher to keep people spending money on their sites, not yours. Ad platforms are banning small advertisers at the drop of the hat because they don't have the deep pockets of big corporate brands. In fact, earlier today, we held a mastermind meeting for all the people that you see here, plus more that were at my house just a few blocks away. And during that time, 2 people had lost their accounts. During that time, right? 2 people. So this happens all the time. And that's why I've done everything in my power to bring this coalition together here for you. And I want you to know that every one of the experts involved has volunteered their time. And some have flown in from as far away as Canada, Europe, Australia, and Asia to be here today. So with that, let's get rolling and dive into some of the stuff I think you need to know to get the most out of this broadcast today, tonight, and tomorrow. After that, I'll bring on my first guest, the guy who actually owns this private cigar bar, Mr. Mark Ford. Oh, and by the way, over the next 24 hours, we'll be running a series of giveaways. Whenever you see a share button appear on the page, you'll have the chance to share this live stream and unlock access to some of my most guarded special reports, videos, and more. Many of these have only been accessible to my private clients and to members of my Founders Club. And during this live stream, you can collect 24 gifts from me as my way of saying thank you for sharing this live stream with your friends and for staying tuned right here. In addition to that, when you've shared 5 times, you're going to get a very special bonus. That special bonus, after you've shared 5 times, is the video plus the transcript of the mastermind session that we had at my house just a few hours ago, where the experts each stood up in the time that we had allotted and shared what is currently working for them best right now, strategies that you could take and use right now that we were sharing amongst each other that you can take and share and take it and grow your business. This is something that is unprecedented. To have access, to be in a room like this, I have already been thanked by many of the people that are behind me just because they have never been in a room like this. So imagine a room like I'm explaining with everyone sharing what's working right now for them for the benefit of everyone else in that room. Well, you're going to get that after you've shared 5 times. So you want to keep that in mind, and I'll probably bring that up time and time again, just for people who join us through all hours of the night. But this hour, I got something really special as the featured giveaway. So at some point soon, and maybe it's already there because I can't see, there will be a share button. And when you hit that share button, you'll be sharing on social media. We'll get to that in a second. So let me tell you what we're sharing. It is my business blueprint report. Now, this report really shows you exactly how to go from nothing, absolutely nothing, right? How to figure out the life that you want, figure out the life that a marketplace wants, right? Your prospects and your customers, and then how to formalize an idea, based on what you want, what your customers want. Take that idea and turn it into a profit model, and then from that profit model, break out the processes, and then from those processes, figure out who's responsible for them in a mind map. And when each color of the mind map has someone who is responsible for those tasks. And then the game of business to get free of that business is to get your color off the mind map. So this report really walks you through everything that I could tell you to go from an idea to build a business to get free of that business so that ultimately that business runs without you. So this is a step-by-step guide to intentionally designing the business of your dreams. So click on the button that says share, and you'll be sharing this live stream on social media, and you'll unlock instant access. Real quick though, what I want to do is I want to give you a little tour of the cigar bar so that we can say hi to some of the guests even before you hear from them during their interviews. I'm going to grab my cigar, got my mic, and walk with me, or walk with me. And we're live. Hey! So, a couple things I want to show you. One, let me just get through here for a second. This is Maxwell Finn.
What's up, guys? How's it going?
Good. Tell them about the last session.
It was just, I mean, to get this many amazing people in a room or an outside beautiful room,
right. Yeah.
Just amazing. I mean, the value, the relationships, the network, it's incredible. I've never seen like this before. Just
cool.
Blown away.
Very cool. And I wanted to show them this. So these are some of the drinks that we're profiling tonight. We have the Rich on the Rocks. That's Jack Daniels. We have Do What Works. The Bankroll, the Big Tectini, the Margarita, that's in honor of Mark, and the Coalition Cosmo. And so that's what people are drinking. Obviously, they can drink whatever they want, but these are some of the drinks. And let's introduce you to some people, right? So we have, that's the famous Kurt Molly over there. This is Todd Herman, if you've ever heard of the book, The Alter Ego.
Hello, hello.
That's The Alter Ego. Do you have any words to share with everyone watching?
You're blessed to be getting any sort of advice from not only his mind, but the amazing people that I've met today, the crew that they brought together. It's going to be an amazing live stream. And
cool.
You should be proud of what you put together.
Cool. So let's continue on, right? So we have this way. This is Pete.
Hey guys.
This is my publisher. Why don't you say hello to the world?
Hello world.
And
this is a super important mission.
Right.
You already kicked it off?
We're live.
I'm going to photobomb you so
Okay.
at some point behind the glass.
All right. And this is Joe Schriefer. What do you have words of wisdom to everyone who's watching?
Oh, well, you've made a wise decision in tuning in tonight. I get smarter by one way every single day, which is to be surrounded by this gentleman, Rich Sheffrin. Everything that he says to me, while I don't take everything, I always find a nugget in something that he says to me. So I made a wise decision in tuning in tonight. I know you're going to learn something. I am always smarter after leaving my conversations with Rich, so congratulations, and I hope you have a good time tonight.
Thank you, Joe. And Joel, do you have anything? Joel,
I just want to say thanks for joining us. Rich is awesome, and you're really going to get a lot out of this tonight.
All right, so you're going to be meeting lots of people as we spend these 24 hours together. As you can, this is Matt. Wave hello, Matt. And we'll be talking to Matt a little later. Come on.
Okay, form.
So we've had a bunch of people try and find this location, but so far so good. We have security around us. We've actually, like, you might not see this, but we have food trucks outside for all of our guests. I'm not sure if the camera can follow me that far. They can? Okay. So, yeah. So here's some guests actually just arriving.
Here we are.
Jeremy Blossom. Eric Hugh. Oh, they're not on them yet.
We'll get in the frame. Okay, there we go.
All right, we good? Words of wisdom, say hello.
Hey guys, how are you? I'm Jeremy Blossom, Strike Point Media.
Eric Sue, ClickFlow.
Yeah, what's your wisdom?
Yeah.
My wisdom is buy as many leads as absolutely possible and have an amazing engagement series. That's the name of the game right now, in my opinion.
What about you, Eric?
Be patient and don't give up.
Yep.
I love it.
Cool.
Thanks for
And
having us, Rich.
so this is Kraft grilled cheese. I've heard the grilled cheese is really yummy. Let's see who else that we should bother. How about this guy, Alex Jeffries?
What's
So,
up, brother?
when did you fly in?
I flew in from the United Kingdom yesterday. I haven't been home with my wife and kids for 1 month.
Wow.
And the reason I'm here is for you and you only. I would not be here if it wasn't for this guy. Let me be very clear about that.
And so what words of wisdom do you have for everyone that's tuned in right now, like about the next 23 hours
stay
and 50
tuned in.
some odd minutes?
100% stay tuned in. This guy's a genius. Whatever he's talking about, in the past 15 years I've been studying from Rich, he's always predicted the future. So if you go back through all of his reports, all of his work, you'll always see who's ahead of the trend. So whatever's coming down the pipeline, he's speaking about it now, ahead of most people, if not everybody. So if you want to know what's happening in the future, tune in now.
Awesome. Thanks, buddy.
Thank you, brother.
And we'll be tuning in with Alex a little bit later on. And let's take a minute with Joel. So, why don't you talk to the audience as I order a drink? But some words of wisdom to the crowd.
Tonight, and you guys really
So, Mark, are you ready?
don't know what just happened, but this group,
Give me the
they
jack.
were all
All right.
in a mastermind today. There's probably close to $3 billion here in terms of productivity, actual production per year, and I'm lowballing some of the biggest players. We've also got Dean Graciosi coming in and Russell Brunson, but everyone here is a hardcore digital marketer or stage closer. And today, I couldn't believe what they were tipping. They were not holding back, one after another. Then Agora, and I don't know if that information is going to become available.
Don't know yet.
Possibility, right?
Possibility.
Well, I couldn't believe what they were tipping. I would say that what I learned today, and I'm pretty knowledgeable already, will put easily an extra 500 to 750,000 per annum per year above and beyond what I'm already generating. And we're about to take you behind the scenes. And whatever question he asks me, I'm not going to hold back. Yeah. So people are going to talk about tools, systems, insights, strategies. If he asks us to reveal a process we've never taught before, we're going to give him whatever he wants. So tune in. Whoever gave you the link, share it. This may never happen again, ever. This guy just came out of retirement. Rich is, well, he's the guru's guru. You're in the right place at the right time. You don't have a single excuse to turn this off or do something else. This is going to leverage income for you, and it's going to give you freedom and the ability to support your children, your family, and manifest your dreams. Take this very seriously. It's a very big deal. You good?
Yeah, we're good. Appreciate that.
Thanks for having me here.
This is like my alter ego. I know how to market. He knows how to sell. You know, most people who sell, not great at marketing, but you actually are pretty good at marketing. I am really good at marketing. I am so bad at selling, but that's part of the reason why I got good at marketing, so I wouldn't have to sell. No, I'm here.
Oh, you got it.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a roving one.
I think he's being nice because the guy knows how to close as well. You're getting it all.
Yeah, through you. Kurt, why don't you come over here for a second? So, Kurt, I spoke. We'll take this, right?
to.
And I have a lot of respect for Kurt. We did a mastermind together. Let's sit over here, just because it's so loud. Yeah, it seems quieter over here for some reason. We were at a mastermind together, Todd Brown's traffic mastermind.
Yep.
And you blew away the room with actually some Facebook Livestream advice. And during that time, you won a belt. Right?
I got a belt. I brought it. We'll see it later tonight.
And because you gave the best advice.
Absolutely.
It was a vote, right?
Absolutely.
So for everyone watching right now, two things. One, how did you end up here? Because that's kind of funny. And then two, like just an actionable tip, because I know you have a vast array of knowledge, and you're gonna, So
we connected back in February again, and that's when I had won the belt. And then you called me in January, told me all the plans for the event. I'm like, this is amazing. I wrote it down in the dates, and I kept the dates in the back of my head. And then a couple of my friends started posting, hey, we're going to Florida tomorrow. And I go, oh my goodness, I think I'm supposed to be in Florida. And I kind of ask myself, well, what do? Do I text Rich and say, hey, I'm sorry, or hey, could I make it? Or, and you're like, hey, if you can get on a plane, tickets were cheap and easy. You just never know unless you ask. So yeah, I was here 5 hours later, which was great. So one small tip for you, and we'll talk more about this later. What a lot of people do is they run traffic to webinars. Great, but if you look at the math at it, by the time that someone clicks an ad, by the time they go to the landing page, by the time that they opt in, by the time they become a lead, by the time that you start to email, by the time that they end up on the webinar, so on and so forth, a lot of times you can just run the entire webinar, like an entire 30, 40, 50, 90 minutes, just in the direct news feed of Facebook. Sometimes it costs less than $1 to watch an entire hour-long presentation. So you ask yourself, would you pay $1 for someone to watch an hour, or would you pay $1 for someone just to click on an ad? So I'd love to chat more about that later. I love what you're doing here. This is amazing. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
I'm just glad you texted me, or you wouldn't be here, and they would miss out on some of that advice. So
Thank
very
you so
cool.
much. This is great. Great event, Rich.
All right, so we're going to go back inside now, I think. What else can I show you? I think we'll do it on the next go around, I think. So they're getting prepared here for the poker tournament. You know, we had to have enough activities here to kind of keep all this talent in the room as much as we can. And obviously, I think I mentioned in one of the promos, we booked over 100 flights. We have over 50 hotel rooms now, spread out between 3 of the major hotels in Delray. And we have a shuttle going around all night, all 24 hours, going from the hotels and coming here. Yeah, I reached out to every single person in the online community that I had massive props for, that I respected, that I learned from. And, you know, we've been so busy that, like, I called once, asked them if they wanted to come, and, you know, and then it was ball was in their court. I didn't have a chance, really. I've been so busy to follow up and, you know, do everything I would like to do to make sure everyone got here. But the end result was most people got here, so we're really happy about that. Russell Brunson just flew in. He'll be here shortly. Same with Dean Graziosi. And now let's go back to Mark, because if it wasn't for Mark, you know, none of us would be here. So let's head back in. And I'm really excited about this. Mark has been like a father figure for me for over a decade.
Oh my God! And you guys are still talking about it to this day. Yeah, that was hysterical.
Like, that was the day that I got story.
Somebody.
All right, so I'm going to sit down, and hopefully Mark's going to sit down with me. Should I turn this off or just leave it? Okay. All right, so cool. All right. So as I told you, my first guest is both a friend and really almost like a father figure, but definitely a mentor to me, someone who I've gone to for over a decade asking for advice. And I really wanted to start with Mark for a really simple reason. First of all, like I mentioned, this is Mark's Cigar Bar. We're broadcasting from for the next 24 hours. But much more than that, of all the people that I've ever learned from, the most is from Mark. Mark is someone that I can honestly say has had some of the greatest impact on the way I think about business, the way I think about copy, the way I think about marketing. He's a lifelong practitioner of writing, teaching, entrepreneurship, martial arts, and philanthropy. The proceeds actually from the charity poker game that's going to go on over there where I showed you the table, all the money is going to be donated to a Nicaraguan poverty charity, the Mark and Catherine Ford Family Foundation. A foundation that I've actually donated to several times and proud to do it. He's been writing and publishing since 1962, when at the age of 12, he sold an underground booklet titled Excuses for Amateurs to his 5th grade peers. Since then, he's written more than 24 books on business, entrepreneurship, and wealth building, and I can honestly say that I've read every single one. Several of those books have been New York Times and Wall Street Journal bestsellers. He's also written and produced 4 feature full-length movies, some even making it to some of the film festivals, and I've seen 2 of them. One where Mark played a transvestite, and then the other one where it was the story of Mark growing up, which was really fun to watch because I got to actually see a movie of all the stories that I had heard over the years. So if you're ready to learn the secrets behind what it takes to build a multi-billion-dollar information marketing company, you're going to want to pay extremely close attention. And you're going to want to make sure that if you're watching on any of the VIP pages, that you submit your questions for Mark. Obviously, VIP page viewers get their questions answered first. So Mark, why don't you have a seat with us, join us? And I am super excited to have you here.
Darling, it's so good to see you. Excuse me for this kind of butch outfit I'm wearing tonight.
Are we taking a different personality tonight? Or
no, you referenced my transvestite appearance on one of my movies. I was a transvestite prostitute. I just
that's right. I remember.
Yeah. So,
not that good of one.
No, it was pretty. I was very disappointed. I had this weird idea that I might look attractive as a female, but I kind of look like Phyllis Diller on steroids.
Yeah, it didn't
was
work
very
well.
disappointing. Yeah.
And what about the other movie? Where is that now?
Well, we're finishing the film festivals, and we've gotten a bunch of awards, and so now we're shopping it around. We'll see if somebody wants to buy it.
And if someone buys it, like a Netflix or a HBO or something like, or an Amazon,
right.
Is that the plan?
Sure,
That's
it's a big success. Yeah, we'll be able to brag about it. Yeah,
and
that's
important.
Yeah.
All right. So the first question for you is, you've been successful in so many different businesses, right? Is there a single challenge that you had to overcome that has been consistent in a lot of the businesses, maybe earlier on when you first started out, that this something that was, maybe it was a personality flaw, maybe it was a lack of knowledge, something else that you felt was part of the tipping point for you?
Well, I would say that it always depends on the business, and that was the reason that you helped me formulate Ready, Fire, Aim, which was, I think of all the books I wrote, the book that's been the most helpful to the most
for sure.
people that was based on the theory that we came up with, which is that there are different stages of development for businesses, and at each stage there are different challenges and different opportunities. And that those challenges and opportunities, even among different businesses, tend to be the same, fundamentally the same thing. So if you can recognize what your primary...
And that's primarily because the problems are the same, because at the end of the day, it's more people problems, organizationally, or is it... Well,
we can go through them briefly and talk about them, but for the stage one entrepreneur, which is 0 to $1 million, is how we described it. The big problem is that everybody has great ideas,
right?
And you have an idea about what a product or service you're going to bring to the market that's either similar to, better than some other product or service, but you have a limit.
Right.
You have a limit of money that you have available for your business. You have a limit of ideas and resources, intellectual resources, and friends that are willing to help you. And there's a limit in your patience at which at some point in time you're going to give up. And so between that first decision to get into it and making your first profitable sale, because the first rule of business is you're not in business until you made your first sale. You have
not when you have a business card?
Not when you have a business card, no. And so what most people do, obviously, is they do everything but, This is the get on the email problem.
Right.
When you wake up and you get on email, you're trying to avoid
real work.
Yeah, real work. And so for a stage one entrepreneur, that's by far the most important. Is can I sell my product at a price that I can afford? In other words, and I call it the price is an efficient price, and a price at which you can get enough money back from the sale that you can invest in more buyers. But I call it the optimal selling strategy. You've got to figure out where your market is, what they want, what kind of copy or articulation, what kind of media you want to go to. You've got to figure out what pricing, what structure, all that kind of stuff. And so that's your number one challenge. And if you pay attention to a bunch of other things, the chances are that you're not going to be successful. So that I would say across the board is still, because I'm interested in startup enterprises, it's still the hardest thing to do. And when I when I get involved in startup, even though I've had a lot of success with lots of companies that have hit the million, 10 million, 100 million, and so on, $1 billion mark, it actually gets easier as you go along. That first stage is the hardest thing to do, and it's just as hard for me now as it was then. You've got to devote yourself single-mindedly to it. You have to be very flexible. You have to be very active, and you have to be very smart.
Right.
It's being smart helps.
Yeah, it certainly does. I think with most things.
Yeah.
And so stage 2 is from what to what?
Well, in the book we define it as from $1 million to $10 million.
And the major constraint there?
Well, what happens is you figured out how to sell one thing, and then of course you're going to start repeating that. But that's just how to bring a new customer in. But you also have to figure out how to get that customer. As Jay Abraham always says, there's only 3 ways to grow a business. You can sell more initial sales. You can sell more people, and you can
sell more things.
Sell more things, and you can sell the same people, relatively the same things at a higher price. And so that gets into the whole back end. The back end, which everybody considers to be a very common thing. When I was in business, nobody even knew what a back end was. In the information business, it didn't exist. You sold them a book, you sold them another book, you sold them a subscription, you asked them to renew. That was it. There was no such thing as a back end. But Jay actually was the innovator in our industry in that concept of taking a $50 buyer and turning him into a $500 buyer. So the big problem in stage 2 is figuring out how to replicate the first step, bringing new customers over and over again, but also how to create secondary products that you could sell for more money, back-end products. And so I define that as you have to change your culture. The first stage is just relentlessly and very, very actively trying and failing at things until you can find the one thing that works. The second stage is a little bit different. It's a question of trying all kinds of alternative things that you might that spring from the core idea, but that are innovations. And you've got to do them very quickly, because now you've hired a few people and your costs are more and your business can grow. But unless you start developing additional front end and additional back end products, the business is going to stall, and it might even collapse. And a lot of businesses do collapse between $1 million and $10 million. So
yeah, I mean, actually, a lot of people have told me recently that like people in the industry, right, have told me that there's a lot of customers out there, or clients, whatever you want to call it, of people who've built, like they started and they were doing things on their own and they were making like $300,000 in profit at the end of the year, and then they start to grow their business is growing, but they're making less, right? Because they're working harder because they've got this team. Is that a common thing?
Yeah, very common thing, especially if you're in like the retail business. That's very common. You think, well, I'm going to just replicate my store in a different town, or instead of doing Italian food, I'm going to do French food, and then you find out that you're
dreaming.
You're creating dreaming. You're creating a lot more work for yourself. The profits go down, and so that second stage is really about changing your culture. The first stage is really more about the entrepreneur himself. You can surround your people with almost anybody that's hardworking, that believes in you, that's willing to do what you say. And if you yourself are willing to try all the different media to sell your product, try different offers, try different copy, really experiment, but do it aggressively and quickly. And when the market says, I'm not interested, you move on. And
you pivot. Yeah.
So if you can have that mentality, but the next step, this innovation and speed is a different culture. You have to have your everybody that you hire helping you come up with alternative ideas and looking into different industries and different sectors of your own industry.
This is still stage 2, or
this is still stage 2, yeah. To start to, so that $1 million, a lot of businesses just get to that $1 million and they're making a living.
Right.
They're making 20%. The guy's putting $100,000, $150,000 in his pocket, but they can't grow it from there.
Right.
And it's because they're not committed to growing it. That's how I look at it. They're not saying, well, there's a question. Am I in an industry, am I in a market that's so small that I can only go to $1 million? If so, you shouldn't have been in there in the first place. Or are there plenty of guys around me that are making 10, $20, $50 million.
Right.
And what are they doing? So generally in stage 2, you're looking outside for ideas from other businesses,
All right.
other successful product launches, and so on. And you're developing a group of people that can look at that and can help you try all those different things and move on to that next stage where business is now really growing. So your front end is working, you're getting additional front ends, and you're getting and the back end stuff becomes easy. And so now the business is growing very quickly.
All right, so those are the first 2 stages, and instead of going into stage 3 and 4, because I think that'll be beyond where most people are today. But I heard you're updating the book.
I am updating the
and
book.
now after like what's been going on the last couple of months, you might even have another update. Like,
well, it's
the challenges of when you hit $1 billion.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, there's a difference. It was the book was 0 to 100 million,
Right.
although we wrote it when we were already at 300 million. But yeah, there are those additional stages when you become $1 billion business.
So where was that stage? Just out of curiosity, what do you think that number was? Where was the next stage? Was it 500 million, 300 million?
So the big, just to jump,
Right.
let's jump through stage 3. Stage 4 is when we hit it when we were about 100 million, when the business was doing well, but it was centralized.
Right.
It
okay,
was.
So you broke it. That was when the breakup happened.
Yeah, and we tried for 2 or 3 years,
Right.
everything we could think of, but it just wanted to stay there. It's like
Right.
your basic body weight. It wants to go back to where it's comfortable. And so we decided that we wouldn't try to grow the business anymore.
Right.
We said, well, let's leave it at 100 million, and we'll just increase the profit. You can increase the profit by just doing everything better.
Right.
You know, making
More efficient.
products
Yeah.
a little better, and we'll double the net earnings, and that'll be great. But that was just around 2000 when the internet came in, and so we said to ourselves, my partner and I said, well, since we don't have to work so hard to grow the business,
Right.
we're going to semi-retire. So he went to Europe, and I moved back down to Florida, and we put the business in charge of. We asked about 8 or 10 people that were running their divisions to run the business, and we let them do it themselves in their own way. And between the internet, the growth of the internet, which was a huge part of it, and also this decentralizing of responsibility and authority, what happened was the business grew from there to $300 million in a matter of just 2 or 3 years.
The 8 went to 5.
And it went to 5.
So 3 of them didn't survive, but the other 5 just blossomed.
Right.
So I had a question for you that I don't know whether there's an answer, and I don't know whether you had the experience, but so right now online, we have these major big tech platforms. They've made business very difficult for companies like Agora, but they've also made it extremely difficult for small businesses. And I just wonder, as a practitioner of direct response for as many years as you've been doing it, has there ever been a time, I imagine there have been disruptions in the industry from time to time, right? So when there were, maybe, I don't know, postage rates were going up,
Right.
and that really
Right.
screwed with everybody. But were there times like this, and what happened?
Yes, there were times like this, and you're right. There weren't. There were different problems. There were economic problems. You went through a period where there was a recession.
Yeah.
And so certain sectors of, I've been in all sorts of direct response businesses. Publishing has been with me the entire time, but I've been in the merchandise business. I've been in service business. I've been in, you name it, I've done it. And there were times when things got very difficult, and I got to tell you, I would like to tell you that there is a secret for getting
Right.
through this, but the only thing I can say is persistence, because
Survival. To
It's
get
just-
to the other
yeah,
side,
you
because
got-
when the things lighten up, the companies that
yeah.
survive are the ones that thrive, right?
It's funny, I was listening to an interview of Trump
Right.
like 20 or 30 years ago, and he was, he obviously ran into all kinds of problems, and,
Right.
and he said the same thing. He said if he had to identify a quality in him that made him successful, is persistence. Because you do need to be smart in business, and it helps, and you need everything that people are told is true. You need to have good relationships, you need to, have goodwill and so on. But when things go wrong, the first thing that happens is you start to wonder if you were just lucky the whole time.
Right.
And so you try everything you do. And what I discovered in each of those points was that there wasn't some miracle cure. it was some version of what I was already doing that just started to work. And so I was just telling a story about how when I first got into the direct marketing on the publishing side, I had 3 years where everything I did worked brilliantly, and my partner gave me a little plaque that said marketing genius, and I looked at it every day. And then like a year later, nothing I was doing was working. Everything was failing. And I was like, oh my God, you know, and they've discovered me, you know, and but I kept at it, kept trying. I tried different things, and I tried things that were the same and things that were slightly different, and then all of a sudden things started working again. And I've seen this happen 3 or 4 times. So I think in retrospect you can always say, well, this is what made that thing work. But while you're moving through it, you don't really know, and you just need to keep resist the doubts that you have, and do everything you can as smartly as you can, and keep your fingers crossed. And
it's a matter of will, I guess, at the end of the day, right? You know, like I've often heard of like when an entrepreneur has problems with their employees, like some of it is just a battle of wills, like whose will is stronger, like my will for you to do this thing or your will to not do it, and we'll see what happens. So I got this question that just came in, and I think it's a pretty good question. It's what was the best strategy that you've ever learned, and what impact did it have on that business? Because your business, there's too many.
The best strategy that I ever learned, oh boy, I don't know. The best strategy I've ever learned. Can you make it more specific, and maybe
yeah, sure. Like, was there let's talk marketing strategy. Like, was there ever a time where like you learned a strategy and you were like, oh my God, this is gold, and you put it into place and you were right, and things exploded?
There's like 10 things that come to mind.
Okay.
But I'm going to tell you the most important thing for me is that, and it's not really a strategy, it's a point of view. I think that if I've had the success that I've had in terms of marketing and copy and business strategy has always come from trying to focus on where my customer is at this moment in time with relationship to the product that I'm trying to sell him. What is he thinking about it? What does he believe about it? What does he want from it? And when I say this moment in time, I mean, you know, in this environment that we're in now, where you have the coronavirus and we just got through impeachment, and people believe that the stock market is about to turn bad, or whatever it is. You've got to try to figure out what is he feeling about, what's worrying. So to me, that's not a strategy, but it always guides me, and because there are all kinds of strategies that are very clever, but some of them will work and some of them won't. There are times when people will want to spend a lot more for the same products that you're selling. You'll be able to sell them a product for $5,000 that's essentially the same as a $500 product. But they won't buy the $500. They want to spend $5,000. And if you pay attention to them, you'll find out why. And so you will respect what they want and adjust your product and your promotions and your marketing strategy to meet what their needs are. So I know that's a bit vague, but there are so many.
I know that you think about it on a very deep level, because we've had countless conversations late at night, like theorizing.
Late at night, we thought they were deep.
Well, you know, there's one in particular that's always been helpful when I've shared it with other people. One night, I remember we were talking about like what is marketing at the end of the day, like other ways to define it, other ways to kind of explain it, and we talked about like, okay, well, if you're selling something and you believe in it, then something led to that belief, right? You had experiences, you've come to that conclusion. You're talking to prospects that haven't had those experiences, they haven't come to that conclusion. So if you're selling something because you believe in it, not you believe in it because you're selling it, then something led you to that belief. And so part of the marketing process, one way of looking at it, just one way that we decided that night, with me and my Jack and you and your tequila, was that really what we're trying to do for prospects is kind of accelerate that process. Like, is there a way that we can give them a taste of the experiences we've had so they can kind of come to that same conclusion? And I found that was very helpful for a lot of starting entrepreneurs where they didn't get marketing, but they know how they became convinced that this was the best strategy.
Yeah, and I think that's especially important when what you're selling people is advice, information, strategies, and so on, where you may be a little bit ahead of them in the process, or even investment advice or health advice, but you recognize that they're not quite there yet, and so you have to find out how to get them there.
Right.
And the number one strategy for that always is storytelling.
Yeah.
Because there's no way you can. People make decisions, we know, emotionally. This is a very simplified way of putting it, but it's not just emotion. It's they make it with their brains, but the emotional aspects of their brains, and for very good reasons, because those contain all the millions of specific experiences that we've had that add up to this feels good, this feels strange, this feels likely, this feels unlikely. And so since we know that is true about decision making, and you feel that this audience, this person you're selling to, needs to move up a little bit or forward a little bit, you can't do a lot of it. Missionary work is not right for our business, but you can move them up. But the only way to move them up is to give them the same experiences that they don't have.
Right.
And the brain does not distinguish between an experience that it observed or imagined versus an experience it lived through. So that's the enormous power of being a good storyteller. That you identify where they are, and then you find the story or the several stories. Usually, it's better to tell three.
Right.
That will get them to
come to that realization.
The truth that you already know is true. Excuse me. And this is something that you can use. I don't just use it in marketing. I use it every single day. I just used it an hour ago when I was meeting with one of the
Agora teams.
The top Agora teams. I was trying to persuade them to move into a series of actions that I knew would be good for them, because I had experiences that they hadn't. So I couldn't just admonish them to do it. I couldn't give them logic. I had to tell them the stories so they could go through them. And the great thing about storytelling, which people sometimes forget, it's not like you're manipulating them. You're actually just sharing an experience. And what they do is based on their view of the integrity of your story. They themselves decide that they want to move into the position that you want to move them into. You haven't bullied them. You haven't manipulated them. You've told them a story, and before you finish the story, they already are there. They're already saying, "That's true. I know that's true. That's what I should do." And so you do that before you present the actual product or service that's going to help.
That makes perfect sense. Yeah. And I read this book on evolutionary psychology called "Why Everyone Else is a Hypocrite," and it talks about how the brain actually works. And one takeaway from the book was we walk around thinking consciousness is the Oval Office when it's really the press office. There's no inherent reason why consciousness should know what the other parts of the brain are doing, because it's not actually better for survival, it's actually worse. Right. So, by the time we've consciously decided, we've already decided way beforehand in other parts of the brain. Right. All right, so right now, we're going to take a few questions from chat, with the first dibs obviously going to the people who are on the VIP Plus page. All right, so David T has a question. Mark, how do you know it's time to pivot in stage one? Tough to tell when to be patient and when to pivot. Curious to hear your thoughts. So the first part, like something you taught me a long time ago, was, and it's part of it's part of the underlying, I'd say, philosophy of Agora, like with being a hit factory, is that you've never had anything that started out shitty that became a home run, right? So that's, I would imagine, part of this answer is that, but is there any better answer? Like, how do you know you're trying to get past it and you've hit the wall a couple times?
Okay, that's a great question. And it's a very common problem, too, with entrepreneurs. I don't normally say shitty, but
bad.
The worst danger is when
it's marginal.
Yeah, the worst danger by far is you've got your idea, you come out with it, and it's kind of working, and that's going to kill you, because that's one of the most important business strategies I've ever learned. if you do your best, you put it out there, and it's marginal, the returns, don't try to tweak it into success. Close down right away. Go back to your thinking room and reinvent it, because everything you do to try to tweak it will only work incrementally, if at all. It'll start to work, then it won't work because it's just an incremental. You can't make a decent idea, pretty good idea, great incrementally. You have to go back and reinvent some core piece of it. And this is related to something we're talking about today. The problem when you're starting is the secrets of your business are not visible to you. They're only visible after you've been in it. And if you continue with an okay idea, you're still spending money. You're not really building your business. You're trying everybody's patience. You may be borrowing money, and you're not going to make that big change. You have to shut down and find something that's like a core change that's going to re-articulate the whole idea of what the product really is. And then when you go back and you test that, that should hit hard. So that's I would say, the answer to that is that you're not looking for something that kind of works. You're looking that's very strong out of the gate.
That makes total sense. And, we have Russell Brunson standing on the outside over there, and he certainly had that experience doing lots of things, and when he started ClickFunnels, it worked, and it worked in a very major way. There was something else I wanted to say about that.
But he was talking about pivoting. I
think you got it. I think that,
I don't know all the modern
it's basically
parlance.
to change the model. Right. And I would say that if you've made a couple attempts, you're not getting there. And to Mark's point, it doesn't kind of get some momentum, because the truth of the matter is, at least my experience, and I would imagine it's most people's experiences, more often than not, ads degrade over time, right? So the best response you're going to get is at the very beginning when nobody's seen it before.
Right.
So if it's marginal at that point, you only have one way to go, and that's south, right?
But let me add this, because we've had a lot of discussion about ideas even today at the mastermind, and because Agora is known as an idea company, there's a general misconception about ideas that I'll just explain very briefly.
This was a note I took down 10 years ago when you said it, so I remember.
All right, so you have an idea, and your idea is for some kind of natural soap that works better than another, and you come out with your product and it doesn't work. That doesn't mean that the idea of selling a natural soap is a bad idea. If you believe it's a good idea, you should stick with that. There's probably a good reason for that. But whatever you did to articulate that idea, and by that I mean the product itself with the ingredients, how you presented it, the shape of it, the price, the offer, everything you did to sell it, that articulation was wrong. And so that's why you have to shut down and start fresh, because you don't know which of the 16 different elements of the articulated presentation of the product was wrong. So rather than try to tweak your way, because when you're tweaking, you're just going by the half-baked, half-correct notions you had before. It's better to shut it down and let a little time. So it's not that, don't give up on, if you have some core ideas are just plain
garbage.
bad. We talked about one before where.
But if it's an idea that you've seen resonate, right? And with the example that we talked about today at the Mastermind was that Agora Financial had I think it was the Daily Reckoning product specifically, used to talk about the End of America all the time in all their sales promos. But then the End of America for Stansberry, a different division of Agora, came out with a promo, and it was a huge success, probably the biggest success in newsletter history. And it was the same idea, but said in a different way. But don't think, everyone watching, that you just change the words of the idea and now you're set. It's bigger than that. It's more the articulation in a grand scale, not just in the word choice. So there was a question there, I don't remember who it was from, it was about testing and what's the most cost-effective way to test as fast as possible something. That's a wide open question, but to give you a short answer that kind of ties it up is that you want to start at the very top of the funnel, really. Carlos Garcia, a famous traffic guy from a bunch of years ago, once taught me that the biggest movers of traffic, when they start, what they do is they first start testing banners. Because until they know the theme and the one that's going to get the most clicks, that's where your funnel really starts. So what's the theme that's going to get everyone clicking, right? And then from there, what's the landing page that matches that theme, and so they're working backwards, like in a way you could say, because they're allowing what clicks, right, then drive the whole process. So I'm sure we'll be talking about testing. Another question, would love to know from Mark, which is the best way to create urgency and shift an audience? From Matthew, from being cold to hot. That's a kind of wide open question, isn't it?
These guys must be like Yoda people that are spending too much time reading about
well,
it.
I mean, just to answer that question,
No
probably...
offense. No, I'll try to answer it, but I need to scroll down
we need to
again.
see it again. So scroll down a little bit, Mark. Mars.
Urgency.
Yeah.
Okay, so, urgency, scarcity, these Cialdini things, they're all very true, but the word we need is authenticity, especially today. Anything that creating inauthentic urgency, inauthentic scarcity is not a good way to spend your time and money. You can create something that's fake. It'll work a little bit for a while, but it's not going to build your business.
Right.
For you, especially today in the transparent world of internet marketing, so if you feel, anytime I see somebody create some half-assed attempt to create urgency or suppose, and it's not working, it's almost always because it's not authentic. And I don't say, okay, you can't. I don't tell them that's not authentic. That's bullshit. That's not urgent. Right. You're making up because that's not going. If somebody is trying, this is like a cliche. If you see a cliche, the reason it's there is because there's something important going on. Cliches are there because they've been said a million times. They've been said a million times because that's very important. It's the same with urgency, scarcity, and all the other Cialdini things. Is that they're very, very important. But if you have an IQ of 100, you're going to just try to knock off fake urgency, fake scarcity based on something else, and that won't work. What you have to do is you have to create real urgency. And if you want urgency, if you feel it's needed, then create. If you want scarcity, then create scarcity. Make your product in such a way that you can't give it out to 10,000 people. Add something to it. Add a component to it. Do it real. And if you do it real, it will work, and you will feel better about it, and your customers will feel better about you.
I agree 100%. Yeah. And so with that said, I want to thank you, Mark, for joining us.
All right, great.
And so right now, check out the video that's been making my day lately. As research for the webcast, Justin, the guy who's running the live stream today, thought it would be a good idea to chat with some of my students about their experience working with me. So he ended up stringing together in a quick video, and honestly, hearing all these people talk about their businesses and how my advice and mentorship has really impacted them has been really kind of therapeutic for me. It's actually made me feel guilty about not returning sooner, so check it out.
In today's environment, we all have to deal with these big tech platforms.
The large platforms.
Big tech platforms and AI, this is certainly a huge issue for many of us.
And it's a constantly changing thing. You never know what's coming up next.
Algorithms have never been truly transparent. They're always moving, right? And so the moment you think you've got SEO figured out, then the rules change.
Many times we get campaigns that are rejected. We got all sorts of issues, and we can't reach a human being. And so then, we're forced to deal with this machine.
How does it work? And how does it affect me and my business? And how can I use it to serve my customers even better?
Literally, the traffic to those sites went from hundreds of thousands of visitors a day to 20 to 30. Just like, boom, overnight. There goes the business.
I've lost merchant accounts. Back in the day, I lost my AdSense account, and I still don't know why. And for that reason, I can't monetize videos.
They obviously know what everybody's clicking on and how much time they're spending, so they know what we all want. And they're going to use that AI to optimize to their benefit.
If you're an average small business owner, you're screwed. They'll shut you down, ask questions later. You don't even have to do anything wrong.
These natural algorithms and things that are out there, yes, they can bless you, but they can also punish you. And when that punishment happens, it can literally wipe you off the map.
Invested $500,000 more than I should have just because I didn't understand what was going on the platform. You know, that's a lot of money.
It's done this and then it's done this, and then but it trends downwards if I don't keep feeding it.
Big tech is set up to take your money, to spit you out, knowing there's another person right behind you ready to put their money in. If you don't have Rich or somebody to guide you, it's a pipe dream.
The bottom line is be prepared for your world to end. You need to diversify. That's what Rich Schefren is screaming from the rooftops.
He makes these big predictions in his books. You go to his books 10, 15 years ago and see the predictions he made. They all come true.
He is so brilliant. And he's also really good at understanding how to dissect a problem and get down to the heart of it and solve it.
I'm looking forward to seeing his take on AI because I know that if he's come out of retirement, that he's going to look deep, he's going to get his finger near the pulse.
So I'm curious to see what he's going to say. And
He's an original thinker, and he's great at articulating his thinking in a way that makes it usable to someone like me or some other entrepreneur or business person.
So he's unbelievably intelligent, and he also has a way of breaking it down so common folk like me can get it and just utilize it.
He's going to be able to explain that in a way that I know is going to serve a lot of people. I'm certainly looking forward to learning more from him.
He's got the network and the cachet to bring together some of the brightest minds that can provide value within the context of his training, and I'm looking forward to seeing what he comes up with.
Those who don't take advantage of this are going to be left behind wondering, what happened? How did my business collapse underneath me?
You have to be ready for the apocalypse. It will come knocking on your door one day.
You have to know what you're doing. You have to build these backup plans. You have to build alternate sources of traffic. That's not something that most people have the skill to be able to figure out themselves. That's something you need some experts who've been there, done that.
To say something that makes you shocked. Coming up on this segment is the one and only Russell Brunson. I've known Russell for over a decade, and there's some crazy stories that we could and probably will be sharing. But as far as his bio goes, it's a short list of his accomplishments goes like this. Over the past 10 years, Russell has built a following of over 1 million entrepreneurs, sold hundreds of thousands of copies of his books, and popularized the concept of online sales funnels. So if you've heard about funnels, he's to blame. Let's face it, Mr. Brunson is the guy who made funnel hacking, which we know exists because we've had a bunch of people buy and immediately refund before they even could have seen the product. We had the first 10 sales, so he turned that into a household phrase, and the 10 of you, we know who you are.
We're coming after you.
You now have our funnel, and you'd have to be living under a rock not to know that he co-founded ClickFunnels, the software that helps tens of thousands of entrepreneurs quickly get their message out to the marketplace, makes it so easy to push a button. In fact, back in the old days, me being able to build a funnel was a competitive advantage against everyone. I don't like the fact that you took that away from me. So let's ask this guy some questions that everyone wants to ask him, but maybe haven't been able to get to the man himself and ask, okay? So the biggest challenge question, what has been the biggest challenge in business, and how did you overcome it?
Oh, that's a big question.
It is a big question.
It's funny because
it changes probably.
It changed. I was gonna say I was listening to Mark speak a minute ago. Each phase, and it's I've totally felt that. And it's one of my friends always says he says that business is like the best personal development program in the world, because every single time you think I'm almost there and I'm going to get it, and then you get there and all of a sudden you have to stretch your capacity for the next thing and the next thing and the next thing. And I think the biggest thing is the constant change. I thought when I got to this level it'd be easy, and it's not. As soon as you get to that level, then it's harder, and then you got to do it again and do it again. And I don't know. It's one of those feelings where you always feel like I'm almost there, and I can relax, and you never get there.
So what would you say were what are the 3 surprises that stood out of all the surprises? As far as things that you just never knew you were gonna was gonna be on your plate. Are there things like that?
I think the biggest one, it was actually, do you remember when we spoke in London a year into ClickFunnels? Yeah. I don't know if you remember this, but we were flying over the ocean, and you have no cell phone access while you're flying, and we land in London. My wife, my kids are all with me, and I get my phone hooked back up to the internet, and I have hundreds, maybe thousands of messages coming in from people who loved me when I left, and were death threatening, wanting to kill me afterwards. And I'm like, what's happening? And I messaged Todd, who's my co-founder, and he's like, ClickFunnels is down, and we can't figure out what's happening. And and I was just like, oh my gosh, like this is the year into it. And I remember he said something on the phone. He said, if we're able to get software back up, and all I heard was the word if, and I was like, I'm supposed to be speaking tomorrow at an event talking about, I'm just freaking out. And I remember going to the hotel that night with my wife and my kids, everyone was tired, and I kind of put in another room, and I was like, this is my first time at like leadership where I was just like, I don't know what to do. Like, do I hide? Do I come out and say something? What do I do? And decided like, I'm just gonna do a Facebook Live to our community, and I'm not gonna be like, try to hide behind it. Like, I'm gonna show them how pissed I am and how it's just not okay. And we did a Facebook Live from the hotel room, and I just, again, came out and I was just like, this is unacceptable. It's not okay what's happening. Like, I'm upset. You should be upset. Like, I get it. I apologize. We're trying to figure this out. And in fact, you go to my Facebook page. If you scroll through the videos, it's probably still there. It was a Facebook Live on the page, but it was crazy because I thought that would, I don't know. I thought that we ended up being down about 8 hours before we got things back up, and I assumed that like that was the end of the business. People were going to walk away. And every morning I get an email with like the sales numbers and like cancellations to kind of see what's happening. And there was literally like no dip in cancellations during that time. And I was like, oh my gosh, like I realized that like people and your customers are on your side as long as you're not trying to hide stuff from them, right? The more you come out and like, this is what's happening, this is why it's happening. I think that was one of the big lessons early on that I was just like, I don't even know what to do in this situation.
So was that before or after you had already because like one thing that's very obvious from the outside is that you've also not only built this great software company, but you've also built a community around that software company. You know, that people call themselves funnel hackers, right? Like they're really proud of like being part of this group, right? So I assume that didn't happen accidentally. I assume that it was engineered by you. So talk about that, because like at the end of the day, that is so powerful. It kind of is what had people stick with you, right? Like partly at least. So yeah, let's talk about that, because you know, so much of business is transactional, but you were able to make it more than transactional, and it's with software, so it's not even tangible or concrete. So talk about that for a second.
So it was actually probably a year before we created ClickFunnels, we launched it. I'm sure you know David Fry. David invited me to come to this convention in Utah. He's like, you need to come and just experience. It was a network marketing convention. I'd never been to one before. He's like, you just need to experience this so you can see what's happening in this.
Is that the send a card thing?
Yeah. Okay. It's like a similar industry, but a little bit different. He's like, come and see. So I come to this event, and I go there, and there's probably 3,000 people in the room. And I'm thinking it's going to be like a marketing seminar, like we're used to seeing, you know. So I'm there ready to take notes, and all the people start coming on stage, and no one's teaching anything, but they're coming on stage and they're telling their story, and like they're crying. And the next person comes and tells their story, and they're crying, and then people are getting awards. And I'm watching this for 3 days, and I am so confused. I'm like, I can't, as a direct response marketer, I'm like, why are they crying? I remember David leaned over me after the third day, and he said, you see what they're doing? I was like, I have no idea what they're doing. And he goes, they're not selling a product, they're creating a movement. And I remember thinking like, oh my gosh, like they're a software product, but they're selling this something bigger than that. And I remember as we were creating ClickFunnels, I don't know how to code, so Todd's in there like doing the you know what smart people do, he's coding, creating things. I'm like, what's my role in this thing? And the thing that kept going through my head is like, my job is to create a movement. Like, how do we do that? And I didn't know. So I started like, okay, well, how do you learn how to start a movement? So I started looking for the books on movements, mass movements, like The True Believer and things like that. I started reading these books and like learning all these things about how they work and like what gets people to be part of the movement and why they stick and why they stay. And so I was learning that about the time we're launching ClickFunnels, and then it was kind of just a fun experiment where we would try things, and some things were engineered and some things just happened organically. We're like the funnel hacker thing, like that was our people started calling themselves funnel hackers, and I was like, because my presentation was called Funnel Hacks, you know, something funnel hacks, and so they started calling themselves funnel hackers, and I was like, that's really cool. So we made a T-shirt. I actually was going to wear one today, and then I got here and put my suitcase on. It was my little kid's T-shirt. So I would have that on, but we had these T-shirts printed.
That could be sexy.
Yeah, like my tight shirt. And I remember we had these, and we were trying to figure out, you know, at the very beginning, all these like different things, like how do you decrease churn and how do you do these things? And one idea was like, what if everyone that signed up for a ClickFunnels account, we send them a funnel hacker T-shirt? And so we're like, okay, so we ordered, I don't know, 5,000 T-shirts. We started sending one out to everyone who created an account. We had them watch a 10-minute demo video, then we sent them a shirt for free. And we did that for a while, and after the 5,000 were gone, my accountant's like, hey, should I order some more? And he's like, they're kind of expensive. And I was like, I don't know if it's worth the price. And about that time, I got a message on Facebook Messenger, and some guy reached out. He said, hey, I joined ClickFunnels like 3 months ago, And he's like, I haven't actually logged in yet, but I have this Funnel Hacker t-shirt. It is my favorite shirt. I feel like I'm part of a community and a tribe. He's like, just so you know, you got a customer for life, even if I don't use the software. And I was like, this doesn't make any sense, but that is,
more shirts.
so like, yeah, probably has like more shirts. And we've shipped to date over 250,000 of the Funnel Hacker t-shirts to people. And I get messages I get people from all around the world, like, you're like, I'm in India on these little go-karts and they saw a guy drive by and they take a picture of the Funnel Hacker shirt and send me. Like, they're everywhere. And it's crazy now how that's become such a thing. And
That's awesome.
you know, you come to one of our events now, we get people 5 or 6 shirts. I want people wearing our brand everywhere because it just becomes part of their identity. And like when your business becomes part of someone's identity, that's when they stick. Right. I mean, you've seen as much as I have. In the last 5 years since ClickFunnels came out, how many competitors have come out? Like every week there's like a new like ClickFunnels killer, and I get everyone like forwards me like, oh no, Russell, they're coming for you. And I used to freak out about it, and now it's just like, you know, and they're always trying to undercut our price or all these different things. And I'm just like, I don't, like, when all said and done, like, people stick with us because they have it's part of their identity. Like, this is who they are. They're a funnel hacker. This is what I use. And so whether a better option comes by, like, that's not their...
That's not the thing.
It's their identity.
So, yeah, and there's no question. I mean, I was at your event, I think, last year, or, like, I don't remember when it was, when you did it in Orlando, and I swung by for the day. But if there were, like, 2 or 3 takeaways that you felt like anyone can do, because I'm sure there are certain things that you do now to create a community that might be like beyond the scope of like the everyday entrepreneur. You know, ClickFunnels is rather large these days. So are there like 2 or 3 things that you would recommend anyone who's interested in creating a community do?
Yeah, a couple ones. The first one fast is just giving them a name, like giving them an identity, making swag. Like what I was talking about, when someone puts on the Funnel Hacker shirt, it's like their cape. And they're part of this identity, and they can like they become superhuman almost. Like something like that's a big part. Number 2, what I would say is having something that they're working towards. You know what I mean? I can't remember who it was that said. I think it was Napoleon Bonaparte said that it's amazing what man will do for a piece of ribbon, right? Right. And I'm sure I messed up that quote, but it's true. Like when we, I think 2 years into ClickFunnels, one day Dave ran a report, and he came in. He's like, I just ran a report to see how many people in ClickFunnels had made over $1 million in a funnel. He's like, do you know what the number is? I was like, I don't know. And I can't remember the time. It was like 40 people. I was like, are you serious? Like, I had no idea that many people had that much success.
And this was early on.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot more than 40
there's a lot now. And so I was like, we should like celebrate that. We should make an award. And we started talking about how, like, you know, the music industry, there's the big records and things like that. Like, what if we made like the equivalent of the Emmys or the Grammys of entrepreneurship? And so we made the first award was this big. We found the people that make the awards for the actual record companies and made these big records with 2 commas on it, and we called it 2 Comma Club Award. And that first year we ended up having 73 people get that award on stage. And what was crazy is, you know, it takes about an hour of our event for everyone to come on stage and get a picture with me and Todd, like with the thing. And I thought people were gonna get bored and walk out. And what's crazy, even when this year we had 4,500 people in our event, and the entire room is completely packed, everyone sits there and they just watch each person get in their picture. And I asked them, like, why didn't you leave? Like, I don't understand. And they're like, I'm visualizing myself, like, that's my goal, that's where I need to go. And so they've got this goal. And so like we had the 2 Comma Club Award, and then when people started passing that, we made 2 Comma Club X, which is for someone who made 10 million. And this year we launched our 2 Comma Club C Award, which means 100 million. And we had a handful of people hit that now. But it's giving people like something to aspire towards and to move towards and to be running. Because I think in any community, it's like you can get stale. Like, oh, I'm here with these people, this is good, but like, should I stay, should I not stay? But if everyone's working towards something as a tribe and a community, and like, this is where we're going, this is what I'm trying to get to, it builds different camaraderie, is that the right word? Yeah, however you say that.
Camaraderie.
And it gives us something to shoot towards, and it keeps them stuck again. Because like, I've had people in the past who are like, oh, I wanted to shift shopping carts, I want to shift this, but I need to get my award. You know, I've had people who've left other companies, like, I want to get that award, so I'm ditching this company that I've been with for 10 years because I want to come on stage and get that award, you know? And I think
so
looking at it through that.
And is there any?
And again, that comes back to the network marketing event. Like, everyone's on stage getting awards. They're telling their stories. Like, so much of that are big. And then I think number 3 would be you have to be like a product of your product. And I think, you know, we know each other for over a decade, and the first 10 years of my business, like, I didn't know what my thing was yet, right? I launched a thing, and every month we're launching a new thing. We kept like, it's crazy. I went back and in the first 10 years prior to ClickFunnels, I launched like 113 different funnels. And so like I was doing this stuff like crazy, but I was doing it, you know, and like when I shifted over to like, I'm going to focus on building ClickFunnels. I know a lot of my early friends, like most of the people that we're friends with, nobody started using ClickFunnels at first because they're like, this is just another Russell thing. He's going to spend a month on it. He'll go to the next thing. And I had to prove that, like, no, this is my thing. This is where I'm planting my flag. I got to focus on it. So for the next year, like all I did is talk about funnels. I talked about funnels, and I remember freaking out because I was like, as an entrepreneur, I want to create new things all the time, and I shifted my mentality from I need to create a new offer, new product to like, what are new ways I can get people to buy ClickFunnels? And when I made that, it's a little shift. Like instead of us being creative, like what's the new offer I'm going to create? It's what's the new thing I can create to get more people to buy the thing I actually have. And now we're 6 years into ClickFunnels, and that's all I sell is ClickFunnels, like a million different ways. But it's all come back to this thing, and I can use my creativity that way. And it's consistent. And like it took about 2 years before any of my friends started like finally trusting it to move over. Like your closest friends are usually your hardest critics, right? And then other people come, and then it keeps growing. But it's the consistency, and the message doesn't change. We just keep ringing the same bell and ringing the same bell, and just keep focusing as opposed to, in fact, most entrepreneurs who coach with me, the very first thing I ask them is like, well, how many companies do you have? And they're always proud, like, oh, I've got 7. I was like, okay, my first job is for you to kill 6 of your babies. Like, which ones are we going to kill? It's the focus on one that
no doubt.
That gives you the exponential growth.
So a question that we want to ask most of our guests here, and then I have a separate question. So I got 2 questions, and we got like 6 minutes to get these questions before Dean joins us. So the first question is, what is the your number one best strategy for this first quarter of 2020? Like, how do you what marketing strategy do you feel is most excited about, like as it relates to growing ClickFunnels in quarter 1? And then I'll tell you the second question, so you can kind of like have them both marinate. What there's 2 things I greatly admire. There's more than 2 things I greatly admire about you, but these 2 things I question, right? I wonder how you do it. So the one thing is, I think you have this magical gift to simplify. Right? Like if I would have wrote .com secrets, it would have been double the length, and it would have been so much less inspiring too, because like I would have like included so much stuff that I thought was necessary, but after reading your book, like I saw that it wasn't necessary. So and I think you've done that in all your presentations too. You just have this way of simplifying stuff to make it so accessible, and I just wonder if that's something you work on or it just comes naturally, because a lot of compliments I get about my stuff specifically are stuff that's more natural to me than wasn't stuff I worked on. So I just wonder if like you work on it or not. And then the other thing is that I also think, and you know this story, but like you just have mastery of like creating an offer. Like I remember when you sent me high ticket selling secrets, and I'm watching the webinar, I'm like, this fucking sucks. and then I watched the offer, and I'm just like, wow, like it makes me feel like it's just, you got everything, right? So, and I see that as part of like simplifying, but I'm not sure. So best strategy and simplification or offer creation.
Okay, I'll start with the first question, because it actually ties back in. It is like literally simplification of our sales process. Because again, I'm the creative who likes to create funnels, like that's, which is the pro, and the con is like we have really good funnels. The con is like we've got too many funnels. And I remember last year, John, who runs our traffic, sitting here in front of us, I asked him, I was like, hey, in a perfect world, how many funnels per year would you like for me? Like I can pump out, 1 a week, 1 a day, like let me know. And he looked at me, he's like, 2. I'm like, 2 like a week? Or how often? He's like, no, 2 this year would be all that we need. And I'm like, wait, what? It like broke me. I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, we can't optimize all the traffic to 40 different funnels. He's like, you give us 2, and then you focus, instead of making 40 funnels, make 400 ads for each funnel. He's like, that'll grow ClickFunnels faster than anything else. And so for me, it was like coming back and looking at our palette of offers and stuff, and be like, I got to kill some babies, because it's complex, too complex for the company. And then my mind shares in like all these different things. And so we're literally coming and shutting things off to like, here's the focal point. And then my job, instead of making new funnels, is what's the creative we can make.
That makes total sense.
Put people in. And so,
I just quickly, like I remember like about a decade ago or even longer, Perry Marshall and I were talking, and I had like all these different free reports, and he had just like a PPC course. That was it, right? And I was like, man, it's like I've got 10 side doors to my business, right? That like make it 10 times more complicated. You've got one big front door to your business, and it's so much easier. And I just like felt like a fool in certain ways of having all these, like, because it increased complexity. So I get it. Yeah. For sure. That's definitely our big focus this year. So hopefully you'll see less funnels from me, but more creative going out to drive and bring people in. It's interesting that you say that, because like someone just asked a question recently, and I don't remember where I got this question, but they were asking me which type of funnel, there seem to be so many types of funnels out there, which type of funnel should I use? So maybe that's something that people are looking for some more guidance, like, and maybe you provided already, I don't know, but like maybe there are so many types of funnels out there, like helping people get clear on which one would be best for them, might be something out there.
Yeah, a lot of it depends on kind of business you're in too, you know? Like, that's the hard thing about my business. I'm a generalist, I'm coaching business owners and everything.
Welcome to my
Whereas
world.
it's nice when you're like, if I was a dental consultant, it's like, this is the one.
So much more value.
You know? But I think it depends a lot on the business. But I think traditionally, it's funny because we talk a lot about a value ladder, like having a book funnel leads to a webinar, to a high ticket. But like typically, like in the middle is the best place to start because it's easier to make profit on ads, right? So if you're selling $1,000 product, it's way easier than if you got a free plus shipping product. You got to have this funnel just optimized like crazy to get it to break even, so you can sell the next thing. So I think it's figuring out what's the thing that's going to be the most money up front and focusing on that one
because
first.
that helps you scale better because you're bringing in money. All right, so thank you. Let's welcome someone else, a guy who knows how to create massive success, the guy who's responsible for you being here because he picked you up right on his jet. So Mr. Dean Graziosi, join us. Yay! We'll both stand up and clap.
Actually, Russell picked me up.
What's up, man?
Oh, did they? How did that work?
All good. How's it going, man?
Well, how did that work?
They started at his place.
We flew down there, picked him up, and then came back, and we're just traveling all over the place.
How's it going?
It's going well.
Okay.
So I appreciate you flying in, like you know, just for this. And before we even get into it, like I know that you're really busy, especially right now.
Yeah.
You've got something coming up like in a week from now.
Yeah, like 10 days. Yeah.
Yeah. So let's just like talk about that for a minute or two, and then we'll dive into some specifically related content to this.
Yeah.
But tell everyone what you got coming up.
Yeah. So last year, Tony Robbins and I launched a course called KBB. Really, I mean, at the end of the day, what are we all here for? If you're here watching right now, you're watching Russell, you're watching this whole event.
Right.
We're here because we're gaining self-education, right? I mean, at the end of the day, that's how we both have grown. And for me, I didn't have a choice. School, college, extended school wasn't for me, so it was self-education. So it's made such an impact in my life. In fact, when I was in my 20s, I bought an infomercial product, Tony Robbins' Ultimate Edge, right? Is that what it was called back then? The Ultimate Edge? Bought the Ultimate Edge and totally course corrected my life. Like introduced me to every other every other teacher that we could possibly think of. So with that, Tony's got 40 years in, I got 22 years in this self-education space. We just decided to get together and create a blueprint to help people extract what they know or extract an experience. It's kind of like Expert Secrets, but a little better. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. In love what this guy does. He's one of my dearest friends in the world. But yeah, so we just decided to get together and create a course to help people extract what they know, but in one specific niche. And that would be either masterminds, workshops, online, in person. It's not about writing a book, not about building a course, not about being a coach. It's about how do you conduct masterminds, group training, online or in person. And we decided we took, as Tony says, we condensed decades into days.
Right.
We built a course, and we knew the world was ready. I mean, the self-education business is one of the fastest growing industries in the world. And it's only because, and this isn't a knock on school, and I don't mean to digress too much, but the fact of the matter, we all know this, is the world is growing exponentially, and schools are growing linearly, right? So it's not a bad thing, it's just that they just haven't kept up, right? So the world is looking for another option because general knowledge, no matter how much we get of it, doesn't work. We need specialized knowledge. That's why people are here tonight. They're trying to find specialized knowledge. How can I go faster, quicker, not learn through my own trial and error? So it's either you go back and get general knowledge, or the old days, even trial and error worked. But I don't think trial and error works like it used to because things change so fast.
It can,
right?
For sure, yeah.
It's so fast. By the time you figure it out, right? There's a trending term that when you go to college, by the time the ink dries on your diploma, it's already outdated.
Right.
Well, I think it's the same thing with trial and error. By the time you figure out this marketing strategy, instead of learning from this guy or learning from you, it's like it's already outdated. Someone's on to the next.
Right.
So where are they turning to? It's like I want to learn from somebody who's actually done it, right? And that's self-education.
Right. So I'm curious, and I know that like everyone who's on this live stream should follow your launch, even if they have no intention of buying, just because of some rumors I've heard. Hopefully you can establish whether that's true or not. But like I've heard some numbers, and I won't ask you to confirm a number, but based on that number, I would assume that was the biggest, most successful launch that was ever done.
I think so.
Online, like at least in
even,
the info space.
Even I had Russell. Like, is there anybody? I think we did, and even better than that, right? So just to back up, and I know we jumped in here really quick, and I want to get to serve. We flew all the way down here, whatever questions you got or anything I can do to serve. But the reason we went in that space is because this has been our life.
Right. Yeah, I mean, we all do it.
And the world is shifting into self-education, and need more people like you guys to show people how to do it the right way.
Right.
Sometimes your mess, as you say, becomes your message. Sometimes it's your experience, right? Sometimes it's the skill, it's the habit, the hobby that you have. So we built this course, and last year when we launched it, we had over 200,000 people show up live.
Wow.
I think it was the biggest training in internet history. We had people enroll and get involved in over 150 countries now. We are in 4,378 different niches.
Right.
And I think it's time. Like, sometimes, the electric car was around when I was a kid. When we were kids, remember the electric car had come out? You didn't charge it, nobody knew, but now the electric car came out at the perfect time. It's trendy. I think the world is ready for self-education in a way that it never was before, and we just created the blueprint for it. So we went live last year, and we're going live again on February 27th, and we're stoked.
And in the previous campaign from last year, right, like I would imagine, Russell, like in your experiences, you have certain like tactics that you were like work so well at the like maybe even surprises that like in hindsight like those stand out in your mind as things being most proud. Like for me, I wasn't sure in my very first launch like how well we were going to sell. I was worried that like because the report I had released had gone viral, but I didn't know if they were interested in what the report was selling. And so we created like a cut to the front of the line pass. And we told everyone, like an email went out on Wednesday, told everyone, let's say on Thursday at noon, exactly noon, you're going to receive an email. And it's an email that will have a link to a page that will let you sign up to get access to the sales letter an hour before so that you can take your time and figure out whether this is right for you or not. And we had at that time, the hot list was maybe 35 or 40,000 people. They all got that email at exactly noon. They all clicked on, not all of them, but a lot of them clicked on it at exactly noon. And the page, at that time, there was a guy by the name of Jason Potash, who lived up in Canada, and he had developed this page with Ajax and said, try this, and so we tried it. And Ajax, the page automatically refreshes, right? So we sent all the people to the page at the exact same time, and it's a headline, a few bullets, right? The people that have signed up before you, right? And it's automatically refreshing, and then the sign up box. And like, because everyone went there at the same time, the page is growing as you're just sitting there watching it. Like as you're reading, it's actually growing, and the names are last initial, first name, and country. And a lot of people were like fixated on that until the 1,500 spots were completely full, right? And that was just really because I was insecure and I wasn't sure but it turned out to be a massive scare because there were only 150 spots. There were 1,500 people who already reserved and people were watching it. So, but that was not in the plan for the launch. That was not anything. That was just something. But it stands out to me even 15 years later or however long ago, just because it was so cool. So were there any planned or unplanned in that launch? And I just would assume with the volume that you did, maybe Tony is a doubler, but but even if you so let's say he doubled it just to kind of his notoriety and everything else, but still that's a significant amount. So you did certain things right. What are you most proud of?
Okay, so most proud of is we made that launch, and the same as this year, we made it about impact and doing something meaningful in your life, not just about the money. Even with our affiliates, if you're even with the partners we're working with, we hardly ever talk about how much money they're going to make. We talk about, listen, at the end of our lives, let's just again, and I would take this because this is about you guys. This isn't just about us. This is you're here joining us. Think about this in your business and think about this in your life. No matter what you do. At the end of our lives, and I've asked for the last year and a half on every stage I'm at. I was just on a stage with 8,000 women, and I asked this question. I always ask, at the end of your life...
You were on stage with 8,000 women?
I was.
Or they were in the audience?
They were in the audience, right. But I just asked, and I asked the same question. At the end of your life, if you had a choice between two things, making a massive amount of money or making a massive amount of impact, what would you choose? It's always 100% impact. There's never anybody that raises their hand for money. And I think we're just at this...
I think I know a few of those people, but but
99.9. So 99.9, but why not that? And I said, well, tonight I can't wait to share an opportunity where you could have potentially both.
Right.
Right? And I think that's when we talk about impact, I think sometimes when people market, they try to lean into impact, they try to make a difference, they try to lean into this could be purpose driven, but there's this certain threshold that people get scared and go, no, people just want to make money. Let me just get to the money claims.
Right.
Let me just tell them how rich they can get, how skinny they can get, how fast they can fix their relationship. And I think especially being partners with Tony, his whole life is about impact. This is all he's done, and he's impacted all of our lives sitting here and everybody watching, right? Especially being his partner and his energy, we made this whole thing about doing something meaningful in your life. And we did the same thing on the back end with the affiliates. And I watched people go from, these guys will probably convert, to, I want to get behind this with these guys.
Right.
They're really making a difference. This isn't some freaking ploy.
Right.
And I think that momentum just carried us into like, I've been doing the style live launch I did. I've been doing it for 14 years. If I don't know it by now, I suck, right? So we ran a model that I've been proving for over a decade. We had Tony and we put a lot of goodwill in the world. Tony's put more than me, 20 years more than me. But I think simultaneously, people felt this, as Russell's done so well with ClickFunnels, felt this as a movement. I'm not coming in to try to get rich quick. I'm not going to be a partner just so I can get a commission. We're going to help make self-education the new norm. And that was our tagline. And we had thousands of people out there just saying, we're going to help make this happen. So even in your own business, if you follow this guy, like you're a funnel hacker, you wear the t-shirt, you're proud, you do it. And I think we built that same thing.
And so were there any specific things that you did to really foster that? Like, obviously your whole lives are testaments to it, but in the launch itself.
Consistently talk that way.
And I can say from the outside, watching a lot of it, because I've been on a lot of affiliate launches, and usually it's like, here's the leaderboards, here's who's making how much money, all kind of stuff, and it was completely different. Dean was in there personally, Tony was in there personally every day, going in there and talking about, you guys, this how many new lives we impacted. These are people's stories, like, it was different. The feeling was different. It was not money driven. It was so much like the number of people that came in and how we get to serve them and like celebrate. Like, you guys, guess how many people you brought in today? This is what we're going to be able to do with, and this is how their lives are going to change. And I think because of that, like you said, a lot of times, if it's the money in the affiliate launch, people are fighting over like I promote this or something else. Like, maybe I can make more money over here, but this was way different. Where it was like, yes, I want to be part of this because this is so much bigger, more important. The same like culture stuff we do with our customers, they were doing with the affiliates as well, which was I'd never seen happen before.
That's awesome. And so when does it start?
It starts today. The registration opened today.
Okay.
We go live on February 27th.
And what's the name of the website?
Give me URL? If you want, you can go to deanstraining.com and register.
Okay.
So I think we just had the biggest opening day registration. You said you don't know any bigger.
It was huge.
So we're already at 38,000 people registered, and we opened this morning.
Sweet. So it's looking good.
Yeah, so it's looking good, and I think I think the world's ready for this. I think the world's ready that more than ever is the magical money machines, or the money in a box, or the business in the box. I think our world has evolved to transparency and authenticity. It was great in your conversation earlier, like more than ever. And so if I was going to give a great takeaway today, and I know this is probably overplayed and you've overheard it, but are you really listening? Is the world just wants the best version of you. They don't want you to be like Russell. They don't want you to be like anybody that you're going to have on this great show today. They want the best version of you. And I have a really limited vocabulary. I don't speak perfectly. I have about an 8th grade reading level. Like, people know who I am for what I am. And if I look at ads that do the best, they're not the shiniest anymore. They're not the ones that are overproduced by my team. They're the ones where I'll pick up my phone when I have a thought in my heart and I speak. And it could be my best ad is 27 minutes long, spoke from my heart. It's the most ugly, raw. We shot it when we were in Idaho, when I was next to the stream after a run. I was just in my space. So I think people overthink. I think people just want the best version of you, real and raw. And I think the second thing that proves that is people like our friend Rachel and Dave Hollis. Rachel Hollis released a book, Girl Wash Your Face. That book is the most real, raw, authentic. I read it. Some of the stuff I didn't know women had to go through after they gave a baby. Like, maybe stuff I shouldn't know, right? But so raw. And she'll get up in the morning on her Instagram and, before she wakes up, before she fixes her hair, before she puts makeup on. But she had the second largest selling book in the world next to Michelle Obama last year. She released her event with 8,000 people. Do you remember the time? It was like 40 minutes?
No, it was like 4 minutes. It was like
4 minutes. She sold an 8,000 person event out in 4 minutes by just letting her tribe know on Instagram.
Jeez.
Right? So why? And when I look at that, the common denominator is she's the most real, humble, authentic person on the planet. She's not trying to be Oprah. She's not trying to be a supermodel. And I just see that over and over and over again. So I think that's...
earlier today we had this mastermind.
Okay.
And I'm sure he's here, or he will be here shortly, but at some point authenticity came up in the mastermind. And we had two people that are like, oh yeah, it was, I forget the woman's name, which I feel horrible about right now, but very caring, very, Sonia Riccardi, I think,
okay,
right?
Yeah.
Very authentic. But then we also have Wes Watson, and I don't know if you know Wes, but Wes has Penitentiary Life on YouTube. Wes got out of California State Prison, I think about a year ago, so he went from making 18 cents an hour to making 7 figures. As a YouTube personality and as a coach, like a fitness coach, and like I met him because like he came up on my YouTube feed, and I've never watched anything about prison before, and I was just so fascinated. I watched the next one, I watched the next one. I'm like, geez, I'm doing exactly what YouTube wants. I'm going down the rabbit hole, but I found it fascinating. So you know, and obviously, like you know, he's talking about prison life. You couldn't have her be further from Sonia, but they're both very authentic at the end of the day, and they're both embraced who they are, right? You know, and it would seem silly for him to have her message or her to have his message.
But both authentic in their own little niche, right?
Right.
And I think the other thing that's
but on that, let's just say like since that's been that's been present for you for a long time, and it certainly is part of the reason for your success and what you're trying to translate to others, like. You know, obviously, well, not obviously, but I think there are a lot of people out there that have self-esteem issues, right? It's a common problem. And authenticity really flies in the face of self-esteem. If you have low self-esteem, like, you don't want to be authentic because you don't, right? Like, you know, it's kind of, I was talking about this earlier today too, like, I read this one quote once that like hit me like a ton of bricks because I'm a perfectionist. And in this one book, it said perfectionism is trying to get the world to believe something about yourself that you don't believe about yourself. Hence, you're doing and so I just wonder, like, what tips and advice do you have? Because I just have this feeling that you would have good answers for this. For people to like step into that authenticity when they're scared to, when they feel like who they are isn't going to get people to buy, isn't going to get people to watch, isn't going to get people to read, isn't going to like what do you do? How do you get people out of their shell?
You got an answer? I got one, and you can you can follow. I believe this. I believe that. Well, listen, Rich, you've been marketing for a long time too. When I started, we didn't have internet. It didn't exist. There was no Instagram, Facebook. Like when people say Facebook, Instagram, YouTube is hard, I'm like, really? Try getting people to walk by a TV show and stop on an infomercial and pick up a phone and talk to an operator, right? So, I believe that what builds confidence in all of us is when we see threads of ourself having something valuable to the world. So, for example, I believe, and obviously I'm talking about the self-education business or the knowledge industry, or sharing an info product. When we have the ability now, because of Google and YouTube and analytics, they're watching everything we do. My wife's having a baby. I don't even Google it, but if I look at my phone, there's cribs. Like everything is there, right? We are able to do a niche within a niche within a niche. So I'm going to give a story. I'm going to tell it really quick. My wife, and this is something I want to share with you for self-esteem. My wife, when I met her, she was voted like the top hairstylist in Arizona 8 out of 10 years. She makes 10 times more than any other hairstylist. When I said to her, what do you do? She's like, she shares with me, and I said, you should teach that. Because this is what I do. She's like, I don't have the self-esteem. I don't know that. But here's the conversation I had. If you were just going out to promote to the world to be a great hairstylist, she's like, I'm not good with SOPs, I'm not good with bookkeeping, I'm not good with the front desk. I'm like, okay, let's niche it down. Why do you make the money? She's like, because I love people and I love hair extensions. Because her hair got thin once and she loves making women look beautiful. And then I said to her, could you see yourself teaching just on hair extensions, nothing else, not how people come in the front door, not how to talk to them, not what color your logo is. She goes, oh, that would be great. I'm like, but do you have a special kind of hair extensions that you do? And she goes, oh yeah, there's only one kind, and it's real hair, it comes in, it's these little beads so it doesn't hurt your head. I said, how would you like to tell people to teach that? She's like, oh my God, that's my life. So I watched her go from insecure, like how do you teach people in the beauty industry? How do you teach people just in the hair industry? I'm not sure. Oh, maybe I could teach on extensions. What about if you just taught on this one thing? And I watched her shine. So I think when you have an ability, there's a lot of answers, and Russell have a great one, but when you have the ability to go, it's not this big, it's smaller, it's smaller, it's smaller, and then all of a sudden you tap inside and you go, well, I'm actually really good at that one thing, and all you need is a glimpse of self-esteem, a glimpse of, sometimes confidence doesn't show up, you have to embrace your courage muscle, but when you have a glimpse of brilliance on yourself, inside of yourself, you get enough courage to take the first step, and if you do the first step, then that builds confidence that allows you to push forward. A lot of answers, but that's what I believe.
And just from a marketing standpoint, that's a great way to start anyway, because start with the smallest stake in the ground, right? Like where you really can be the best option out there, and then expand out from there, right? Like,
of course, and what happens too is so many people get overwhelmed with all the leaves on the tree. You got to start with the root, start with the, and then once you get a couple sales, you make a little impact, then you can branch out.
Yeah. I was thinking of a story. One of my favorite people in our community, her name's Natalie Hodson.
I love Natalie.
And Natalie's awesome. She was like an online fitness trainer, and she was doing a Facebook Live, and they were working out in the middle of Facebook Live. And Natalie, some backstory, she's had 2 kids, 2 10-pound babies. She's doing this Facebook Live on camera, and she pees her pants, which is, I can't imagine, but that would be, if I pee my pants right now, you guys would never see me again. I'd quit my business, I would pack up and I'd be done, right?
But what about that time?
But yeah, she does that, and so then she's devastated, right? It's so embarrassing. People have seen it, just embarrassing, makes you want to shrink back into your hole, right? But then she realized this is a problem she had. So then she went out, I got to find a solution, and she found a doctor, and she went to his program, and she's able to fix that process for herself.
Right.
And then she asked the doctor to help her create something for other people, right? And made an ebook. And then she gets all the book done, everything done, puts up a funnel, and she's like, I have to launch this, but to do this, I have to tell the entire world that I peed my pants. My ad has to be me peeing my pants, everywhere. And it's that moment of do I do this? Do I not do that? The fear and how small you feel. And she decided, let's do it, and she put it out there. And it was crazy because she has one of the records in our community, 4 months from start date to 2 Comma Club winner on a $37 ebook. No upsells, no downsells, nothing, just an ebook. Sold over 50 or 60,000 women the first couple months, a $37 ebook about this thing. And whenever we're vulnerable, it makes us feel really, really small, but when people see us, it makes us look really, really big.
Right.
And she's now heroes to hundreds of thousands of women out she's helped solve this problem. And so I think a lot of times we get scared because it's our insecurities, our vulnerabilities, but man, if we're willing to step up and share that, even though it seems small to us, it seems so big to other people, and you're able to now help people. You said earlier, our mess becomes our message. The problems we have when we're willing to share it, that's when you get the breakthroughs. And then you start seeing my wife just started her podcast, and she was so embarrassed and so scared, and she had the first woman come up to her and say, I listened to your podcast, and her lady starts crying. She's like, it changed my life.
Right.
My wife's like, what? For me?
Yeah,
and it changes everything.
I want to get to some more questions from the crowd,
Let's
but I wanted to just put a bookend on this because it's something that you guys have both said, something that's really true to me as well, and I saw a great example of it just 2 weekends ago. So I've always taught people that, and I believe the quote was attributed to E.E. Cummings, but it's been attributed to other people too, and it's that which is most personal is most general. And it's the things that we are least likely to share with others because we're embarrassed, afraid, or whatever, are the same things that other people still struggle with, but nobody shares it, right? So 2 weeks ago, I think it was 2 weeks ago, maybe it was 3 weeks ago, Conor McGregor was fighting Cowboy Cerrone.
Yeah.
Right? And Cowboy Cerrone is known as a fighter who is choked at the big fights. Right? So they were interviewing him about that. What happens for you, right before you get up, in the octagon. And he tells this long story about how he starts moving slowly. He feels he can't move his hands very fast. His legs feel really heavy. He's starting to panic because he's got to fight, and now he's not moving fast. And he goes into this whole long story. And then it cuts back to the desk at ESPN, and there's the announcer, and there's Chael Sonnen, and I think Rashad Evans. So 2 world champions. And they were both wow, I go through the same thing. They both said, I go through the same thing. Yeah. But no one had ever shared that before. No fighter had ever shared that, before they get on, before they get in the octagon, that's what they go through. Because why would they want to share that, right? But what's most personal is most general. And that's always been, I guess, for me at least, my ego has always been, if I'm struggling with this problem, other people must be struggling with this problem too. And I think that gives you the luxury of, being able to solve your own problem and then being paid by a lot of people to solve it.
And just as you said it, and the more that you dig into that problem, the more I think insecurities go away, and the more you have proof that authenticity is actually what's helping impact other people's lives. It's just a self-fulfilling prophecy, right?
Totally.
And I watch. Listen, you've been around for a long time too. I watch people go on stage. I know them behind the curtain, and they finally go on stage, and I don't recognize them because they're trying to be like someone else, or trying to pose like Tony, or pose like someone else. It's when you watch a speaker you resonate with, you just immediately know they're just being the best version of themselves. Even if they're awkward, even if they say weird things, they use the wrong words, you're just immediately connected. So I just think that's where the world's at. I think we're sick of the overnight magic money machines. I think we're sick of losing weight with a pill.
Right.
You know, I mean, the world has said it, but I think we're really here. I think we're really here.
I agree. All right, so do we have a question? All right, so I'm waiting to get a question from the crowd. And one last question. And do we have one? Or if not, okay, nope, that's not the right question. I asked that question before, and it was to someone else. All right.
And that's what makes live so great. This is what makes live so good.
So what about you, though? Like, what is your top strategy for 2020?
2020 is...
Like, what do you think is going to be, like, if you were forced to pick a marketing strategy that you think, like the most important thing that you'll use in the launch that everyone should do, or that you'd feel bad if you didn't have that one element in your launch or something? I mean, just trying to guide you to an answer.
Yeah, two things. I think social media, I know social media is getting harder, Facebook, Instagram, it's getting harder, but that's okay. It just weeds out the people that don't have marketing stamina. I think I would do the best service to you today, instead of giving you a tactical answer, giving you a mindset answer. And the mindset is have marketing stamina. The whole world will work on a book for a year, obsess on it, grind on it, beat themselves up to write the book, and then they write it and think people will come because it's so good. Or they'll write the book and spend 5 minutes trying to figure out the funnel, make the first offer, it doesn't work, and go, oh shit, Facebook is too busy, right? They'll do the same thing with a course, with a training, with a product, with a service. I watch people I know will obsess on their course for a year and then spend 14 minutes and go, damn, it's just not converting. So the thing I would say is change your mindset for 2020. You want to be in the game, you want to scale, you want to do bigger things, you want to impact more people, change your family's life, whatever it is, then obsess on your marketing. I'd say the two things I could give you the best advice on. Love, you've heard this before and you'll hear it 100 more times, but I'm asking you to really hear it. Love what you sell so much that you feel bad if you don't get a credit card. Not like it, don't say it's pretty good. Love it so much that you give it to your family, your friends. You know you're doing them a disservice if you don't help them. When you have that feeling, then the second thing is be a master of marketing. That if you build it, they will come, that they talk in Kevin Costner's movie, A Field of Dreams. I might be dating myself. It just won't happen. Nothing goes viral. 1/10% of things go viral, like the fidget spinner. Everything else is masterly marketed.
He's one of our contributors. He's actually Nick Shackelford invented the fidget spinner.
So the thing is, just know that things don't go viral. Books don't go viral. Courses don't go viral. They go viral with people who have marketing stamina. If the first 50 ads don't work, create 50 more. Model people that are successful. Get educated by people who've already been there and obsess on it.
Okay, so a question for both of you. What's the one thing that you, of all things, right, that you wish you would have learned earlier as it relates to growing your business, marketing, etc.?
I'll say mine. So it goes back to what Mark talked about earlier with different phases. Like, I feel like the first phase of a business, it's you as the entrepreneur, and you're like the all-star, right? You're going out there, you got to figure out all the stuff, and you're creating the idea and the copy and the product, and like you're the all-star, right?
Right.
But as you get past the $1 million mark and then to the 10, like the next levels, you being the all-star actually damages and hurts the entire company. And I remember I was actually with you in Wyoming 2.5, 3 years ago. We were sitting around a campfire talking, and I can't remember what was said, but the thing I heard in my mind was, for your company to continue to grow, you have to shift from being the all-star to being the coach. And I started realizing I had a team, I was building this team, and my team would do something. And imagine your teammates going up for a shot, and then Michael Jordan comes over and knocks, you did it wrong, grabs the ball and goes and dunks, and yeah! And that's what I was doing to my team. They'd create a funnel, they'd create an offer, and I'd come in and I would rip it out of their hands, you did it wrong, and I'd redo it all, and I'd put it out there, and I was yeah, I won. And and I was it was so hard to shift from being the all-star to being a coach. And I had that epiphany, and I remember the same thing was true with my kids right now. So my kids, I got 14-year-old twins that are wrestling now. And the last 3 years I've been wrestling. I've been going to wrestling practice. It's been so hard for me because I was a great wrestler and I loved it and I'm obsessed with it. And I'm sitting here watching my kids wrestle and I'm missing it. I'm craving it. I want to be out there and it's funny because I remember my dad told me the same thing. He said when he started coaching it was really hard. But he said after I started learning to coach, he's like, I got more fulfillment when your hand got raised than I got my own hand raised. I didn't believe that. I was like, there's no way that something feels better than me being the all-star. And it wasn't until this year, my kids, 3 years in, and my kids started winning and having success, and I see them get their hands raised, and I was like, oh my gosh, that feels better than when I won.
Yeah.
I think the same thing in business now. I watch my team members, when they do something, they create something, and it goes, and they do a great job, and see their celebration, I'm like, that felt better than when I was the all-star. And I think that shift of like, from being an all-star to being the coach, and being okay with that, and being able to step away, it's hard. It's especially if you were a good all-star, it's really, really difficult to make that shift, but when you do, that's what then gives you the ability. I wish that somebody would have told me that multiple years earlier.
Yeah, and so just along those lines, just to follow up on that, what, like, it obviously was, I could see that being very challenging. So what in the beginning, what did you have to do to stop yourself from like taking over, and then at the same time rising them up? Like, what did you do?
Well, first off, I'm still not perfect, actually.
Right.
My team's watching, they're like, Russell's
Yeah.
not perfect.
Like,
so
all right,
I'm not
Mr.
perfect yet.
All-Star.
But what it is it's me, instead of me going and changing something or fixing it, it's me stopping and like making a video explaining what they need to change, or like this is why I would change, or if I change something, it's me doing it and sending it back like, do you see this is why I did it, as opposed to just taking it and dunking the ball, right? And then trying to do more meetings and trying to like coach them more. I always struggle because I'm always afraid that if I coach them, they might get offended. Right. But every time I coach them and we sit down, they leave like, that was so cool, thank you so much. I was like, oh, you guys actually want that? Like, I forget that that's a thing, and so that's been my transition, is trying to learn to be better at that, and looking at anything and try not just to grab the ball and dunk it, but coach them through the process to help them to go to dunk it.
A book that's made around Agora like quite a bit is The Coaching Habit. I don't know if you've ever heard of that book. Really great book. It's a short read, and it's about like shifting from a manager to a coach and how to do it. And it's actually really good. Russell's one of the few people on the planet that has, I don't know if you still even have it, but I gave you access. Like, you have access to all my book notes.
Oh, I do have them.
Yeah, so
100% still have them.
In my Dropbox, every book I read, all the highlights go into that.
Oh, that's good. I'll sell you guys access to that. Who wants to buy that
So
offer?
anyway, that's in that.
Hey,
It's
give me
in
on the
there.
way home.
But and what about you? So what was the one thing that you wished you would have learned sooner?
I wish I would have, I would say, I'll just fall back to marketing. I wish I would have really lived inside the mind of my client deeper. What happens sometimes is you see a campaign working, and then you try to model the campaign.
Right.
And I think what's allowed me to grow is trusting my instinct, but my instinct combined with, I would bet to say, in the last decade, I've read tens of thousands of my students and potential students' comments more than anyone I've ever met. And what I've just done in the last 10 years that I think has given me real exponential growth is I live inside people's fears. I live inside their desires. We all know that. That's marketing 101. But when people tell me, oh, I'm obsessed with marketing, I'm like, well, tell me about your client right now. Who's your ideal client? Well, you know that they're women. Like people don't know. You think you know, you don't. Do you know what keeps them up at night? Do you know? And the only way to do that is to listen and to read and hear, because I would bet to say in my 20s, and I started this journey in my late 20s, I filmed my first infomercial at 28. I looked at other infomercials and I thought I was giving people what they need, and it's a complete opposite. I want to give them what they want. I want to enter conversations and finish conversations they're having, and I still, to this day, I bet you, because we're launching, in the last 60 days, I bet you I've read 2,000 comments, and I know that my clients, I know what they're afraid of, I know why they got enrolled, and I can talk to them where they belong. And then the biggest one you have to have the nerve to do, and again, this is nothing, I didn't make up the saying, is the best marketing is attracting who you want and repelling who you don't. You have to have the nerve to push people away that don't belong in ClickFunnels or don't want to be in the special education, the knowledge industry or whatever industry you're selling. And I think when you live inside the mind of your prospect, you push away the people who shouldn't be, things just grow.
Yeah, and I totally agree, and I do the same thing. I try and I read the comments, and I try and put myself in that mental state, like what would it feel like if I did that, and I felt this, and I bought a video course, and I told my wife everything was going to be different, and I've never recorded a video because I'm too scared to get in front of the camera. Like, how would that feel? And what's when I get the next message?
And the last thing is think through the entire process. Some people will get good at understanding the prospect to get the money, and then forget all the other feeling when they go home and tell their husband or tell their wife, I bought this thing. Oh my God, you did, why? Like, I try to think through the journey, like a 6-month or a year journey path of how they'll feel in each one. And if you can fill that, you can keep them engaged to, digest your product and keep using it.
Very cool. So right now I'd like to welcome some people who've jumped on the Steal Our Winners offer already. So you've made a wise decision, so I figured I'd take a minute to give you a shout out. Getting it on this limited time offer, especially at this price, is really the smartest way to get the best strategies straight from the real sources so that you can put it all into action with speed. So that's the real 3-part value of Steal Our Winners. So welcome new members: Randy L, Lonzo S, Mike W, Terry M, Mary C, Ryan B, Jim L, Ellen S, Tiana C, Maggie C, Bob D, and so many more. So we'll just stop there and then I'll say some more names in a little while. Want to thank you guys for joining us. I hope you guys stick around for a little while so that maybe we can talk for a few minutes when a video is playing. And right now, no, I cannot talk about what's in the mystery box because I need actually the list of what's in the mystery box. I don't have that. And I knew we threw some last minute stuff in it, so I would be glad to do it. But right now, why don't you check out a quick video that I know you're going to like.
Hey there, this is Mars of the Launchman. We're helping out behind the scenes here with Rich Scheffrin's Coalition to Save Internet Business Livestream, and I decided to hijack Rich's webcast to let you in on a huge secret that I know you're going to love. Now, as you've been watching the broadcast, you've seen the caliber of industry-leading digital entrepreneurs and marketers that Rich is really the only one I know who could somehow manage to get them all together in the same room like this. And with all the bleeding-edge content and conversation going on, I figured you could use, a kind of mental break. So consider this like your moment of quiet contemplation. Now that we're all zenned up, let me cut straight to the huge secret I promised. If you've been working online for any length of time, you've probably seen a parade of info products and programs that promise the moon, the stars, and flying cars when it comes to creating profit online, right? This is not that. If you know anything about Rich Scheffrin, you know he's not into pitching overhyped, underperforming, one-time tactics or training programs. The livecast you've been watching is an example of the value-packed training Rich is famous for, and that's really why you gotta take a serious look at this offer for Rich's Steal Our Winners. It gives you monthly access to the all-in-one-place source of the most current winning strategies that help create massive profits with speed, all from the biggest and best names on the planet, so you can stay ahead of those business-killing big tech algos. And right now, see that little countdown clock next to this video? It's the bearer of some exceptionally good news for you. Why? Because while that clock is still ticking, you've got a chance to get a couple of fresh, very unique countdown bonuses. So in addition to the main Steal Our Winners offer, plus bonuses valued at $1,000 that Rich is already including with your purchase today, you're going to get this pair of brand spanking new bonuses worth over $500. Look, Rich asked me to throw in something that takes the power of algorithms and AI and puts them to work in your favor instead of against you the way big tech does. So how about something that not only takes the most effective headlines, ad lines, and subject lines used by literally the best copywriters and media buyers in the world, it also lets you effortlessly tweak them to create that ninja marketing shit. Meet the hook line dynamic. You can ask it to automatically spit out tested headlines for your sales pages, email subject lines that get you opens and clicks, and ad lines that not only get accepted by platform algorithms, but convert like a motherfucker. Or you can create your own. The way it works is it uses a 14,000 word database based on the Warner word charge list rated by 40,000 plus real human beings. And it compares the words you use in your hook lines against the only 3 factors that matter when it comes to messaging that actually converts: the level of excitement, emotion, negative or positive, and empowerment. So what if you could automatically spit out hook lines or create your own and test them against the things that those big tech algorithms are looking at? Forbidden words and characters, hot words, total word count, that kind of stuff, and get detailed feedback that you can easily understand, so you know in advance how well your emails, your ads, your sales pages, and so forth are gonna perform before you even put them in place. And not only that, what if you could pre-test them based on the specific audience you're targeting? Men versus women, older versus younger, level of education. There's really no other tool that takes AI and algorithms and points them in the direction of your marketing like this. My dev team in Lithuania actually built it for me and my clients, and we've seen it regularly double and triple the effectiveness of our ads and our funnels. And honestly, I've been keeping it under wraps, for just me and my high-level clients, but I decided to throw this combo in today only for free when you decide to get access to Steal Our Winners. Why? Because even though it cost me over $33,000 to build it, and even though I usually charge $600 a year for it for real, Rich is my homie and he asked me to help him move the needle for interneters like you. So cat's officially out of the bag. And if you're someone who sees the clear, obvious, transparent, undeniable value of this countdown bonus, go ahead and click that button before the clock hits 0. I'm serious, because it's actually going to go away when that clock runs out. And if you've been paying attention, my question is, why wouldn't you click that button? Maybe I'm making an assumption here. Maybe you don't know all the other awesome bonuses you're about to get when you jump on this Steal Our Winners deal. Rich is throwing in a 4-pack of super valuable bonuses. You can click the button to check out the details. Honestly, it's the most kick bonus combo I've seen in all my years of running campaigns online. Wait, quick time check. If you don't click that button before time runs out, this hook line dynamic bonus goes poof. Don't be that guy. Make the move. You know it's the right one. It's time for you to get the best strategies straight from the source's mouth so you can put them into action at max speed. The sooner you start to steal our winners, the sooner you can end the stress of gambling with your business online and get on the path to profiting in the face of big tech's anti-small biz algorithms. Your struggle ends today. By now you see that. So as you click the button, know that what's waiting for you on the other side is the support, the guidance, the clarity, and most importantly, the potential profits you're looking for. That's what Rich Scheffrin's Steal Our Winners will do for you. So go ahead and click that button now. Time's almost up.
And then that, with that telephone bridge. Do we have a first question for Neil or for Eric? Okay. Okay, coming up next are a couple of guys who are both true geniuses. And if you know me well, you know I don't throw that word around lightly. Neil Patel and Eric Sue are both legit marketing geniuses. If you work online, you've definitely heard of Neil Patel, almost for sure. I think everyone in the world has. And if you haven't yet heard of Eric, you're going to be happy that you're meeting him now. Here's why. I say he's a legitimate marketing genius. In 2014, he bought a failing SEO agency, Single Grain, for how much?
$2.
$2. Yep, $2. He nurtured it and transformed it into an 8-figure digital marketing powerhouse that it is today. That's quite a return on investment. And what can I say about Neil Patel? He's a New York Times bestselling author. The Wall Street Journal calls him a top web influencer. And Forbes says he's one of the top 10 marketers in the entire world. And get this, he has been designated as a top 100 entrepreneur under the age of 35 by the United Nations. Wild. The United Nations. Talk about a career benchmark. Talk about being compared worldwide and setting a bar that is quite impressive, Neil. So props to you. And Neil and Eric are also the co-host of a podcast together called Marketing School. It is, I'm sure many of you know, one of the most popular marketing podcasts that's out there. And I could talk to these guys for hours and literally never run out of stuff to learn from both of these guys. They are truly at the forefront of online marketing. They're in the trenches. You know, people talk about strategies or tactics and, you know, they expire quickly online, but these guys are part of that unique group of people who actually create the tactics, create the techniques that many of you are probably using. So, and actually, when we first started talking about the Coalition to Save Internet Business, one of my first calls was to Neil because I wanted to get some information about big tech and what were some of the challenges that he saw. And he was the guy that first introduced me to the idea or the stat about more than half of the traffic in Google staying on Google and not leaving. And I don't know if you guys saw it, but there was a Wall Street Journal article that exposed Google for messing with their algorithm, even though they claim they never did it. Mm-hmm. So they've lied about a lot of things, and they can have a great search engine, but still be an evil company. So let me ask you both this, just to get going. What is your top strategy? And I'd love it if both of you answered, because maybe you have different answers on this. What do you think is going to be your best strategy for the first quarter of 2020?
I think we're going to have the same answer, but Neil, you go first.
My favorite strategy for the first quarter is to release some sort of free tool. I think tools is the easiest way to market an online business, whether it's B2C or B2B. They're wildly popular. You know, content, I'm not saying is played out, but everyone's doing content. BuzzSumo released a report sharing how content marketing has been on the decline for the last 2 or 3 years. But tools are picking up really fast in popularity, and it's easier to market them, easier to get traffic, much more cost effective, and you don't even have to develop them. You can go to places like Code Canyon and buy a tool that someone already developed for like $5 or $10 all the way up to 20, 30, 40, 50 bucks. Put it on your website, claim it as your own, because you're allowed to do that once you pay the money, at least according to Code Canyon, and then from there you're good to go and you're going to get traffic.
So it's codecanyon.com?
I think .net.
.net? Okay, so Code Canyon, either .com or .net, and I know that that's been a cornerstone of your business for quite some time, right? That you own quite a few tools, and it's one of the ways that you generate the amount of leads that you do.
Exactly, it's one of the cheapest and most cost-effective ways. It's cheaper than ads.
Okay, so is that yours, or is you got something different?
I knew he was going to say that.
Right.
But it is, so I'll shed a little more color on that. So you can also go to 1kprojects.com, so the number 1kprojects.com, and you can buy projects for like 50 to $1,000 or so. You can go to FE International as well. Here's some stats. So I was talking with the HubSpot APAC GM, and before HubSpot became a publicly traded company, 99.5% of the company was against switching to a freemium model, which is giving their tool away for free. Everyone was against it because they had a stable model going. Now, executives decided, hey, we're going to make the switch anyway. Company shot up, they went public, they are who they are now. ConvertKit, another popular tool, I was speaking with the founder last week, they just launched a freemium model. We're talking about the coalition to save businesses. Right. This is one way to do it because you have something that's defensible. It's not like a blog post where it's someone's very easy to duplicate. You make a product, you have a moat around it. If you look at, and I'll let Neil kind of speak to this, when you look at Neil's tool, Ubersuggest, versus the other tools out there, the other SEO tools, he's actually starting to overtake them now. Neil, do you want to kind of talk about that?
Yeah, the key is if you just push out something for free that people are used to paying for, you don't really have to market to get traffic. And you can dominate the web and people come to you directly. So that way you're not relying on any channel, whether that's Facebook, Google, Twitter, LinkedIn, Instagram, whatever it may be. In other words, you're not relying on algorithms, you're controlling your own destiny as well.
Yeah, and one thing I'll add to, I mean, look, you don't have to go crazy. I know there's a lot of people that have their own products, like information products. You can build a simple calculator. You can go to outgrow.co. You can build a simple calculator. There's a company out there called omnicalculator.net. Right. They get millions of visits a month. All they have is calculators on their websites. Wow. So for ClickFlow, our software, we have a freemium version for it where we give it away for free. The benefit there is a lot of people talk about it. You get the branding from it. You get a lot of links as well.
Well, a lot of people might not know what ClickFlow is, so can you explain what it is?
Sure. So ClickFlow it's our SEO software. Okay. It's different than the other software out there, but it helps you grow your traffic and makes you look like a genius. That's the tagline.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So what were you saying though? I just
I mean, look, at the end of the day, even if you have a paid product right now, let's say you have a SaaS product, whatever, try to splinter out a feature and make it free. You're going to be able to drive a lot of leads that way. When I was talking with the ConvertKit founder, he said their lowest price tier with their email software, lowest price tier was $24 versus the other tiers that they had. The churn was too high, so too many people were canceling. So they decided to axe the small plan and just gave it away for free. Right. And now they're going to start charging only when the users pass a certain threshold. Yep.
Makes sense. And would you guys suggest that for any industry? Like, try and think of a tool.
You don't just have to do it for software. Like I know we're talking software here, but you can get a tool for weight loss. So let's say you're selling supplements online. Yep. You can end up having a calculator that helps you calculate your calories, your weight loss. You can have something that helps you calculate, if you're doing intermittent fasting correct. Right. And these are all things that you can buy because they already exist. But when you pop them on your site, even if they are a Me Too product, sure, it won't be as popular if it was unique, but you'll find that it generally can generate more traffic than writing content, and it's easier because most people don't know that you can buy these pre-existing tools and coin them as your own and rebrand them, relabel them.
And is there anything now, I mean, you guys are really like at the top of the food chain at this point, but like earlier on in your careers, like if you were to develop a tool, what would be, you know, step 1, 2, and 3, let's say, to get the word out there, to get people to coming and starting to use that tool? And do you first make it free, even no opt-in, so you get some, momentum, or do you always require an opt-in so that you can follow up? Just talk about the model just a little bit more to give people like some specifics.
Yeah, I'll go first. I mean, let's say I wanted to, my blog was about fashion, right? So maybe I make a tool that teaches you how to tie your tie, right? Different styles or whatever. I can make a simple widget doing that. I can go to a developer to have them make that widget for me. A couple steps, here's how you do it, right? And then I can reach out to all the fashion blogs out there being like, hey, I have a better widget than like whatever you're linking to right now. I can use a tool like Ahrefs or Ubersuggest, find out who's linking to all the top tools, number 1 through number 10, and then just reach out to them, right? You can find their email addresses, reach out, and at that point you're playing a numbers game. Right. But the cool thing is once you start to build some link equity there, I'm talking SEO right now, you have a lot of people mentioning it, it starts to build a flywheel by itself, right? That one tool on its own can be the link equity that drives all your other posts up. That's how I look at it, and Neil, you can feel free to add to that.
Yeah, a few other things that you can do is whatever you end up creating, you can just share it on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Product Hunt is another popular site to share tools. And
I love Product Hunt.
And then the other thing you can do is with most of these social sites, they have algorithms, so it's tough to get most of your friends to see anything you post. But you want to go live. So when you go live on there, because these social platforms are trying to compete with live television, they're actually very generous in their algorithms where they show it to more people. So create videos talking about your tools as well as go live, as well as post about it. So when you do the combination of those 3 things, you'll do quite well. And then the next thing I would do is go to search.twitter.com. It's Twitter's Twitter site, but it's their search bar where you can just search for anything. Type in other keywords related to your space or similar tools, and then hit up all those people that tweeted about the existing tools, talk about yours, and ask them to share yours, because if they already shared competitor ones, there's a high probability that they're willing to share yours as well because it's in the same space. Then from there, when you're getting all the promotion, what I would do is I would not gate it and try to collect leads or do anything like that. Just let it be out there, let people see it, let people share it, let people talk about it, link to it. I know that's counterintuitive than what most marketers do, but that's how you build a momentum going, versus when you're very restrictive at the beginning, it's hard to get anything off the ground because people like you're just in it for a lead or a sale. So in other words, you got to play the long game.
Got it. So let's ask you both this question. It came from Mike K. Mike K has a fitness business and is wondering what you both think would be the best sort of tool for his business. And fitness is kind of vague, so we don't know if it's weight loss, we don't know if it's, getting fit and muscular, but what would you say?
I'd make it a more general tool. Go ahead, Neil, you look like you wanted to talk.
Go for it.
Yeah, so I'd make it a little more general, so probably not weight loss because we don't know the niche, right? But how can you make the ultimate BMI calculator or the ultimate, more general, right? Maybe intermittent fasting is not the best one because it's controversial, but a more general tool, and then look at everything else out there, but make it 10 times better, right? Because look, a lot of the stuff that's ranking top 5 in the search results right now, they're not exactly the best. Like when I search how to tie a tie, because sometimes I forget, it's like a tool that looks like it's from the 90s. You can easily do better than that. I had my developer, it took him an hour to redo a tool that we're ranking well for, and took him an hour to do it. Now we're ranking number 1 for it, I think, for a keyword. I think it's a stupid keyword like strike through text generator, but we're ranking number 10 for it. We made a new tool, and now we're number 1 for it.
Awesome. Yep. And some things that come to mind, obviously fitness is wide open, but it could be something to do with intermittent fasting, maybe type in all this, put in some things and you know the exact number of hours that would be the ideal amount of intermittent fast for you. If it's if the keto diet, put in some numbers and then figure out the maximum number of carbs you can have a day, so on and so forth. Yep. So Julia has a question, and I think this is a great question because if there's 2 people to ask this question to, it's definitely you guys. What is the number 1 piece of advice you'd give to someone new to content marketing? Neil?
So if you're new to content marketing, most people are like, all right, what can I write about that's going to do well? Because, in content marketing, what most people forget, you also have to do the marketing part. It's not just writing the content.
Right.
And think of this. There's roughly 7 billion people in the world. There's roughly 1 billion blogs. That's roughly 1 blog for every 7 people. Just imagine how many pieces of content are being published every day. whatever you're thinking about, chances are someone's already written about it. So regurgitating the old information that's already out there isn't going to do well. And when you look at a lot of the tools being like, all right, what did well for other people? Well, if you just copy what did well for them, you're regurgitating. Now you could go and say, hey, what did well for other people by like going to the BuzzSumos of the world or the Uber Stresses and seeing what worked for your competition. But you can't just regurgitate. You got to write something new, fresh. A mutual friend of ours, Brian Dean, likes calling something, he coined a term, the skyscraper technique. In the United States, we build a skyscraper like the Empire State Building, then you have someone in China who builds a bigger building. Then you have someone in Dubai who's just like, all right, we now have a 100-story building, and it's never ending. Same goes with content. How can you one-up everyone else and not just write something unique, but write something that's so crazy good, not just text-wise, but design-wise, so that way it stands out, making it look beautiful. You're much more likely to get the socials and traffic. And then the other thing that you need to keep in mind is when you're writing content, you want to be an expert. And to be an expert, because Google has this thing called E, it's part of their algorithm, right? Expertise, authoritativeness, and trust. So experts tend to rank better than non-experts. They don't want me, Neil Patel, blogging about medical advice. They want a doctor blogging about medical advice. So what you want to do with your content is link out to other credible sources where you're citing your data and your sources, so that way people know you're not full of it. And when you link out to these sources and you publish your content, send everyone a simple email that you linked out to. And the email can go something like this. Hey Rich, I have to say, a huge fan of yours. So much so I linked out to you my latest blog post. Feel free to check it out here. If you shared it, it wouldn't just make my day, it would make my year. Cheers, Neil. P.S. Let me know if I can do anything for you. Most of the people that you link out to will gladly share the content, and that's how you get traction.
Makes complete sense. What about you?
Yeah, so mine's a little more high level. I think when we talk about beginner content marketers, there's just so much stuff we try to do as marketers right now. We try to do podcasts, we try to do video, we try to do blog, we just jump around everywhere, and it's very ADD. The key thing in the beginning is you have to focus on what you're good at. If you're a good writer, focus on blogging first. If you're good at audio, do that first. Good at video, do that first. It's going to take you, content marketing, we always talk about on the Marketing School podcast, it's a 12 to 18 month journey, maybe even longer than that. It took me 2 years to get the podcast going, my first one. But you focus on that, it starts to build a snowball, then you start to diversify. Because one of the things against, we're talking about, against big tech right now, you have to diversify, because if you get shut down by Google or you get shut down by Facebook, you're done. Instagram too, whatever. So you have to diversify eventually, but you got to get one channel down first. And I call this content sprouting, where you start with the seed first and then you let it kind of grow from there.
And you said it took 2 years to get your podcast off the ground. So, what does that mean exactly? That you did it for 2 years before you really saw any numbers start to go up?
Oh, I'll give you my numbers. It was pitiful. So my first podcast, Leveling Up, which I still do right now. Neil's smiling right now, but my first podcast, I was spending 6 hours a week on it. I was doing all the editing, I was doing the recording, everything, reaching out to the guests, and then I was only getting 9 downloads a day after the first year. So most people be like, "You're stupid. You should quit." Right? I kept doing it for another year. I was only getting 30 downloads a day after the second year.
300% increase.
It is. It is. But yeah, most people would say you should quit. But here's the other thing about content marketing. You should do it because you feel like you're getting better or you're learning. Like my KPI was, I'm learning from these people for free. I'm going to keep doing it. The other stuff is icing on the cake. If you feel like in the very beginning, if you're not getting a lot of traffic, you see all the other people, if you have these unsolicited people reaching out to you, commenting, you know you're on the right track. Like these are your true fans in the beginning. You know you're on the right track if they're consistently commenting saying, "Rich, I don't know why you're not getting more comments, but I really love your stuff." You're on the right track.
And would you guys agree with this or disagree with this? Because this has always been a belief of mine. And then I want to go back to more questions. But I've always, two things, right? One is not always been a belief of mine, just that I believe more and more the name of the game in content is not the content as much as it's the distribution, right? So like maybe it's content 10%, distribution 90%. And then with the content, this has been the belief of mine for a long time, and it's just based on my own experience. So I'm not, my experience has been that a few great pieces of content I created have put me on the map, like grew my business, like everything, right? And I think that, like for most people, they don't make enough time to create something great. Like they're busy going from one thing to another. And if you really like own up, or you really comprehend the fact that 90% of the time should be spent on distribution, then what you're distributing like should be the shit, right? Like it should be so good. And that generally doesn't happen. You know, maybe Neil can bang out 1 in 5 hours, like, you know, a pillar content post, but most people it might take a week. And, you know, and that week would be well spent if when you're done, it's beautifully designed, gives great content, et cetera, and then, because then all your outreach is going to be easier. People are going to look at it, it's going to be better, people are going to tell others about it and all that. Do you guys agree with that?
Yeah, so on my end, and Neil probably will agree with this, but I was speaking with a guy, Derek Halpern. He gets a ton of traffic, has
I like
a big
his
email
stuff.
list. Yeah, he's a smart guy, right? He's like, look, in the beginning, you don't deserve to get any traffic. Nobody knows who you are, right? You haven't put in the time. I mean, sure, you put in the time making the content, but nobody knows who you are.
Right.
So his thing is Pareto principle. You spend 80 to 90% of your time promoting. 10% is on creating that piece. So you spend 5 hours on it, you go all in, right, on promotion. And that's what you have to do in the beginning, in the early days. And then you can get to a certain point. Like you look at where Neil's at, where he has the distribution across email, you know, social, everything. Whatever you put out then will like blow up. But keep in mind, Neil started at 0 too.
Right. Yeah, no doubt.
I'm a big believer in the same thing. You just spend your time promoting. And the market is so competitive these days. If you don't spend your time promoting, you're not going to do well. But once you get the audience, then you want to shift it, in which you want to spend 80 to 90% of your time creating the content.
Right.
And then the 5, 10%, 20% promoting the content once you have the distribution. Because at that point, you just want as many people to see your content as often as possible. But at the beginning, when you have nothing, you need to spend almost all your time on promotion.
Makes total sense. So this question is for both of you. It's from Brandon. Which platforms are best for generating traffic from right now, and what do you think is the best strategy for it?
Go for it, Neil.
Wait a sec, Neil. We have a train passing, so let's just wait for that train passing. That's a hint, by the way, of where we are, and I'm just going to put it out there that the first person who figures out where we are, when you get to the door, we'll let you in. First person. So the train is a hint as to where we are. We are in Delray Beach. Figure out from there. Maybe you can triangulate based off of that. And the train is almost gone, so now you'll have to listen for the next train. You know that there's a food truck outside.
This is a long train this time.
It could be. Well, why don't you start then? Because Neil is on the patch.
So your question was?
The question is what is the best platform for generating traffic now?
Yeah.
And what's the best strategy on that platform?
I got it. Cool.
Okay.
So I'm going to say podcast, because there's only 700,000 podcasts in the world right now. Neil talked about there's 1 billion blogs in the world. So look at that. That's like, I always say, like a billion is 1,000 million, right? Look at podcast is not even at 1 million right now. So,
and I would bet that people spend more time with podcasts than they do with blogs.
Oh, and it's valued way higher when you're selling to advertisers. So that says something, because it's a very affluent audience that you're speaking to. What I would say, how we grew Marketing School quickly, sure, there's Neil's distribution with his email list and everything, but we did a daily podcast. We kept consistent. Doesn't matter how sick we are, whatever. Neil might have a baby, right? But we kept at it for the last 3.5 years. And it's continued to compound. Like every year, by the way, when a new year hits, we get like another like 10 to 20% lift. So I think podcast is very untapped right now. And this is why you see a lot of these companies. The Ringer, I think, sold for over $100 million. That's Ben Simmons' podcast, not Ben Simmons, Bill Simmons, I think. A lot of these podcasts are selling for a ton right now. A lot of money is going into it. We're even selling advertising on our podcast. So I think right now, if you want to capture people's attention, you do podcasts, because it's a very intimate form.
And that's what I've been told, and so I'm going to start a podcast. Yeah. But so what do you think are the first steps to really get it off the ground?
So, okay, first thing you have to do is when you launch, you have to launch at least 5 episodes. So you have think of it like a TV show. You do 1 a week, right? If you're doing daily, make sure you do like probably 14 to 21 when you launch. So you have a buffer.
And would you recommend starting daily?
I would recommend starting daily because it's different. Because you're zagging where people are zigging.
Got it.
So by the way, it's not that hard, because when Neil and I record, we do 5 to 10 minute episodes. We crank out 15 at a time. We only meet twice a month. It's not that hard. It takes us like 2 hours or so. So if you have enough to say, you do that. Or you can do like an interview podcast, which a lot of people do right now. and you know a lot of people.
Sure.
You can make your niche too. So you do that first. The second thing is you have to try to get on a new and noteworthy, right?
Right.
So to get on a new and noteworthy, you have to try to push as much as you can, promote to your audiences,
Right.
and then all of a sudden they'll give you that bump, right? So you push to your email list. If you don't know people, try to get people that you're interviewing, try to get them to push a little bit, promote. I was able to do that once with my Leveling Up podcast and also with Marketing School.
Mm-hmm.
That gave us a significant lift. But I would say, as long as you stay consistent with it, it's going to continue to grow. And make sure you're getting on all the platforms, right? If you go on Libsyn, which is the host we use, it pushes to Spotify, Google Play, iHeartRadio, Apple, all those different platforms, and it's free to do that. So
and it's Libsyn?
Libsyn is Libsyn, and there's newer hosting.
And did you do a bunch of research before you picked it?
I did.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
but there's newer ones now that are probably better.
Uh-huh.
It's just Neil and I were so stuck with Libsyn. We've been doing
Right.
it. I've been doing Growth Everywhere or Leveling Up for 7 years now, and this one's been almost 4 years.
Wow. And Neil, what do you think is what's the best platform and the best strategy for that platform right now?
My favorite one right now is LinkedIn. Compared to all the other social networks, it doesn't matter if you're B2B or B2C, Facebook, Instagram,
And that's not because LinkedIn is a client of yours.
No comment on that.
Okay.
I'm not saying they are or not. I don't really talk much about.
Rumor has it.
There you go. So the way I look at it is when you look at LinkedIn as a social platform, they know they're not the leader. They're not going to be the leader anytime soon. So what do? They're much more generous with their algorithms, and they'll show the content to pretty much anyone, right? When you push it out, especially if it's video or you go live. So my favorite strategy with LinkedIn is to create video-based content or go live. And when you go live, you're doing it on video as well. And whatever content you're producing, encourage comments. So ask people questions in the video, let them leave it. When you ask them questions and they leave it, respond to each and every single one, because the more you respond to, the more comments it encourages. Mm-hmm. And the biggest part of LinkedIn's algorithm is how many comments and engagement is your post generating, because it's really easy to hit a like button or a thumbs up button, but it's really hard to get people to leave a comment. So what I'll do a lot of times is when I'm creating a video, I'll be like, hey, just out of curiosity, let's say I'm talking about marketing and the future of voice search. I'll be like, hey, just out of curiosity, how many of you have an Alexa device or a Google Home? If you have one, let me know below by saying yes. If you don't, let me know below by saying no. And you'll get a ton of yes or no's, right. And it really helps with the algorithm and cause your content to just go push out there and go viral.
I dig it. All right, so next question. And this could be from one of you, so whoever you think's got the better answer. What can you do? John wants to know what you can do when platforms keep banning you or blocking your links and content.
Neil?
if they're banning your links in the content, that means they don't like your site and you are doing something that they don't like. So go out there, and usually they just don't ban you. They give you a reason. So go look at the reason and go fix your site. And if you keep getting blocked, you either have two options. One, you can use other URLs and redirects, like the bit.lys of the world, where you can change up your URLs. The second thing you can do is just pick another domain name. But the big key thing and takeaway should be, if you're getting blocked a lot, it's for a reason. They usually give you a reason why something was disapproved or they removed you. And you should go and fix that, whether you like it or not. I know that sucks, but these platforms control the audience, and whoever controls the audience controls the power. So you don't have a choice other than to follow what they require.
But that's a really good point, because I know that like I've worked with a few clients, and this is not my wheelhouse, but I've worked with a few clients who had their domain blacklisted. So every time they were creating an ad and then they made the link, the ad would immediately just disappear, right? Yeah. And so it would seem to make sense that if you're getting banned or you're losing stuff, the first thing to do is change the link before you change anything else, because you might be banned, and then no matter what changes you make, it's going to stay banned as long as you have that link. Yep. So if you change the link first and you still are getting banned, what's step two? What's the next thing to? Is there any other thing that's test before you start making major changes?
I think it's to think. I mean, look, I think there is an additional solution to that. I think it's to stop, maybe rethink about the offer that you're putting forward. I think because the thing is probably at least for my early days, and I don't know about, I'm not going to speak for Neil, but I was my main KPI was make money, right? But when you're so focused on making money, it's you're not focused on the long term. So then you
Right.
start pushing offers that probably are against the terms, and you're just trying to make a quick buck, right? So yes, if you have trouble with your links, maybe make a new domain or whatever.
Right.
But you get banned again, maybe you should reevaluate what you're
your
doing.
model. Yeah, sure. Like if your business model is having you banned, you're fighting an uphill battle for sure. I think this is a great question for you guys. I certainly don't know the answer. So let's say that you go to those software hubs and you don't find anything that you can buy. What's the best and safest way, Ed wants to know, to have custom software developed, such as a web app? Is it locally or outsourced to overseas?
I would not outsource it to overseas. I've had a lot of nightmare scenarios, and Neil probably has too. But you can go to Upwork. It's gotten better. Just make sure you're working with people that are onshore and have a high rating. You can do that. Or if you want to go a little higher tier, a lot higher tier, I would say, you go to TopTal, because TopTal gives you 3% top developers.
What is it, Top?
TOPTAL.
Okay.
And they'll help you source the best ones. And these are, I've actually hired a couple before, and they've been really good. Very communicative. They have a good portfolio, and you can trust them. They get things done quickly.
Cool.
But if you're starting off, you're probably strapped on cash.
Yeah, so maybe not TopTal, but maybe Upwork.
Yeah. Upwork, and just look for people who have high reviews, or outsource overseas. And I know a lot of people say it sucks and they have bad experience, but do it per project base instead of hourly, and only pay them based on milestones of completion versus per hour. And if you do that, you should have much better luck with outsourced development. And just make sure you don't keep changing what you're developing, right? So that's called scope creep. When you keep having scope creep, you'll find that things will keep dragging on and it'll never get done, and you think the developers aren't working out, when in reality it's you continually changing the scope.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
One more thing I would say is, look, if you're looking to build any type of web app at all and you actually want people using it, I recommend reading the book, The Mom Test, because a lot of us think we have good ideas, but we're not asking the right questions in the beginning. You have to do a lot of customer development, and people don't know what that means. That book tells you the right questions to ask to your prospective customers, so you don't build something for a year or two and then realize nobody wants it. Because I guarantee you, a lot of people listening to this right now probably have made a mistake like that.
Yeah, some false assumption rooted in their business for sure. I wonder, Melanie has a question here. Is there any process other than creativity and brainstorming, to figure out what tool to build to give away? Is there any kind of keyword kind of search that can get you to an answer, or anything that someone should look at? I don't know what Melanie does, but I guess she's having a challenge, coming up with an idea. But and then she wants to know, how do you know when to start charging? And I know that that's a long time away. If you're giving it away free completely at first with no opt-in, and then adding the opt-in, it's a long time until you're going to start charging for it. But that's not the purpose. At least when these guys were talking about it at first, it was as a way of generating leads and getting traffic.
Neil, do you want to go first, or you want me to go?
Sure. So the easiest way is, don't think about what sector, you already know your niche, whatever space you're in. Go look for who's already popular out there, and you can go use SimilarWeb to get traffic estimation on the competitor tool, or you can use Google Trends and type in their name, and you can see if not only is it popular, but if it's on an upward trajectory. Because if it's growing at a very rapid pace, people naturally love it. And Google Trends measures a brand, right? So what's beautiful about brands is, if the brand name continually gets more and more popular, it's not relying on search engines or algorithms. In most cases, it's relying on the simple thing of word of mouth, which is one of the best forms of marketing. Now that you found something that's really powerful in the space, you can then go to some of these sites that Eric and I talked about earlier and go see if you can find a similar tool that's very relevant, and just create your own version for it for free. And like you mentioned, Rich, the goal isn't to monetize it later on, it's to continually collect leads.
Awesome. Same.
So I think what I would say, I agree with what Neil's saying. If you're looking to charge, because inevitably some of us need to make money, right? What I would recommend is use a free tool like Amplitude. They have a freemium version. They're analytics, and you can see whenever you want to look at your cohort retention, right? It sounds fancy and everything, but you're looking at a graph. You want your graph to be like this, right? So you have a lot of users, retention in the beginning, and it kind of flattens out. You want it to flatten out. That is kind of a signal of product market fit, which is people are they're actually starting to use it, right? If it kind of just goes straight down, you don't have a tool that's sticky, you can't just start charging for it, right? So if you must charge for it, you have to look at that first. You can't ask NPS questions. You can't, like Net Promoter Score. You can't ask, you know, how disappointed would you be? You're just not at that level right now. You use Amplitude. You can look at that. And then I would go back to the mom test, like go talk to your prospective customers, maybe 50. I spent 50 hours on this in the summertime. And you say, look, Rich, what is the worst part of your day? Rich, if you're to wave a magic wand, what would you do to solve your day, right? You ask questions that are not leading and open-ended questions, and then I start to look for signal there. And then I can start to say, okay, I'm gonna build these features and I'm gonna look for product market fit, then I can start charging for it.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. And you know, I forget the, not Eric Ries, but Steve
Blank.
Yeah, Steve Blank. So this is like his customer discovery process just made simple? Is that kind of the idea? Yeah, and you know, my experience has been, because I've worked with so many entrepreneurs, that the majority of entrepreneurs who are, like, you could say successful, but not uber successful, just successful, right? Like they've built a business, they're now somewhat trapped in that business. Odds are, the reason they're trapped in that business and not able to scale it any bigger is because there was a false assumption in there, but now, like, because they never, like, they don't, you know, they can figure it out, like, where it is, but there's a false assumption in there, like, either about the market, about, like, you know, the problem, you know, and how many people have it. But there's a reason, if you can't grow your business past a certain level, then odds are there was, you know, something that you assumed that is not true, that you based your business model on. So you guys are very much up to date with how, you know, big tech is really kind of, they're a mature business, right? So there's no more innovation basically by Google, Facebook, you know, Amazon. We haven't seen much innovation. And they're now much more about monetizing and building their, like, you know, their guarded walls, their walled gardens. And so, you know, I'm just curious what you guys think are the best strategies, like, overall, as it goes to grow your business, knowing that, like, the cost per acquisition is going to continually go up, right? Where should people be spending their time? Like, should they be, like, if they have to choose, and maybe it's market specific, like, but obviously they can't do everything. You can't be on YouTube, be, like, doing SEO, be on Facebook, especially when you're first starting out. What are your thoughts about, like, how do people prioritize where they should be? You know, I know a lot of people put a lot of importance, like, you know, if I pick the right channel, I could succeed, and if I pick the wrong channel, I might do everything right and still fail. So any thoughts about how people can get greater clarity about which platforms to favor in the beginning, and then how quickly they should divest so that, one, they're not totally reliant? I know it's a big question, but I think it's an important question. Got it. Neil, you want me to go first?
Go for it.
Okay. So I think if you're starting out, you're still going to have to very much rely on these. I think it's the question you ask yourself first is, where's my audience hanging out? A lot of people could be hanging out on Reddit. Reddit's actually very engaging. They serve the right content up. Twitter's actually good too. So, like, if you're trying to build,
both sell advertising. So
you're trying to do like let's say you're trying to do something in finance or like venture capital. You go to Twitter. That's where all the VCs are hanging out, right? Or, like, again, it depends. If you're looking to sell to moms, maybe you go on Facebook. Or if you're looking to sell, like, weight loss or health stuff, maybe you go to Facebook. So I think it's understanding where your audience is first. You do that first, and then from there, you start focusing on one thing that's scaling, that's doing well. Then once you feel like it's kind of tapping on a little, maybe you're 80, 90% there, then you start to diversify. That's I think you should get one working well first before you figure out how to diversify.
Yeah, and I agree, and I'm interested to hear what Neil has to say, because, and one of the reasons why you really have to do one well before you move on is that, you know, the online environment, you're competitively bidding against other people, and so, you know, newspaper advertising, TV advertising, there isn't that competitiveness. Like, the price is the price, you negotiate a better price, but it's not done in auction format. And so in an auction format where there's also credence to quality or to these non-factors, yeah, you got to kind of master it to do well, or you're always going to be doing worse than everyone else.
And I think the problem for most people is they just stay with that channel, and then they start complaining once they get destroyed on that channel. Right. Because they didn't get off, you know, the planet that was kind of burning.
Right. Yeah. And Neil, what about you?
What I like doing is, like you guys said, but the other thing too is keep in mind, most of these platforms take the same type of content. So even though you're focusing your energy on one platform, in the short run, what you can do is take the same content and repurpose it on all the other platforms. Now, it's not as good as you going and creating content just for TikTok or just for Instagram or just for Facebook or just for LinkedIn, but it's better than nothing. So yes, at the beginning, focus on one network, but then take whatever content you're creating for that network and repurpose it on the other networks as well. You won't get as many followers because you're repurposing the content versus creating content just for that channel, just for the people on that platform, and they probably prefer it in a different way. But nonetheless, you're still building up some sort of a base. So that way, when you are ready to move to that platform and also dominate it as well, you're not starting from the ground zero.
Yeah, right. That's a perfect point too, right? And then also, if one of those other platforms does better, then you already know that maybe you picked the wrong platform to start. And and if the platform that you picked first is the right platform, you'll know what the second platform is based on what's doing best out of that group, right?
To Neil's point too, by the way, we posted a video onto YouTube, so I did a review on how Peloton does marketing. So they're publicly traded, right? The bike. I love the bike, by the way.
Yeah, we have two of them.
Dude,
yeah,
we
bought
gotta
them
add
when
me.
they first came out.
You gotta add me. All right, we're doing it. But I put on YouTube. It didn't really do anything. But once I threw it up, my team threw it up on LinkedIn, and my LinkedIn followers is less than my YouTube following. And someone from Peloton reached out to my team and say, hey, we saw the video, right? So you do, that's like, we didn't expect that to happen, but that's, Neil and I talk about omni-channel all the time. How can you repurpose, and make sure when you repurpose, make sure it's native to the platform, meaning it's not like in weird dimensions when you're throwing it out, because people didn't know you're half-assing it.
Yeah, it makes total sense. Anything to add to that, or you feel like that's settled?
No, that's settled.
All right. So right now I'd like to welcome some people who've jumped in to the Steal Our Winners offer. Glad that you jumped in. Let me say hi to just a few of you. Wow, too many to list. Cassandra K, Paul C, Ed M, Lonzo. You got Lifetime already, Alex G, Rob R, Jonas T, Mike R, Orna P, and so many more. Now we have a video for you to check out that I know you're gonna love.
In today's environment, we all have to deal with these big tech platforms.
The large platforms.
Big tech platforms and AI, this is certainly a huge, huge issue for many of us.
And it's a constantly changing thing. You never know what's coming up next.
Algorithms have never been truly transparent. They're always moving, right? And so the moment you think you've got SEO figured out, then the rules change.
Many times we get campaigns that are rejected. We got all sorts of issues, and we can't reach a human being. And so then, we're forced to deal with this machine.
How does it work? And how does it affect me and my business? And how can I use it to serve my customers even better?
Literally, the traffic to those sites went from hundreds of thousands of visitors a day to 20 to 30. Just like, boom, overnight. There goes the business.
I've lost merchant accounts. Back in the day, I lost my AdSense account, and I still don't know why. And for that reason, I can't monetize videos.
They obviously know what everybody's clicking on and how much time they're spending, so they know what we all want. And they're going to use that AI to optimize to their benefit.
If you're an average small business owner, you're screwed. They'll shut you down, ask questions later. You don't even have to do anything wrong.
These natural algorithms and things that are out there, yes, they can bless you, but they can also punish you. And when that punishment happens, it can literally wipe you off the map.
Invested $500,000 more than I should have, just because I didn't understand what was going on the platform. That's a lot of money.
It's done this, and then it's done this, and then but it trends downwards if I don't keep feeding it.
Big tech is set up to take your money, to spit you out, knowing there's another person right behind you ready to put their money in. If you don't have Rich or somebody to guide you, it's a pipe dream.
The bottom line is, be prepared for your world to end. You need to diversify. That's what Rich Schefren is screaming from the rooftops.
He makes these big predictions in his books. You go to his books 10, 15 years ago and see the predictions he made. They all come true.
He is so brilliant. And he's also really good at understanding how to dissect a problem and get down to the heart of it and solve it.
I'm looking forward to seeing his take on AI, because I know that if he's come out of retirement, that he's going to look deep, he's going to get his finger near the pulse.
So I'm curious to see what he's going to say.
He's an original thinker, and he's great at articulating his thinking in a way that makes it usable to someone like me or some other entrepreneur or business person.
So he's unbelievably intelligent, and he also has a way of breaking it down so common folk like me can get it and just utilize it.
He's going to be able to explain that in a way that I know is going to serve a lot of people. I'm certainly looking forward to learning more from him.
He's got the network and the cachet to bring together some of the brightest minds that can provide value within the context of his training, and I'm looking forward to seeing what he comes up with.
Those who don't take advantage of this are going to be left behind wondering, what happened? How did my business collapse underneath me?
You have to be ready for the apocalypse. It will come knocking on your door one day.
You have to know what you're doing. You have to build these backup plans. You have to build alternate sources of traffic. That's not something that most people have the skill to be able to figure out themselves. That's something you need some experts who've been there, done that.
Hey there, this is Mars of the Launchman. We're helping out behind the scenes here with Rich Schefren's Coalition to Save Internet Business Livestream, and I decided to hijack Rich's webcast to let you in on a huge secret that I know you're going to love. Now, as you've been watching the broadcast, you've seen the caliber of industry-leading digital entrepreneurs and marketers that Rich is really the only one I know who could somehow manage to get them all together in the same room like this. And with all the bleeding-edge content and conversation going on, I figured you could use, a kind of mental break. So consider this like your moment of quiet contemplation. Now that we're all zenned up, let me cut straight to the huge secret I promised. If you've been working online for any length of time, you've probably seen a parade of info products and programs that promise the moon, the stars, and flying cars when it comes to creating profit online, right? This is not that. If you know anything about Rich Schefren, you know he's not into pitching overhyped, underperforming, one-time tactics or training programs. The livecast you've been watching is an example of the value-packed training Rich is famous for, and that's really why you gotta take a serious look at this offer for Rich's Steal Our Winners. It gives you monthly access to the all-in-one-place source of the most current winning strategies that help create massive profits with speed, all from the biggest and best names on the planet, so you can stay ahead of those business-killing big tech algos. And right now, see that little countdown clock next to this video? It's the bearer of some exceptionally good news for you. Why? Because while that clock is still ticking, you've got a chance to get a couple of fresh, very unique countdown bonuses. So in addition to the main Steal Our Winners offer, plus bonuses valued at $1,000 that Rich is already including with your purchase today, you're going to get this pair of brand spanking new bonuses worth over $500. Look, Rich asked me to throw in something that takes the power of algorithms and AI and puts them to work in your favor instead of against you the way big tech does. So how about something that not only takes the most effective headlines, ad lines, and subject lines used by literally the best copywriters and media buyers in the world, it also lets you effortlessly tweak them to create that ninja marketing hit. Meet the hook line dynamic. You can ask it to automatically spit out tested headlines for your sales pages, email subject lines that get you opens and clicks, and ad lines that not only get accepted by platform algorithms, but convert like a mother. Or you can create your own. The way it works is it uses a 14,000 word database based on the Warner word charge list rated by 40,000 plus real human beings, and it compares the words you use in your hook lines against the only 3 factors that matter when it comes to messaging that actually converts: the level of excitement, emotion, negative or positive, and empowerment. So what if you could automatically spit out hook lines or create your own and test them against the things that those big tech algorithms are looking at? Forbidden words and characters, hot words, total word count, that kind of stuff, and get detailed feedback that you can easily understand, so you know in advance how well your emails, your ads, your sales pages, and so forth are gonna perform before you even put them in place. And not only that, what if you could pre-test them based on the specific audience you're targeting? Men versus women, older versus younger, level of education. There's really no other tool that takes AI and algorithms and points them in the direction of your marketing like this. My dev team in Lithuania actually built it for me and my clients, and we've seen seen it regularly double and triple the effectiveness of our ads and our funnels. And honestly, I've been keeping it under wraps, for just me and my high-level clients, but I decided to throw this combo in today only for free when you decide to get access to Steal Our Winners. Why? Because even though it cost me over $33,000 to build it, and even though I usually charge $600 a year for it for real, Rich is my homie and he asked me to help him move the needle for interneters like you. So cat's officially out of the bag. And if you're someone who sees the clear, obvious, transparent, undeniable value of this countdown bonus, go ahead and click that button before the clock hits 0. I'm serious, because it's actually going to go away when that clock runs out. And if you've been paying attention, my question is, why wouldn't you click that button? Maybe I'm making an assumption here. Maybe you don't know all the other awesome bonuses you're about to get when you jump on this Steal Our Winners deal. Rich is throwing in a 4-pack of super valuable bonuses. You can click the button to check out the details. Honestly, it's the most kick bonus combo I've seen in all my years of running campaigns online. Wait, quick time check. If you don't click that button before time runs out, this hook line dynamic bonus goes poof. Don't be that guy. Make the move. You know it's the right one. It's time for you to get the best strategies straight from the source's mouth so you can put them into action at max speed. The sooner you start to steal our winners, the sooner you can end the stress of gambling with your business online and get on the path to profiting in the face of big tech's anti-small biz algorithms. Your struggle ends today. By now you see that. So as you click the button, know that what's waiting for you on the other side is the support, the guidance, the clarity, and most importantly, the potential profits you're looking for. That's what Rich Scheffrin's Steal Our Winners will do for you. So go ahead and click that button now. Time's almost up.
There's a high risk of mass extinction of internet businesses online. You have the Googles, Yahoos, YouTubes, etc., that are fixing the game with their data and AI. And so what we're here to do is fix that problem. My name is Rich Scheffrin. I've been kind of labeled as the guru to the gurus. Some people call me like an OG of internet marketing. I was the coach to Mike Filsaime, or Ryan Dice, Russell Brunson, Todd Brown. I'm probably the only one in the game that has a single testimonial where I made $1 billion difference in a company. Why am I here? Why do I care? One of the things that I'm always taken very seriously is that if I'm going to teach someone how to grow their business, the stuff I teach them better work, because they're putting their life on the line. And there's a lot of stuff out there that doesn't work. Because when you sell something that doesn't work, what you're really doing is not only taking money from someone, you're robbing them of the hope that they had, any promises that they gave to their family about life being different. I was in that situation. The first 2 years I was online, I failed because I was following the wrong advice. And so I'm back because I don't want to see the market that I helped create disappear. Well, here's what I'm going to do to solve it. I've called the world's top experts in every area of online marketing. We're going to go for 24 hours for free. You're going to get strategies and concepts and tactics that are working today, so that you can steal them, right? Winners. You can steal our winners so that you can be on the winning side as opposed to the losing side, which I believe that most small businesses, unfortunately, are going to be in. I believe it's going to be one of the biggest events online in the last decade, and if not longer. It's going to be epic. It's going to be 24 hours long. It's going to be free. If you come to this epic event, an event that only I think, could actually gather this amount of tremendous knowledge all in one building, then you will have what it takes to win today and tomorrow. And so be here. Welcome back. Now, before we dive into our next guest, I want to reveal to you all what is going to be in the mystery box. And who knows, maybe some more things will be put in the mystery box before the evening is done, but let me share with you what is in the mystery box right now. So I promised you it would be worth over $1,000, and you paid me $30. So here's what you get. You get 1 year of Steal Our Winners. Okay, so that's the first thing. 1 year of Steal Our Winners. You get a book or a pamphlet or something like that. I don't know how it's packaged, but it's 450 phrases to keep your prospects' attention. It's something that I developed back in when I wrote the Attention Age Doctrine 1 and 2. And these are words that you put at the beginning of a sentence that tell readers that to pay attention here. So transition statements. You get Pete Coins, copy markup blueprint. So if you've ever wanted to really understand like how we do it at Agora, like how do we look at a sales letter and break it down into pieces so that we can turn it into a template and then be able to create sales letters that use that same formula without the same sales letter. Pete Coin, who is the publisher of Paradigm, which is the division that I work under, he, who has been studying copy every day for at least a decade now, he instructs that, right? So next one is 308 subject line swipe file. The next one is Joe Schriefer's secret copyboarding book. This is another book that we use inside of Agora, and it's basically shows you how to write a sales letter, a very compelling multi-million-dollar sales letter, by just surfacing the objections of your marketplace and really in a templated approach, and it's really powerful. The next thing, I think it was about 5 months ago, 6 months ago, 4 months ago, sometime around then, Agora did a training, I think it was over at least 8 weeks, might have been longer, twice a week, a media buying boot camp. You know, we have lots of media buyers at Agora, and we did a media buying boot camp where we trained our next group of media buyers for the Agora companies, and we sold that, and I'm not sure what we sold that for. It was either $2,000 or $3,000. It's in this box. So you're going to get the media buying boot camp as well. You're going to also get, and it's hard to put a price point on this, but I was asked by some of the copywriters in our division if I would just get up and talk about some of the biohacking that I do. I'm kind of known for doing a lot of different things with nootropics, as well as lots of other biohacks. Been doing it for 20 years. So I spent about an hour and a half working, just talking to our copywriters with the intention that it was never going to be shared publicly. So there's stuff I say in there that had I known it was public, I probably wouldn't have done it, but I trust you because you trusted me. So you'll get the Rich Closed Door Biohacking Intensive, and I'm also going to include a report by Ryan Bello, and I have to do a good job really supporting Ryan Bello because he sent me something to include, and I really want to get the word out about him. Ryan Bello is a nootropics expert. He's someone who I've actually paid for consulting, and I asked him if he would give me a couple of different protocols, different nootropic stacks that would be great for entrepreneurs, to really be at their best. And so he did, and so that's in the box as well. And if people remind me, I will try and get some of our guests possibly to throw something into the mystery box. And so I've forgotten that, but now that I remember that the mystery box, so I told you that it would be at least worth at least $1,000. I'd have to say, let's say the media buying boot camp is $2,000. Then with all this other stuff, we're probably at about close to $2,500 or $3,000 for $30. So that was in the mystery box. So if you trusted me, I'm sure you're very happy right now, since media buying is a critical skill, and pretty much everyone needs to know it online. And so I wanted to let you know that you made a good decision trusting me, and if you didn't, next time hopefully you do trust me. And now we have Molly here, and I'm really excited because Molly is known for energizing a room and inspiring others to step into an elevated sense of their own awesome, as she puts it. She pulls from her vast experience touring the world, working professionally as a performer for more than 10 years. She delivers clear steps that allow business owners to step into their spotlight so they can increase their visibility and bottom line with clarity, confidence, and joy. And, I don't know Molly that well, but I've gotten to spend some time with her about 2 weeks ago in California. Was it 2 weeks ago or was it longer? Yeah, about 2 weeks ago in California. And you can't spend time with Molly and be in a bad mood. And if you are in a bad mood, by the time you're like 2 minutes into the conversation with Molly, you're in a good mood. So
that is my mission in life,
yeah,
just so you know. Oh my gosh.
Right at this time, right? So that to boost me back up. So, all right, let's dive into it. So welcome.
Yeah,
thank you. Time?
Oh my gosh, this has been definitely the best day of the year so far, for sure.
Right.
I mean, it's just been so awesome. There's people here that, I've known for the very infancy of starting this whole thing. And so to be able to be in a room with them and be able to thank them personally has been so amazing. And just the nuggets that I've been able to pick up, it's just been so awesome. Yeah.
Cool.
So
let's talk about social media. Why is social media not a waste of time?
Why is it not a waste of time? I know it can feel like it's a waste of time, and it can also feel, especially like if you're not someone who happens to love social media, especially I love Facebook. If you're someone who doesn't love it, I know it can feel like this effort. And then with the algorithm changing all the time, it can feel like a full-time job. Right. So it doesn't need to be your full-time job. You can call me anytime. Right. I will make it my full-time job. And really what most people don't realize is that there's this social triangle. So there's actually 3 people in the conversation. Right. What a lot of people feel is that they are putting their content out and expecting that they're going to get all these comments, all these likes, all these clicks, all these conversions, leads, and then sales. And they're not recognizing the fact that there's 3 pieces in the puzzle. It's the platform. So Facebook is what I focus on, but these strategies work for any social media platform. Facebook, the person that you're talking to, and you. Right. And if you don't actually feed all 3 of those, then some piece of the triangle is going to collapse. Okay. And so, if we start with Facebook, so if we're playing on Facebook, they own the playground. Right. So if we don't follow their rules, we're going to be gone. And if we don't feed them in a way that actually gives them more of what they want, they're going to demote our content because it's their playground, right? So we want to be, they have told us very clearly they want to be having more engaging human conversations. So we don't want to be posting things that are clickbaity and going to send people off, or that are inspiring one-word comments. Right. We want to have deeper conversations. Right. So as much as we can do to feed Facebook, keep people on longer, deepen their experience on the platform, longer form copy, longer videos to keep people there and actually coming back. Then you transfer to the person that you're looking to serve. Right. So a lot of people will want to get more interaction on their stuff, but they don't ever think about giving interaction to somebody else. So if you can, we have some systems where you can really systematically streamline your time on Facebook by using friends lists and other things we can talk about, so that you strategically engage with power partners, with with potential clients, with your clients, so that the algorithm knows, oh, these are the people that you want to see your stuff because you're loving on their stuff. Right. Responding to comments, talking in Messenger, stuff like that. And then if you keep those 2 pieces of the triangle going, you're just going to fill it out and make a nice little triangle, and it's all going to come back to you. And then that's easy. You can just go home, you'll make $1 million. That'd be perfect.
That's not a claim.
But to answer your question too, it's like people are there.
Right.
People are living there.
People are certainly there. And I wrote, I wonder if you have strategies for this. So I'm putting you on the spot.
Okay, I like it. I'm up for the challenge.
But I wrote this, when I wrote the Attention Age Doctrine 1 and 2, and in 2, I think it was, this is back in late 2007, early 2008, and I was saying, the first one was attention's going to become the scarcest commodity online, right? And that was in 2007. Then 2008, beginning of 2008, I'm like, okay, where attention is going to go is to social media. And so what that means, some of the implications are, you want to be a maven, you want to be seen as the authority because people are going to look for authorities. And then the other one was that, well, actually, I'm going to tell you another one until I remember the third one. Okay. That all attention has value, that attention translates into cash, and now I remember the third, which was the most important, and that is that when attention shifted to social media, and as it has continued and grown, prospects are no longer the target. They're the best channel that you have. Like Facebook has told us, right, that they're not going to show ads and stuff from companies, that just because someone liked their page, that's no longer.
Not even ads, but you mean like organic stuff on business pages or business or links that are leaving Facebook. Correct. Yeah.
So what Facebook is telling you is that we value what one person is saying more than what one business is saying. Yeah. So your business strategy then has to incorporate that. And so I'm wondering, what are your best strategies, if you have some, I don't know, to get people talking?
Oh yeah. So
to make your prospects your channel as opposed to your targets. Not that they're still a target. You want to sell them, right? But they're more critical in their ability to get
evangelize.
The message out. Yeah, and I'm talking prospects per se, not customers and clients.
Yeah.
Because I think like we all have a lot more prospects than we have customers.
Right. So I think a huge piece of that is having some sort of mission. So the fact that you said that you can't be in a room with me without whatever you said, being in a better mood, I have a very clear mission, which if we have mall stars watching this right now, I bet they could tell you what my favorite hashtag is, which is stand for joy. And so there's stuff in the world that is really freaking grumpy and negative, right? But I've created a community, and they've helped me to create a community of people who are on a mission to stand for joy. And so if there's things that are rooted in those values that I can then share with them, and then they can then share with others, it's going to help us to all, they're going to be inspired to share that, because you know, it's when someone shares something of yours, that's the juiciest, best thing, like you were saying, because they're putting their trust on the line by sharing your stuff in their feed. So if you can get them behind a mission, that's really important. Also, and this is very fundamental to business, obviously, but it's something that I think is not often practiced, is really figuring out who you are as a human.
Sure.
So that you can really connect with them. And so we have do you think that's an easy thing to do?
No.
Okay.
No, I don't think that's an easy thing to do. But even once you know who you are as a person, right? Then what?
Yeah, so we have this exercise called the Quesadilla of Awesome. Have you heard of this?
No, I have not.
Okay, so there's an acronym. I mean, what?
I know
You've
of awesome quesadillas, but not quesadilla of awesome.
Which is the whole point, is that everyone has something that makes them uniquely awesome, even if it's just that they make an awesome quesadilla.
Gotcha.
Okay, so your Quesadilla of Awesome is made up of all the things that make you uniquely you. So there's an acronym that goes for it. You make a list of 20 things that make you an amazing human, separate from your company, like you as a person. I'll go super quick. It's your skill sets. The word is SAVE. The acronym is SAVE.
Skill sets?
You may think SAVE has 4 letters. It has 5, because I can't spell, so I spell wrong on purpose.
Wrong all the time.
Okay, perfect. So your skill sets, not your achievements, your activities that you love. So separate from business. And then your appearance. And here's why. When you're on social media, my sister, Mary Pendleton, who's awesome on Instagram, she said this recently, that when you signed up to be a business owner, you may not realize this, but you actually signed up to be a model.
Well, I've been dieting like a madman so that I would look good on camera. So,
but that's one of the things that stops people from showing up, though, right? So we have to find things about our appearance that we love, because it's our own face that's going to be looking back at ourselves. So your appearance, and then the V we mentioned earlier is your values. Right. And when you can get the values clear, you can create that mission. Okay, the E is things you like to eat.
Okay.
Okay. Now I have a very important question for you.
Okay.
Brussels sprouts. Yes or no?
Very much yes.
Me too. Okay.
Yeah.
So.
Well, if it's well done, and they're great, but yeah.
Like, what would be well done? What do you mean well done? Not like done well, but actually well done. Yes. Yeah, I agree. So Brussels sprouts are a perfect example of a way to create a polarizing conversation that is human, but also people never just comment yes or no when you ask that on social media. So if you go to your Facebook page and you type in Brussels sprouts yes or no, it's going to kick up the algorithm, and you're going to find recipes, you're going to find all sorts of things, because it's polarizing and it's human. So the more that you can create polarizing human stuff, people are going to get behind it and want to have a conversation about it.
Got it.
So, yeah.
And so, do you have any strategies to help your clients figure out what is polarizing in their industry?
Yeah.
To take a stand on? Or is it just, obviously, I'm sure everyone understands it, but just wondering if you have any... the strategy. So the best thing that you can do is use the gut check. So when you, and I say this with Facebook Live a lot too, when you feel something that makes you go, either in the way of an amazing sunrise or sunset, or in the way of I want to punch that person in the face, share it. Right? And if it's something that gives you a reaction, there's most likely it's going to give someone else a reaction. Right.
And the little things that are happening, the little thoughts that are weaving their way through your head, those are often the things that have the most virality. Right. The things that other people are probably thinking but maybe afraid to share, because you're speaking the truth of your community.
Right.
Really? So.
Okay, and so
just jot those things down when you feel them.
And then share them, obviously.
Yeah.
And, I would imagine that there are a lot of people out there right now that are doing social media, but they don't really have a strategy around it.
Yeah.
They're just doing certain things. So can you talk about how do you develop a core strategy, right? And then once you talk about that, how does having one change the game?
Yeah. because a lot of people, when they're overwhelmed, they'll just take random memes and pictures and post things haphazardly, and that makes social media a waste of time. If you're using it for business.
That's how I use Instagram right now. Just every once in a while, throw up a picture.
And maybe it's fun for you or therapeutic, or
but it's certainly not business focused right now.
Right. So you want to make sure you have a strategy.
But I'd like it to be, and so
okay, cool. Yeah, so let's do it. So we have this thing called the content to clients formula. So we have that, and that's for your basic content that's going to go out. So I'll explain that piece. And then we have another formula that we use called the map to millions. Okay. And that's about creating one really juicy piece of content every week. You probably could pull things that you have from the past, right? You could do a video on it, or you could do, it doesn't have to be a video. We do it as a live video because that tends to be the best way to get a lot of deeper engagement and then more traction. So let's start with the map to millions. Okay. So what you're going to do is you're going to use our APR method. Okay. And APR.
You got a lot of acronyms.
I know. Yeah. It helps me to actually remember what I'm talking about. So it's announce. Right. Pretend. Right. Repurpose. Okay. So the A is where you're actually going to tell people, hey, this awesome thing is happening on Wednesday. Right. Get there and show up. You do that via email, messenger bot, text message, talk to your friends, call people on the phone. If you don't have a very big community or list, just talk to human beings. Like that's the way to get started, right? Drive all the traffic towards this one piece of content, which for us is a Facebook Live. Okay. So we have cool ways to do that. You get people to the Facebook Live, you deliver the Facebook Live. On the Facebook Live, there's some sort of free gift that you're giving. Right. Show notes is an easy, amazing way to do it. We then host our show notes inside our Facebook group, so it drives traffic to the group. They're going in through the messenger bot to get it. They have to drop their email to get it, and then they're sent to the group to get it. So it's like multiple opt-ins, right? We also get phone numbers there as well. So if I have an infographic I can send you. It's great. Yeah, it's this whole web. It's really cool that shows where it goes after that. And while you're pretending, the pretend piece is about even if no one's showing up while you're live. Right. You act like Mr. Rogers. Right. And you have a one-on-one conversation. Right. It worked for him. Yes. Right? It did. So you have that one-on-one conversation, you're asking questions, you're asking for engagement on the video. Even if nobody shows up live, it doesn't really matter because the repurposing effect is so amazing if you deliver it truly like you're having that one-on-one conversation with someone. And then in the repurposing piece, we turn that one video into 15 pieces of content. They can go all over the place. I love what Neil was saying that the best thing you can do is create unique content for each platform, but
who's got time?
Yeah. So there's really awesome tools. We use b.live. Do you know? That's what we did. Yeah. So b.live is my favorite tool for doing Facebook Lives because you can put a lower third. You can bring the comments up. It makes it almost like you're editing it live. You can also download it straight from there. So we download every single video right away using a tool called Repurpose. Okay. So I don't even have to think about it. So if a glitch happens and my video is gone, I'm safe because I have all my content downloaded. We also turn it into a blog post automatically using Simple Social Press. Okay, I mix it up a lot. Press? It's SSP. Okay. I switch them around sometimes.
It might be Social Simple Press.
It might be. One of those. I never remember. But yeah, and that automatically takes your video automatically and turns it into a blog post on a WordPress site.
Does it do a good job?
Well, wait. What it does that's really cool is it takes the comments from your video and makes them comments on your blog post.
Oh, wow.
Which is so cool. It doesn't actually transcribe the video, so you have to go. Have to go in and write the actual copy.
Gotcha.
But it looks really nice, and it's there ready to go. So then we just have a team member who comes in and fills out some show notes on the blog post. Yeah, and then you do this every week. So that is the weekly strategy that we use, and we put that map to millions inside another acronym called the 3VO. Right. Which is a way to stop you from being a salesy weirdo. So you do 3 value videos and an offer. Right. So value, 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 offer. So you would do a masterclass, a webinar, or something once a month that's live as well.
Got it. And so, okay, so the first one, what was the?
That's the whole map to millions, which is using that APR method, which is announce, pretend, repurpose.
Right. And how often should someone do that?
Once a week.
Once a week, okay.
And then if you only posted content once a week on your business page, that would, because you want to do this on your Facebook business page, because then people can share it, you can have the retargeting audiences, all of that. You can use a messenger bot. If you only did that once a week, that'd be a great start. Right. But you're going to want other content to pepper in between, right? So that's where we use our content to clients framework. And with that, really what you're doing is we have several different, for our GLAM, is another acronym that stands for Go Live and Monetize. And for our GLAM members, we have them fill out this big document. Some of the things that go into it are your quesadilla of awesome, as we talked about. And then also, do you know the concept of the ladder of beliefs or the ladder of influence?
The ladder of beliefs I think I developed, so I
Did you?
It's the ladder of influence. Yeah,
wait, what is it? Tell me what the ladder of beliefs is then.
Well, no, I think it was I came up with a ladder of sales difficulty. Actually, it was the first thing is assistance, goal, method, identity.
Ooh, assistance, goal.
When I used to make webinars, assistance is we sold a J. Abraham product on passive income. We advertised. The sales page was all about passive income, and the ad was about passive income. So it was clear. All we had to do was convince people that they wanted Jay's assistance. So right, we didn't have to sell them on passive income because the keyword had it. Everything had it. Right? So the next level is method, right? So you could do let's say a webinar on how to cut the time in writing a sales letter down by 300% and increase conversions at the same time, and it would be a course on VSLs.
Okay.
Right? They didn't know that going
mechanism
in,
or something.
right?
Yeah.
So they just knew about the benefits. So now you have to sell them on the method, right? VSLs.
I love this.
And then you also still have to sell them on your assistance. You're the right person to teach them that.
Right.
Right? And so the next one is goal, which is right now you're pursuing the wrong goal, right, to get to the outcome that you want, right? So you have the wrong goal. And so that, an example of that is when I did Theory of Constraints, when I sold that, right, I wrote a report called The Entrepreneurial Emergency, and I told people, you really have the wrong goal. What you've been doing is you're trying to add more potential, but you're not fully tapping into the potential you have. And the reason why is because you have a constraint. So your goal should be figure out what the constraint is. The method to do that is Theory of Constraints, and let me tell you why I'm the best guy to teach it to you, right? And then when I wrote the manifesto, that was an identity sale. So that you have to cover all the others. But right now you're an opportunity seeker. You need to be a strategic entrepreneur. When you become a strategic entrepreneur, your goal is going to change from making money to building a business that makes money, right?
Okay, yeah.
Right, and
your language is going to change as you're going between those different things and all that,
the method that, the way you're going to go about doing that is you're actually going to be strategic, have a vision, and align, your actions towards that outcome. And let me tell you why I'm the best person to do it. Now, the reason I wrote the report on an identity level as opposed to an assistance level, back in the day, was that most of the market was not at a place where they were looking for assistance, right? So I, my webinar, the one that we created in 2008, and the reports, I made a decision that I knew I would lose the sales of the most qualified. Because the most qualified, I'm looking for an entrepreneurial
help.
Coach.
Yes, yeah.
But if they get into my webinar and I'm making all these other sales before I even get to assistance, they're bored.
Yeah.
Right? But I didn't have there might be 2% of the market that was easy sales, right? But 98% didn't want business coaching or Theory of Constraints or whatever.
Yeah.
So I always, well, not always, but I made the decision, I'm going to do the harder sale because it will give me a wider blanket, and I'll just forego or sacrifice those easy sales, but maybe hopefully someday I build a brand or people know who I am and I get some of those layups.
Someday.
Right. So, but what's your
so ours is actually the tree of beliefs.
Okay.
And so it's based on those concepts, which I had never heard it explained that way, which obviously you're brilliant, so that's awesome, and I love it. So this is really when you're if you have a product, so we have a program called Camera Confidence. If someone isn't convinced that social media is a good platform, they're never going to want to join Camera Confidence. If they're not convinced that video is something they should be doing, they're never going to want to do that, right? If they're not convinced that I'm someone that could help them, they're never going to join. So there's these seeds that you plant first in your content, which just gets them to say yes to the beginning entry level things, and then slowly you have more content that helps them to climb up the tree of beliefs, so that eventually they get to the top of the tree where they're yes, by the time you make your offer, it's persuading, right? So we take your quesadilla of awesome, your tree of beliefs, and several other things, and we put them together in this list, your objections to working with you, and you take those, and with those lists, you pull out the things that are common, the common themes, and that becomes your content then that you're posting.
Makes total sense. So I want to ask a quick question because I've been told I should ask it.
Okay.
So this is from Lynn, and it's Molly, a controversial topic in Australia. The government has banned TikTok in all government buildings. Is
just in government buildings?
I guess so.
Okay.
Is TikTok safe to use as a marketer? I'm not really sure what
I
that
understand
question-
exactly what the question means. So TikTok, I would love to talk about TikTok, so thank you for asking that question. There's a lot of fear about it because it's a Chinese-owned
from that standpoint.
Yeah,
okay.
so it's like data, your information that you're giving them access to is then, which a lot of governments, I don't think it's only Australia. Like I have a friend who does social media for NASA, and he was like, we can't do anything on TikTok, right? Because of the fact that it's Chinese owned. Yeah.
Okay.
I have made the choice.
It's a communist country, so at the end of the day, every corporation is tied back to the government.
Okay, right. So I have made the choice that when I sign into any social media platform, I'm basically giving away everything in my life.
Yeah.
And if something happens, that's a bummer. Right. Like, I'd rather not live my life in fear. So I don't trust Facebook any more than I trust TikTok, honestly. So,
and nor should you.
Yeah. So.
All right, so I got another question. Should you do all at the same time? Diane wants to know Facebook, Facebook group, Instagram, LinkedIn, and YouTube all at the same time?
I think you will probably lose your mind.
Yeah.
So I would pick one platform to start with, and I will say there's going to be some things that you'll miss out on when you do that. Yeah. In 2013, I had a pretty rockin' YouTube channel. I was coaching singing lessons online, and I have some videos that have hundreds of thousands of views of how to sing a C scale and sight read music.
Right.
That I dropped in 2016 when we decided to focus on supporting business owners because I knew Facebook Live was this. I followed the opportunity. Right. Facebook Live was new. My YouTube channel now stinks, but I'm going to revive it.
Right.
Or, so if I had not doubled down on that one platform and really dug deep there, I don't think we would have hit seven figures and had the awesome business.
And is Facebook Live still? I know it's not as good as it was. Is that true? Or let me rephrase. Is it not like when they first came out? They were really pushing it. And you created a video, it seemed like
there's two things that have affected it.
Okay.
One, which I hardly ever talk about, and I should talk about more, which is there was something that happened with Facebook where they admitted that the views that they were showing us were falsely exaggerated.
Yeah. Okay.
And so when we see a drop in our views, it's not always a drop in the actual humans that are there. It's a drop in the reporting.
Gotcha.
Because it used to be, a view used to mean, I think, that the video was like in the queue to come into someone's news feed. It doesn't mean that they actually even see it.
Wow.
So that's one thing to keep in mind. The other thing is, people used to be able to do really horrible videos with no point and get reach on it.
Right.
I don't know if that was a good thing.
Yeah.
Right? So now you just have to be more strategic in order to get reach, which is actually benefiting your business. So it's actually probably better for you the way that it is now. There's still not very many people who are doing it really in the grand scheme of things. And the people who are most likely not using it strategically because they're not trying or because they don't know. So you have an awesome opportunity to still get pretty dang amazing reach and engagement.
That's awesome. And so this next question, I think our next guest will have a great answer for it, but I still think we should talk about it. It's Kwesi J, and at Molly, she said, you scrolled before I could read it. Loving the vibe. Any tips for introverts?
Oh yeah. All right.
And I'm an introvert, by the way. Like, and if I go to a party, I find the one person I know, and then command their attention the whole night, and I get back and who did you meet? Nobody.
Yeah. And I think because I'm obviously very, my energy outgoing. Is very loud and outgoing, that sometimes people think, well, okay, Molly, obviously this works for you because you're out there, but there's a lot of people who can't handle my videos. We had one student who said that she put a book over my face because she can't handle looking at me in camera, and so that's but my content was so great that she bought the program anyway. I was like, thank you. Okay, so my tip for you would actually be something from Kung Fu Panda 3.
Okay.
Oh, so have you seen Kung Fu Panda 3?
I have not seen Kung Fu Panda 3.
Awesome movie. And Po's he's the dragon warrior, and he's trying to teach the pandas how to become ninjas. And he's doing all these things to try and convince them to become ninjas. And one of them starts rolling down the hill and takes somebody out on accident.
Okay.
And the camera pans in on his face, and he's like, and he says, I don't need to teach you to be more like me. I need to teach you to be more like you.
Right.
And so if you are an introvert, I would really go back to that Mr. Rogers style conversation and think about, this is something from the acting world, Stanislavski, acting theorists. think of that person and the problem that they're experiencing, and literally, like if this is your camera, the person is right here, put them right behind the camera and hear what we call in the acting world the moment before. So before you start your live video, imagine, like from your heart, take a second to be like empathetic and hear the question. And you know, if I'm helping someone to deal with grief, I'm not going to come on the video and say, "Did your dad just die?" Like, you know, you're not going to do that. I'm going to say, like, I get it. You know, when you lose a loved one, it can be really, really tough. So you're going to start in that place and just look to have a conversation. Don't look to put on a show.
Great answer.
Yeah. Thanks.
And I'm sure, like I said, our next guest will probably have an answer as well, because I'd like to ask him that question. So Molly, why don't you just slide one over? You're going to stick around.
Oh, amazing. Awesome.
And we're going to bring on Todd Herman. And Todd,
oh my gosh, I love Todd.
Is a real trooper for flying down here. Like he had an accident in between, like I just saw him last week. In between last week and this week, what did you do?
I ruptured my.
There you go.
There you go. I ruptured my Achilles, broke my toes, separated my shoulder. Anyway, all the things you do for your kids at a trampoline park.
Gotcha. Now, before we dive in with Todd and Molly, should we do a share? Should I finally start catching up on the shares, Mars?
Sure.
All right. So, do you have like what I can share?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll go for a minute here because so I would say that, you know, I would think that you'd have something to say here about an introvert.
Yeah.
Because you know, well, first, right, let me talk about Todd for a second so you guys know who he is.
Please do.
Yeah,
this
is
the good stuff that I've been waiting all night for.
Todd's an author, a performance advisor, and entrepreneur. His company, Herman Performance Systems, has a suite of programs serving Olympic athletes, entrepreneurs, and leaders, as well as professional sports teams. His book, The Alter Ego Effect, is an amazing read. I read it. I'm going to read it again because it passed the test to be worth highlighting.
Wow.
And I know that it's a book that I need to not only read a couple times, but actually internalize, because I see the power in it.
Yeah.
And I have specific situations in my life where I know it to be true, but I don't feel like I have the ability right now to just turn it on at will. So Todd's also the recipient of the Inc. 500 Fastest Growing Company Award. Plus, he's been featured on the Today Show, Sky Business News, Inc. Magazine, CBC, National News. Yeah. He lives in New York City with his wife and 3 kids, right up the street from me. And, you know, I don't know how much of what we spoke about at lunch I can say. Can I say it all?
Yeah.
Okay, so very cool. Todd turned The Alter Ego Effect into a children's book, and the name of the children's book is?
My Super Me.
My Super Me, and now in talks with?
Nickelodeon Junior channel, Apple Plus.
Thanks.
To turn it into a kids cartoon.
So, wow.
Yeah.
That's like big time, I think.
I
think when you create a book that's a bestseller, like New York Times bestseller, Wall Street Journal bestseller, it turns into a kid's book, and then it turns into a cartoon. You've had an impact.
I would be a hero amongst my 3 kids if I could get a show on after Paw Patrol on Nickelodeon Junior. So we'll see how it all goes, but it's exciting to see it happen.
All right, so now introverts.
Yeah.
What advice do you have for someone who's an introvert?
Well,
and maybe before that, give like a minute or 2 minute just explanation about what the alter ego is and all that, because I think it'll help tie in what you're about to say.
So just some context. I've been working with pro athletes. Well, I've been working with athletes. I started out working with like teenage kids, really, because I've been doing this for 22 years. But as I was growing and working into more elite athletes, I found this common thread amongst them was that a lot of them would talk about how they have this performance persona or this other identity to step into when they go onto the court or the field. And for me, that resonated because I did that too. I played college football. I was a national ranked badminton player. So for me, it was like more of like a meeting of the minds. I'm like, oh, cool, I did that too. But then I went back to my notes and was like, wait a second, the ones who are consistently performing at high level would always mention this alter ego or identity thing. So that's what I became known for. You talk about niching into something. I actually have built a career around building alter egos and secret identities for pro athletes and Olympians. So the crux of it is that, and that's why I say it's called the alter ego effect of the book, the power of secret identities to transform your life. And the key there in that subtitle is that you end up, when you're utilizing your creative imagination and you're playing through the concept of someone or something else, that's not you being fake, what that's actually doing is it's you stepping around your own limitations of the ego that you've created for yourself, and you get to play through and associate yourself with something that you're aspiring to be like. And it disassociates you from your story, and it actually allows you to play to the level that you know that you can, but you somehow don't allow yourself to. So getting back to the question of the introvert.
So it's basically how to take a brain that is currently holding back your physical performance and actually make it into a multiplier of your physical performance. Because
physical, emotional, mental, all of it. Like, you know, a lot of people have, I mean, the way that I treat people is, you've got the capability right now to win on the field that you're on right now. Right?
If you can do it once, you have it.
You can do it.
Like if you've played at that level one time, you have the ability to access
But this doesn't just relate to like athletes.
Anything.
It crosses the boundaries into business and family and kids and stuff. And so, you know, the challenge that people have is people love to take personality tests. People love to find out more about themselves, right?
Sure.
And I sort of scoff at them all because the great power that we have as human beings is we are shapeshifters. And if you truly read the biographies, and people should be reading more biographies than really nonfiction
100%.
books, you're going to learn a lot more about the realities of someone's path to success in a biography. You're going to get the raw, real stuff. You'll never hear typically, now this is a challenging statement to make for most people, but you will never hear someone who's been truly successful in life ever say that they got there by being authentic. Okay? Now, I don't mean that I don't like the word authentic. I love the way it holds. But nowadays, just like we do in society, words take on a different meaning in society. We co-opt them and turn them into memes. Now I think authenticity and stuff, and I know that you're big with this, like, but you use it in its proper form with people, is that some people are using it as like a social virtuing signal, or like social virtue signal of like excusing away why they're doing it that way. It's like, that's just the way that I am. You know, and I get that, but how's that working for you? That's Dr. Phil's great contribution to society is that question. How's that working for you? Great question. And so people love to use labels for themselves, but I'm an introvert, or I am an ENFJ on the Myers-Briggs, or whatever they say. It's like, why do you do that? Because you're trapping yourself there. So introvert, you might be an introvert in some areas of your life, but not in all the roles that you play. Because at home with your family, you might not be an introvert at home. And so I would just say, be very cautious of you attaching yourself. Like I would normally explain myself as being very extroverted, but there's some areas where I'm actually quite introverted. I get energy by like me being alone time. So anyways, I would just...
I do too, even though people don't believe that. I just want you to know.
So it's like in the world of entrepreneurship, if you're choosing a business model that demands that you get your message out there, introversion and you attaching yourself to it isn't going to help you. You chose this path. So now choose the attitudes, the beliefs, the values, or whatever it's going to take for you to be successful in that role. That's the point of an alter ego is. So even right now, if you can't see yourself as being, or if you have a tough time seeing yourself as being introverted and it's stopping you, then choose someone and something else that you resonate with, that you attach to, and maybe you play through that identity, because in that process, you're going to find out more about yourself through that process. Life's an unraveling. It's not a label.
Got it. And I have a follow-up question to that, but I want to first talk about the next share bonus. And just out of curiosity, were you a fan of the Dexter show?
Oh man, I had a friend. I didn't watch it. My friend told me to watch it all the time.
All right, I want to, because my question relates to that.
Okay.
All right. So sorry about the giveaways. I've lost complete track of time. And but if you get 5, then you get the big, the big prize of the video from the mastermind today. So this hour's featured giveaway is Hidden Obstacles to Your Success. After over 2 decades of working with entrepreneurs, I can see the patterns in who succeeds and who doesn't. I actually looked at all of my clients and took the uber successful and the uber failures and kind of looked at what they both had in common and what they both had that were different. And this report is 2 things. The most in-your-face, come-to-Jesus moment that you'll ever run across in business, because I'm brutally honest in it, and with you. And the single thing that I've written that's probably generated the most unsolicited testimonials and positive feedback. I've never written any self-help type stuff. So this is pretty much it. This was the self-help, and it's more than self-help. It's how I think, the tools I use to think, my thought that most people don't spend very much time thinking. Anyway, read it, and I'll show you what you've been struggling to figure out about how to get to the bigger levels of success. Click the button on this page right now to share this live stream on some social media channel. You'll know, we don't. And you'll unlock instant access. So once again, as soon as you hit the share button, you'll be sharing this stream. You'll get the hidden obstacles to success as our way of thanking you for helping us extend the message out there. And if you do that over 5 times before the 24 hours done, you get the big prize. And if you just tuned in and you don't know what's in the mystery box and you want to find out, I just said it a little while ago, so you'll have to wait a little while.
Wow. Just know it's a big box. I was like, as you were announcing it all, I was like, what?
Yeah, actually, Molly, I think we should, like the infographic that you talked about and the other thing you talked about, we'll throw those in the box.
That sounds awesome.
All right, so we'll update that and all that kind of stuff. So there was in Dexter, so I'm asking a selfish question. This might be the first selfish question I'm really asking here.
Brilliant.
There was a character in Dexter, and I was a big Dexter fan.
I love it.
Okay, and I think it was the last season, or the second to last season, there was a criminal, Isaac Serco, who, I don't know why, but I just really liked his demeanor. Like, I actually, a lot of my friends know this story. I'll tell you. I told you this story about. I was friends with the doorman. I was standing there, and the guy walked in, and he led him all the way up to the 3rd floor where all the celebrities are.
Yeah.
And the doorman was my friend, and I was like, "Why did you do that? Who is that guy?" Because on the 3rd floor it's just celebrities. And he said, "I don't know. He just looked like he belonged there. He walked up like he looked like he was expecting to get up there." And I was like, I knew in that moment I was screwed, because I know that I don't have that presence. Like, maybe in an internet marketing seminar, I might come close to it, because like I feel like a big deal there, but like in my day-to-day life, I don't walk around like that. And so I just knew, like I was almost heartbroken, even though I'm going up the 3rd floor because it's my friend, but like I knew it wasn't because of that. And so I guess this Isaac Serco character, just the way he carried himself was that it was embodied. Yeah. And so I have this guy, there's probably about 30 minutes of TV time, like in total.
Yeah.
Right? Him in prison, like scaring people, like him talking to Dexter, like, whatever. If I wanted to try and incorporate some of that into my alter ego, what's the process? And obviously you can't go into everything that you normally do, and just like, but just give me some tips.
First is, understand that we have many roles that we play in life, right?
Yeah, that wouldn't be the role I'd take on when I'm playing with my daughters.
Yeah, exactly. Right? And so understanding that straight from the get-go is really important while using this, because when you use just one identity for the way that you show up in life, you're going to under-index. You're going to underperform in some areas. That identity might help you out in one area, but that's typically where it's going to end. So the first place to start is, what role or field of play would you use him for as the source of inspiration for how you would show up?
I would just like to carry myself pretty much on a continual basis like that. Okay. Not, just because, like, even from afar. Yeah. Like, everything just seems right, like power, like just the way he's carrying himself. Like, he's a really good actor. I think it's Ray Stevenson or something, a really good-looking guy, like tall, but he plays a Viking in another movie. So
he looks a lot like me. He looks a lot. I get it. Yeah. He looks a lot like me. No. So where I would say then is, I would still start in one contextual area of your life to get it ingrained and to get you like playing with that, like to see, because what I've discovered with this process and using this now for almost 20 years with people and training on it for a long time, and I'm talking like with the best of the best. In sports and in business too, is it actually doesn't take long for someone to close the feedback loop of results before you're like, oh wait, like that did just work for me. And some people turn it on immediately and it becomes just a part of their identity. They don't have to think about it. Like, we're consciously activating this right now. And we want to get it to like that unconscious incompetent or unconscious competence part of things. Incompetence. That's how we know. That's how I'm operating right now.
So there's two things, that I want people to be clear on as to why, I would invite you on. Right. So one, Todd is a great marketer, just like he's a great marketer, period. But two, like the concepts that he teaches and coaches, I think is very important for everyone to be at their best. And I think more and more we have to be at our best, at least at specific times.
Yeah.
Those big moments that come about in every business, it's when you nail that video, when you nail that, email or what have you. And if you can elevate your performance throughout, you just have a better advantage. So we have a double kind of mission here. So let's go to your business for a second, out of the alter ego, even though your business is selling the alter ego, right? What is the number one strategy that you'll be implementing in 2020?
Well, I think it's going to be consistent with what I've done for the longest time.
Right.
I like staying disciplined in I think there's just foundational pieces that won't change. And for me, it's always talking to my customers as much as I possibly can. So I think going into this year, even at the end of 2019, because I every Friday, I have 2 hours blocked out where I just go through our CRM and just call up customers randomly. Like, I've discovered that if we set it up where they get a call from Todd,
right,
it's a very different conversation than if I just catch you in your day,
right,
in the middle of you just having a huge win. I love hearing that emotional language that you give me in that moment. Or when you've just been smashed with a circumstance or situation that was unexpected, and I want to hear what that raw emotion is of that challenge that you're going through, because I live in the internal world of definitely mindset and performance, and which then translates towards, well, how can I still get you to execute though? Because I can't just live in the sort of the world of paradigms only. I have to give you real strategies to help you go and win. So it will be consistently in 2020 calling and talking to customers. I love this whole sort of frame that you've put around the saving of small businesses with definitely the huge challenges that are facing all of us.
Just on that real quick, because I haven't mentioned it here, but I would just most people don't know that less and less small businesses are being started every year.
Yeah.
This is we're in a boom economy, doesn't matter. Less businesses.
The trend started in 1994.
Yeah.
This goes back a long way, actually.
Yeah, and so there's that, right? VCs are funding less, and especially in any areas where big tech is already, because what's the point? And there's so much less innovation. And in the prep for this, I probably read thousands of articles, and my notes on it are probably over 100 pages, and it's just insane how many illegal things these companies have done, gotten caught doing, and still pay no price. And and I like Facebook for what it is. I'm not a big Facebook person. I love Google, but I hate them as a company. You can like them and not trust them. So just back to your strategy though. Is there anything that you will be adding that's new? Based on what you saw in 2020 that you made a mental note, in 2019, sorry, that definitely when I do this, I'm going to be adding that.
I will definitely be doubling down on doing way more video, specifically long form on YouTube, owning a channel. And a platform. I used to have a very, very successful podcast that I had to move away from for some different reasons, but going back to owning a channel, Molly does this just brilliantly. I've known Molly now for several years, and even my strategy of picking up the phone call and phone and talking to people, she does this exceptionally well at a maybe more leverage scale with regards to the lives that you do. And when you're in those conversations and you can kind of really connect to people, and whether it's used truly trying to use it to monetize something, or you're using it as a way of listening to what their challenges are, you can take that insight and that detail that you're getting, and it translates into the stuff that you put in your emails, it translates into the stuff that you put into your other social posts, it translates into the articles that you write, or whatever your form of
into your program you're delivering as well, so you can deliver a better product as well.
This is one of these core books that I think everyone should read, the Robert Collier letter book. And again, I don't actually consider myself a marketer. I have a business that demands marketing has to happen, right? Get back to what you, I mean, you taught me this back in when you did your internet business manifesto. Like, and because that was me, that graphic that you put out there, I think it's one of the top 3 most impactful images I've seen as a business owner.
Yeah, I've
Truly.
never been able to beat it.
No, it's so powerful. I've seen people copy it.
I have seen a lot of people copy it.
But that just I was like, oh, that's me. I'm the you in the center of that entire mind map with all this stuff coming off of it. And just that language that you gave around, no, you're a person that owns a business, and that business demands that it needs all of these things or some of these things to be successful. So my business needs marketing. I don't naturally think that way. I've maybe become good at it. I'm not excellent. Everyone else that's here is far more brilliant than me. But I'm a product guy. I love building product and thinking about the problems of people and putting together systems for them to help them win. So for me, video is, I'm good with video, I like video, so doubling down and staying disciplined on that would be one of the big things.
That makes me excited for more Todd videos too.
Yeah, well.
So when you say long form, like how long, what are you thinking? And like obviously I would assume the topic's gonna be around alter egos and
I would say the shortest form would be 20 to 25 minutes.
Wow.
Long form, meaning up to 90 minutes to 2.5 hours.
Pure content.
Pure content. Now, I had a lesson in this last year where, because I had the book that came out, and I did a lot of podcast interviews, did a lot of bigger media, like, Tom Bilyeu and I think when we finished Tom Bilyeu, who's got a big platform as well, he does impact theory, really smart guy. I think when we finished up our interview, he said, well, that's the longest interview we've done, and it came just short of 3 hours. And when that video came out, they were showing, his team showed me the YouTube analytics, and it was one of the fastest trending videos that they had ever done. And these interviewed far more well-known people. Well, you don't have to agree so quickly. But he's interviewed far more well-known and like exciting celebrities than myself. But I was just really intrigued by the amazing connection that you can make with people over long form. Like you're doing this right now. I mean, this is a 24-hour.
Oh, that's true.
Like, I'm not going to do this, by the way. This isn't what I'm going to do. But I just think in relationship building, I'm going to.
You're really having a one-on. Like the best thing you can do is have a one-on conversation, one-on-one conversation. But to be when you're doing videos, if you're doing it the way where you're really having that conversation, you can have that one-on-one conversation.
I'd be interested in this actually for the people that are watching this live now. If they comment on this, is because I find that when you're watching content where it's like this, like right now, people are a fly on the wall. We're not face to camera talking. Sometimes you're turning to it or whatever. We're not breaking the fourth wall. But I find that this is like, I consume content this way. I find it really fascinating to sit down and see two minds meet on like interesting whatever it might be.
Well, I mean, that's always the thing I loved about Rogan, is that you feel like you've got two interesting friends having a conversation and you're like just sitting there with them.
Yeah.
Especially if you're getting stoned with them and all that kind of stuff. But that's for another episode. Yeah, I totally get it.
Yeah. So the other thing too,
David had a good question, and it's very much related, I think, to what we're talking about. Like, how do you, we're not, quality doesn't equal quantity, right? Like quantity doesn't equal quality. Yeah. So, he was asking how do you know, like how are you distinguishing between, like what makes quality content versus non-quality content? Like
the market's going to tell you. I'm sure there's maybe other smarter people than me that's going to tell me what makes that work, but I mean, I've had stuff that go out that I didn't think was the most quality thing that I'd ever done, that outperformed the thing that I had invested so much time into making real quality. Right. So there is a cost that's associated with everything that we do, and if you are not executing, I would much rather have 5 pieces of content go out that are good than having one exceptionally high quality piece of content go out, but it took me 30 days to do it.
Interesting. I disagree.
Yeah,
but
that doesn't mean that I'm not pursuing I'm not pursuing the quality. But in today's world, I've just seen a lot of people win in today's world, not having exceptionally high quality. Like things can be produced high quality, things. I also know myself. I'm also at a level. I've been doing this for a long time.
Right. Yeah. So
it's going to be hard for me not to put out something quality. Like just this isn't ego.
Right.
This is just I know my stuff.
Right.
So
when you say poor quality, that doesn't mean like, you're
just rambling at it.
There's like a
It's
strategy
not so much
behind
that.
it.
I'm not even talking about poor quality. It's just that I question, and I'm not questioning you.
No,
right? But because I don't think you mean it the same way. But like, I question people who are so, and I know that consistency is important. So I'm not trying, and I've seen all the stuff on it. But I think there are so many people who try to do something so regularly that the quality suffers. And so when I come across someone's content, I feel like it's a moment of truth. Like I don't know who this person is. If I don't like the article, I'm going to bounce pretty quick, right? But I might remember. If I love the article, a lot of times I'm looking at what else have they written. And if I read a book I like, I'm buying all their books, and
I think,
and so I just know for me, it's autobiographical. I've had a few pieces of content that that put me on the map, right?
Yeah.
So, but I did spend a lot of time, so it's just interesting. And I don't know that there is a right answer.
Yeah.
But
I think it's important to look at the motivation for the waiting. Because you may be waiting to put a piece of content out because you're really doing the research and making sure that it's the best thing.
Right.
I think for most people in our space, they are waiting because they're afraid, they're procrastinating, they're letting these things take over. It's not because, and maybe perfectionism in not a good way. So I think across the board, you're probably more of a unicorn in that sense, that it's like you're really crafting something powerful. But most people are not waiting because they're creating something that's going to be that thing that takes off. It's that they're waiting because they're afraid and then they're bummed it didn't work. So it's important to look at that motivation behind the waiting.
Yeah, and I mean, just the reality is, there's phases of focus that people don't get. This people hear you need to focus, and again, as someone who works in this world, the first phase of focus is you got to be trying and testing a lot of things when you're starting out in business, because you don't know what to focus on. You don't know what to focus. Well, you got to find your.
You got to find your thing.
And people poo-poo the idea of you just got to throw a bunch of stuff against the wall. No, you do. That's just that's a part of it. But what you have to be doing at the same time is then going to the wall and going, okay, well, what stuck?
Yeah.
Right.
And then going back and you throw some more stuff and you say, okay, well, did it stick again? Because sometimes you get a false positive on it. And then you get to the second phase of focus, where now you take a few of the things that did work and now you're focusing in on those few things so that you can see, of those 3 traffic sources possibly, of those 3 sales conversion methods that you've got, which one of those is actually the best for your market or for your DNA right now. And then you take that one thing and you bring it into the center. And that becomes the thing that you really hammer away at and you master. And then, in some other area, you got to go back out to and your focal, it's this 3 phases that people get. And when you take a look at, again, this maps exactly to how the reality of life works. When you're starting out and you're trying to, I've got 3 little kids. My job right now as a parent is to expose them to as many different possibilities that they can express themselves through as possible. Could be different types of sports, could be different types of creative pursuits, all that kind of thing. And then you're just gonna find that the challenges, because again, I've lived inside the sports world for a long time. I see toxic parenting all the time. It's one of the great frustrations that happens. You see these parents who they were successful somewhat in baseball, and their kid's gonna play baseball hell or high water. And their parent says, well, Todd, if I would have just put in some more time, I would have made it. And my response has consistently been, since 1999, no, you couldn't have. Here's how I know you couldn't have made it, because you didn't make it.
Right.
Like, why are you living in this fantasy world? Because you're projecting all that onto your kids. Now we're going off into a tangent, but my point about all this stuff is that there are phases of focus that you need to be going through. And so in the beginning, you need to ship. You need to be getting yourself and your content or your offers or whatever it is out there as much as you can, right? And at the expense, because again, quality to some people means I gotta have it perfect. Right? And that's like that's what we're trying to, because I agree with you, because I want quality stuff. Like I'm going to slave away on my stuff just because you do. Like the stuff that you've shipped out there is it's at that top end level. It just is.
And it takes a long time. Like,
it doesn't
take a long time to write. It takes a long time to figure it out. Like it's actually quick to write, but I go through frustrations, like a very frustrating period as it's all kind of coming together.
Yeah.
So cool. I
got 2 questions for Todd specifically.
Okay. I've got 2 questions for Todd specifically, so we're going to take them.
Great.
John Corona. Hey, John. Rich and Todd, what's your take on interruption marketing?
I would love to know what interruption marketing would be defined as, though.
Well, I would say that interruption marketing is any marketing that is more active as opposed to passive. It is, so it would be, well, a telephone call would certainly be interruption marketing. And Mars, if you have any additional
context,
insight on it.
I think that what they're talking about is like when you're on a social site or something like that.
Video, right, like a commercial.
Something jumps in front of your experience.
Yeah, I would say that, I haven't really ever thought about it much, but I would say that obviously, I'm formalizing my thought for a second here. It's not as good as pull marketing, but there's a value in it. So I would just say that, look, you could say that Ty Lopez built his brand by interruption advertising. That's YouTube advertising. People weren't going to a Ty Lopez video. They were going to some other video, and then they saw Ty Lopez, right? And he was able to build a nice brand off of that. And that isn't like ancient history. That's relatively recent, right? And, before him, Gary Vaynerchuk, right? So...
I think and I'm hot right now on the mic, Rich. I think to me, the thing that this is something that I talk about with Michelle all the time. So I think there has the difference between permission-based marketing, which is somebody goes and searches for something, versus interruption-based, which is like you're searching for something or doing something and then somebody jumps in. I have my thoughts on it. I prefer not to interrupt people.
I think you just have to be better if you're going to be effective. And I don't consider myself a copywriter, and because I don't feel like I'm really good at pulling people from the lapels and pulling like if you give me 20 minutes with someone, I will start teaching them and they will be interested potentially in wanting to know more, and I feel very strong in my ability there, but I don't feel good at seizing someone's attention with that big headline, the right words to say to pull them in. And I think
I almost think contextually though, if I'm on if I'm on a social platform, everything's an interruption on a social platform because I'm going.
Your page isn't.
Yeah. Well.
Right.
Yeah. But
email
if I'm
marketing is they've opted in. They want to hear your message.
Yeah.
We were actually just talking out here about some of the Agora emails that have ads in the middle that have nothing to do with what the they're.
And they still sell, believe it or not.
Oh, and that's what he was saying. That I guess that would be more like interruption marketing, where it's an actual ad in the middle. That I was asking, is that following in context with what the thing is about, and he said no, it's just like it's not connected to the copy.
We
the
send
content
out daily emails for all of our pubs, and copywriters write what's called the lift note, and it's a little box like this that sits in the middle of the email.
Yeah.
Sometimes there are 2, and the best performing lift note just goes into them, regardless. I mean, not like
I'm sure
you're
there's
not
some
gonna see financial
context.
in mind.
It's in the same genre.
My thoughts on again. I'm not. There's other people that are smart about this, but when I think about when I'm trying to grab attention for our world, like my world, and it's on Facebook, I want to try to make the content that's sitting inside of Facebook match up well with what the world of Facebook is already sort of thinking, and
really?
dovetailing it in there. Yeah, I'm not going to.
That's interesting. I try and do the opposite. I think we'll have more of a conversation on it, but you could say that what we're doing here during this live stream is something that I've done every time I've done a campaign. Not this specifically, right? But I've always tried to do something that rose above the clutter, that gave people something to talk about me, right? At the beginning, so that for at least a moment in time, it was easy to spot me. Right, that's not interruption marketing, but it's moving towards that. I think it's not permission based. So the other question though, and then we'll get to Mars if you have one. This is for you, Todd. The biggest shift you feel like people make when they truly understand the alter ego.
that they realize that the qualities that they have wanted to be activating all along were already inside of them, but they finally got permission mentally, emotionally, to help make them happen by simply using this other carrier device, which was your guy. For me, when I go home, my source of inspiration for how I want to show it to my kids, because again, I hear from people all the time, I have a really hard time turning it off, Todd.
Right.
All day long, I'm this type of person in my, company or whatever it is. You're flexing this muscle of a specific set of skills, traits, and attributes all day long. And then you go home and you're that same person for them. So when I go home, I have a very specific ritual that I go through before I walk through, again, I live in New York City, before I walk through the threshold of our apartment door into our home, I stop for a second. So I use these glasses in business, right? This is my...
like your Clark Kent?
This is my reverse Superman.
Yes.
Yeah, Super Richard shows up there. But that's truly what I did when I first started out. I was terribly insecure about how young I looked, because I was 21 in business, looked like I was 12.
Right.
So I got a pair of glasses to make myself look older and sort of, and all the other things that I talk about in building out that super identity. But when I go through the threshold of the door, after I take this breath and just sort of shed the identity of that guy who was showing up in business, and I walk through the door, I'm on the other side are 3 little kids and my wife, and they definitely want a different version of me to show up.
Right.
And I want to have a different version of me show up, because in order for me to be successful on that field, it demands that I'm more patient, more playful, more fun, more imaginative for my kids. And that's who they want. And so on the hook of the door, when I walk through, there's this little bracelet that my daughter Molly made for me. It has their initials on it, and it's rainbow colored and all that. And I put it on and I snap it. But that bracelet isn't just a bracelet. I talk about in the book the power of enclothed cognition, which is this psychological principle that we as human beings, we attach meaning and story to the clothing that we wear and that other people wear. So if you were to put on a lab coat or a doctor's coat, you actually naturally, without even you cognitively trying to activate this, will become more detailed, methodical, and careful. So if you're going to take a task that you're going to be doing that demands being careful, methodical, and detailed,
Put on a white
lab coat, because you're actually going to be showing up that way.
Right.
Why? Because we have a tribal narrative that doctors are more careful, methodical, they're smart, they're intellectual, all these successful, all those things. So but we can do that as well with any object. I can attach any meaning I want to an artifact. Right. And that little bracelet is me pulling on the attributes and traits of my father and Mr. Rogers. Because Mr. Rogers is the exact polar opposite of the challenger personality type that I am in business, where I'm working with tough personality types in sport and in business, and I've got to power through some of those egos that are there. But that's not what my kids want. Right. My kids don't want the challenger person coming home.
Right.
And so on the opposite end of that spectrum is Mr. Rogers, who's not a challenger type. And I revere him, I love him, and that's one of the key things with this, with utilizing this as a part of your creative imagination and the toolkit that you can use in your own mindset, is what's key about all this is that whatever source code that you're using as your point of inspiration, that you have a very deep emotional attachment to it. Because if you just employ Thor because you think he's the right thing to use, but you're not connected to his story, it's not going to work.
Right.
That's why the most common source of alter egos of any category, and again, I've built out tens of thousands of these, is grandmothers.
Wow.
Why? Because you already have an emotional attachment to that story.
Right.
I've got one of the most successful PE guys, private equity guys in New York City. And he railroaded his way through Wall Street to get to where he needed to go. Hardcore trader guy. But he had this big firm, and he needed a leadership team he needed to lead.
Right.
And that guy was burning out a lot of leadership. So he needed to show up in a different way. And so while unpacking, he was telling me, oh, Jack Welch I like, Sumner Redstone, all these kind of like iconic pinnacles. And I'm like, I could see that he wasn't connecting to them.
Chainsaw Al.
Yeah. So I said, So I said, well, tell me about your family. And so he started talking, and he got to his grandmother, and he just shifted. And what told him about his grandmother, came over from Europe after World War II, husband died in the Holocaust, brought over 4 boys, raised them in the Lower East Side of New York City, all this kind of stuff. And he was just like, her kind of iron rod that she had, but she carried a very soft glove, but she was firm. And I was like, dude, that's your source code. That's your source of inspiration for how you want to show up for all of your leadership meetings, for all of your performance conversations that you have. And so he has a little frame of his grandmother on his desk. He doesn't have a watch or anything like that he puts on, or a wristband, but he has this frame, and when he needs to go into a leadership meeting or a conversation with someone that's important to him, he just turns the frame so his grandmother faces him, and he imagines just this like connection between the two, and that's how he's going to go show up. Because the point of all this is that whoever you use, do not dishonor their memory and the way that they would show up by pretending to be them and not showing up like them. Don't dishonor it. That's the power of the way that I've built out this whole methodology. So when I go into my house, I am honoring my father and Mr. Rogers in the way that they would show up for my kids. And I'm using a simple bracelet as my little totem to make that happen.
Awesome.
So the question around alter egos is that's the key thing. You've got to connect to it at an emotional level. When you get it, you're just game's over, because you own the mindset now.
Yeah, and I would imagine that most people don't perform at their optimum, and so this is a way to access that state more often. So thanks for that.
Yeah.
And if you haven't read The Alter Ego Effect, it gets one of my strongest recommendations, and I read a lot of books. So let's welcome some more Steal Our Winner members: Maggie C, Cindy P, Matthew G, Alex G, Mel R, Lono S, Paul C, Rob R, Craig G, Terry M, Chris K, and they continue rolling in, and there's too many more to speak about right now, so we'll speak about more later. And now check out this quick video, and then we're going to do another share once we get our guest on, so that we can kind of catch up to the sharing that we fell behind in. So thanks, guys. We're going to go to this video.
Awesome. Thank you.
Hey there, this is Mars of the Launchman. We're helping out behind the scenes here with Rich Scheffrin's Coalition to Save Internet Business Livestream, and I decided to hijack Rich's webcast to let you in on a huge secret that I know you're going to love. Now, as you've been watching the broadcast, you've seen the caliber of industry-leading digital entrepreneurs and marketers that Rich is really the only one I know who could somehow manage to get them all together in the same room like this. And with all the bleeding-edge content and conversation going on, I figured you could use, a kind of mental break. So consider this like your moment of quiet contemplation. Now that we're all zenned up, let me cut straight to the huge secret I promised. If you've been working online for any length of time, you've probably seen a parade of info products and programs that promise the moon, the stars, and flying cars when it comes to creating profit online, right? This is not that. If you know anything about Rich Scheffrin, you know he's not into pitching overhyped, underperforming, one-time tactics or training programs. The live cast you've been watching is an example of the value-packed training Rich is famous for, and that's really why you gotta take a serious look at this offer for Rich's Steal Our Winners. It gives you monthly access to the all-in-one place source of the most current winning strategies that help create massive profits with speed, all from the biggest and best names on the planet, so you can stay ahead of those business-killing big tech algos. And right now, see that little countdown clock next to this video? it's the bearer of some exceptionally good news for you. Why? Because while that clock is still ticking, you've got a chance to get a couple of fresh, very unique countdown bonuses. So in addition to the main Steal Our Winners offer, plus bonuses valued at $1,000 that Rich is already including with your purchase today, you're going to get this pair of brand spanking new bonuses worth over $500. Look, Rich asked me to throw in something that takes the power of algorithms and AI and puts them to work in your favor instead of against you the way big tech does. So how about something that not only takes the most effective headlines, ad lines, and subject lines used by literally the best copywriters and media buyers in the world, it also lets you effortlessly tweak them to create that ninja marketing Meet the hook line dynamic. You can ask it to automatically spit out tested headlines for your sales pages, email subject lines that get you opens and clicks, and ad lines that not only get accepted by platform algorithms, but convert like a motherfucker. Or you can create your own. The way it works is it uses a 14,000 word database based on the Warner word charge list rated by 40,000 plus real human beings. And it compares the words you use in your hook lines against the only 3 factors that matter when it comes to messaging that actually converts: the level of excitement, emotion, negative or positive, and empowerment. So what if you could automatically spit out hook lines or create your own and test them against the things that those big tech algorithms are looking at? Forbidden words and characters, hot words, total word count, that kind of stuff, and get detailed feedback that you can easily understand, so you know in advance how well your emails, your ads, your sales pages, and so forth are gonna perform before you even put them in place. And not only that, what if you could pre-test them based on the specific audience you're targeting? Men versus women, older versus younger, level of education. There's really no other tool that takes AI and algorithms and points them in the direction of your marketing like this. My dev team in Lithuania actually built it for me and my clients, and we've seen it regularly double and triple the effectiveness of our ads and our funnels. And honestly, I've been keeping it under wraps, for just me and my high-level clients, but I decided to throw this combo in today only for free when you decide to get access to Steal Our Winners. Why? Because even though it cost me over $33,000 to build it, and even though I usually charge $600 a year for it for real, Rich is my homie and he asked me to help him move the needle for interneters like you. So cat's officially out of the bag. And if you're someone who sees the clear, obvious, transparent, undeniable value of this countdown bonus, go ahead and click that button before the clock hits 0. I'm serious, because it's actually going to go away when that clock runs out. And if you've been paying attention, my question is, why wouldn't you click that button? Maybe I'm making an assumption here. Maybe you don't know all the other awesome bonuses you're about to get when you jump on this Steal Our Winners deal. Rich is throwing in a 4-pack of super valuable bonuses. You can click the button to check out the details. Honestly, it's the most kick bonus combo I've seen in all my years of running campaigns online. Wait, quick time check. If you don't click that button before time runs out, this hook line dynamic bonus goes poof. Don't be that guy. Make the move. You know it's the right one. It's time for you to get the best strategies straight from the source's mouth so you can put them into action at max speed. The sooner you start to Steal Our Winners, the sooner you can end the stress of gambling with your business online and get on the path to profiting in the face of big tech's anti-small biz algorithms. Your struggle ends today. By now you see that. So as you click the button, know that what's waiting for you on the other side is the support, the guidance, the clarity, and most importantly, the potential profits you're looking for. That's what Rich Scheffrin's Steal Our Winners will do for you. So go ahead and click that button now. Time's almost up.
I'm super excited about this next guest, and he knows it because everyone here has been like, "Oh, Rich has had great things to say about you," and it's he only met me twice, and both times were virtual.
Yeah, virtual.
But I have mad respect for this guy well before I met him, and that's why. Maxwell Finn is a serial entrepreneur who's raised millions of dollars in VC funding, sold products to the Fortune 500, and helped hundreds of businesses more effectively market and sell their products through paid advertising, something that I believe everyone on this live stream wants. And over the past few years, his primary focus has been helping already successful businesses leverage the power of paid advertising to Facebook to increase their customer acquisition. In fact, we just had a friend here that just came in while you were watching that video, and when I asked that friend, who should I be studying to get totally caught up on Facebook advertising, your name came up first, and that's when you first came into my radar. That was Michael Cage that told me that.
Crazy.
So Maxwell's passionate about helping people and helping others succeed and constantly improve his craft so that they can constantly increase their profits, and that's why you'll still find him working every day on improving his clients' Facebook ads accounts and staying up to date on the latest emerging trends and Facebook advertising strategies. He's also got, like, a side. Do you talk about that other business that you have, or is that generally kept quiet?
The politics business?
What?
The political business?
Yeah.
Oh, we can talk about anything. We
Okay,
can talk about the whole kit and caboodle.
Price thing.
Okay, so by the way, this hour's featured giveaway, the missing link transcript, this report and bonus video, so there's a video and the transcript of that video, are from a special presentation I did where I shared how to apply a methodology called theory of constraints to your business. Now, generally, it takes 14 long days, like from 8 o'clock in the morning to 8 o'clock at night, to learn how to do theory of constraints. Obviously, in 90 minutes, I can't teach someone what takes hundreds of hours to learn, or at least 100 hours, or something like that. But what I did was I took these tools that are very powerful in theory of constraints, and I took 3 of them and showed how you could use these 3 to actually figure out what your constraint was, so how to locate it, isolate it, and eliminate that constraint, the one thing that's actually holding you back from tapping into more of the potential that's already there. And generally, these are things that you aren't even aware of yet. When I first used this methodology, I was unhappy in my business, and I was trying to figure out why I didn't like this business, and because I had a bunch of problems in it. And I started listing the problems, and then as I went deeper and deeper into the problems and what caused that and what caused that and what caused that, what I realized was I had built a business that was dependent on product launches. And all my problems actually were stemming from that. And that was when we started to develop an automated webinar, because like the problem was that I had built a launch dependent business, and so problems in customer service were based on the fact that we got all our customers in one shot, right? Like problems with employees, like, you know, they had nothing to work on, and then they had too much work on. So it's like all these kinds of things, right? And then but then that would tip another domino and tip another domino. So there was some problem up here that was caused by these things, right? So anyway, this report takes you beyond just theory and shows you exactly how to apply these 3 specific tools to get access to the thing, the one thing that's going to grow your business the most, the one action that will do that by eliminating this one core constraint. So you get the video of the presentation, and you get the transcript, and if we can find the slides, you'll get that too, but you'll at least see that in the video. So click the button on the page to share this live stream, and you'll unlock instant access. Remember that if you share at over 5 times, over the 24 hours, you get the big bonus. And with that said, Max.
That's a mouthful there, man.
Yeah. Oof. I'm just really honored that you're here. And so let's, I'd like to ask you a question, then I'd like why don't we take a walk inside? I haven't.
Let's do it. You got to get your legs
going.
Get
a refill. Like I think I was told to stand up like hours ago.
Yeah, Apple stone.
All right. So I think, you know, what I've asked everyone, and so I think let's start with this question, then we'll take a walk. What strategy are you most excited about in 2020, like to grow your business? And it could be the political business, it could be your, you know, your teaching company, whatever. But if there was a tactic or strategy that you were most excited about, what would it be?
It's a great question. I think I'll do 2 things. We'll do a bonus, right? Okay. Bonus for everyone that shares this gets that. So first is automation. Okay. And we talked about this a few weeks ago, and I think it's huge. AI is becoming more and more important, more and more advanced. Right. And so you see a lot of the day-to-day media buying tactics people have really don't need a human anymore to do it. Right. And what happens, a lot of humans, we go with our gut, which is good for certain media buyers, but for a lot, you make the wrong decision. This ad's gonna work, it's gonna work, but it's losing all day, and you don't kill it. So we're doing a lot of automation using a lot of AI to manage our media buying on Facebook, That's huge. I think that's going to be a massive trend.
And Max, can I call you Max?
Max is fine.
Okay.
We're still going to know each other. We're only three meetings in here.
Max, when I interviewed Max for Steal Our Winners, that's what we went over, and basically their rules, if-then statements, which I looked up. Humans master if-then logic by the time they're age 5. So if a 5-year-old, this should be easy. So even though we're talking about AI, we're talking about something that's relatively easy.
Yeah. Like very basic. And I wouldn't even call the rules necessarily AI.
It's just leveraging it
the
later.
Fundamentals. It's automation. There are some AI components in terms of making it dynamic. So it's kind of evolving. But yeah, don't need to be that advanced. A lot of it's super basic, and you can do it right in Facebook, a lot of the rules.
And you blew my mind because you address how to scale properly with rules, how to leverage the fact that you get momentum, but then sometimes there is no momentum, and so how do you cut up losses earlier? It was phenomenal. I was blown away, and that was one of the 2 times we talked, and that was one of the things I was like, holy crap, this guy knows his shit.
Set the bar real high, right?
So I didn't feel good about the person that came next.
I'm sorry, you just don't go after me. So that was the first thing. The second thing, which I think is applicable to anybody, regardless of type of business they're running, is post-purchase retargeting. And I've been talking about this for a really long time, probably almost 4 years now.
Right.
A lot of businesses focus on acquisition. Right. Get the customer. Well, Apple, Coke, you look at the biggest companies in the world, they're not built on one-time buyers. They're built on people coming every year to wait in line to pay $1,000 for the new iPhone. So a lot of our businesses, the online businesses, we don't have Coke brand, we don't have Nike, right? We need to develop that. You can't expect that somebody's going to buy again just because they bought once, right? The probability of a second-time purchase is about 30%.
Right.
That's crazy. So 70% of people that buy from you once aren't going to buy again. It goes up to 60 to 70% if they buy a second time.
Right.
Which is game-changing. So your goal as a marketer shouldn't be just the acquisition. It should be, how do I get that person to be blown away with the experience? How do I follow up with them to get them to buy the second time?
Sure.
And so we have post-purchase retargeting, so we're basically running Facebook ads to buyers in a 7 to 30-day window. So one of the things we do is a thank you video.
Right.
Because a lot of people assume that, hey, you saw my thank you email. Most of us don't. We know that, right? Even if you're getting 20, 30% open rates, that means every 1,000 buyers, 700 aren't seeing any thank you from you. I just gave you $1,000, $500. Thanks for the thank you, right? So with Facebook, we can run a video, personalized thank you from the founder, and we can almost assure maximum deliverability. As many people are going to see it as possible. So simple 1-minute iPhone thank you video from the founder of the company makes a huge, huge difference. We've been doing that for a really long time across all of our brands. So thank you video. Then people in dropshipping print on demand, one of the big problems is the length of time it takes to get the product. So one of the things we've been doing is, hey, shoot a video in your warehouse, in your facility, showing somebody put the package together, right? So Lush is a company, they're in all the malls, they do cosmetics. You get a Lush package on the back of it, it has a little picture, a caricature of who put it together, the person, and where they did it. That's intimate, it's personal. You can do another video. Hey, this is Dave, this is Cindy, they're putting your order together. That's another video you could run. There's just so many little things, little touch points. It's not gonna drive direct revenue, but it's gonna build a relationship and ensure the person comes back and buys it second time, which is the really important purchase.
Yeah, one of the other Steal Our Winner interviews I did was, but I then want to go back to that last tip, and then we'll take the walk, is Scott Oldford. I don't know if you know Scott.
I love Scott.
Yeah, so we went over not all 14 ways, I think the first 7 ways of types of content to create intimacy in his ROI method. And Scott should be joining us later. So I also heard, and I this seems like kind of conspiracy thinking for marketing.
Conspiracy's fine.
Yeah, but it could be true. I don't know. That I was talking to some movers of major traffic, probably in your realm, right? And they use a gentleman by the name of Chris Mercer for their analytics. He's pretty well known. And they feed everything into Facebook. And he was telling me his theory, which wasn't saying it was true, but that his theory was that Facebook was and their performance had been going up and up and up, that Facebook was kind of rewarding them because they weren't just taking users, paying for an ad, taking and getting a customer, and then never targeting that person again. Because if you're, if they build this data web over their properties, and Facebook is seeing all that data, then they also are aware of that they made the sale, they're now targeting that person more. Is there any benefit to that?
Yes, so it's Facebook, Google, all the platforms care about customer journey more than ever.
Right.
So for years, you could run traffic to the crappiest offer in the world, burn somebody, and you're fine. You keep printing money.
Right.
Facebook finally caught on to that, and so now Facebook follows the entire journey. So when you click a Facebook ad today, and you buy a Casper mattress, Casper has told Facebook what the average ship time is, 7 days, 14, 28 days. After that time period, Facebook's gonna run a little widget kind of in your feed, a little survey. Hey, we noticed you clicked the Casper ad. How did you like the product? Did you get it on time? If people start saying, no, I didn't get it on time, the product sucked, you get penalized. There's a customer feedback score on Facebook. If your feedback score goes below 2, you start getting penalized. If it stays too low, your page gets banned. And so Facebook's doing this because they want to crack down on affiliate marketers, black hat marketers,
and
low
how long
quality.
have they been doing this? I feel like an idiot that I didn't know this.
It's been about a year and a half, 2 years.
Wow.
But it's not very public.
Yeah.
Like Facebook doesn't go out there and tell everyone, right? Because if they tell all of us, then we figure out a way to game it.
Right.
And marketers already are figuring out a way to game it.
And I guess I don't think I've ever bought anything on Facebook that's
so you're not seeing it in your feed.
Yes.
But they're doing it for AliExpress products. Because people were buying stuff in AliExpress stores and they were getting a dress that was a different color and different size. And like, so there's merit to it.
I know a guy that bought a coin that had that problem.
We talked about that earlier, Buying the wrong coins, it's a problem. You buy from AliExpress, you might not know what you get. So totally merit to that. And it's a big part of media buying today, is understanding the customer journey. And so if you have post-purchase retargeting, you're improving the customer experience, you're making the person happier, they feel like they have a more personal relationship with you. And so when they get that message in their feed, they're much more likely to respond positively there.
Right.
Even if there was maybe a little issue, they're like, hey, well, I saw their founder thank me.
Right.
And I saw their facility. I'll give them a pass this time.
And so how much of it is working on intimacy and how much of it is actually trying to advance the next sale?
It's both.
It's both.
So it's a blend between, hey, we want to build the relationship, but we're also focused on cross-selling, upselling, moving them up the value ladder.
Gotcha.
But we're waiting until they at least get the product.
Right.
What most people mess up with when it comes to retargeting is day 2 after you bought, they're asking you, well, how do you like your product?
Right.
I didn't even get it yet. Should I have gotten it? Now they're worried, they're calling their customer support. So we're making sure they got the product, they have used the product, give them enough time, right? You can't ask for a review or to buy another thing until they've gotten the thing and can use it. But totally, it's a monetization play, but it's also a customer experience play and a brand loyalty play. So we have kind of 3 things we look for. We want to increase lifetime value, we want to increase brand loyalty, and we want to generate UGC and customer assets, reviews. So those are the 3 things we try to get with post-purchase.
Gotcha. That makes total sense. And actually, you know, I'm hoping, you know, I mentioned earlier today that Matt Gallant is developing his own direct response network. Supposedly it's going live soon. And what was the last thing you said? Because it just, like...
So the 3 things, and you're only a few hours in, wait till 12 hours in.
This happens to me all the time.
So the 3 things we focus on for post-purchase is...
Oh wait, no, I remember now. I got it. Okay, so Agora, you know, a $1.8 billion company, all their back ends sold only through email.
Insane.
Only, right? And I've been trying for years, but it's not them that resist it. I've been trying for years to get them to like do more,
spread,
right? Like, you know, the challenge is that our back ends are a lot more aggressive than our front ends.
It's a challenge.
And our front ends have challenges already, right? So like there's no chance there, but like hopefully with like Gallant's network will be, do you know the name of the network? He mentioned it to me, but I don't remember it and I wish I did. Yeah, that's, so I can't believe it. Like it would immediately be $1 billion change.
Give you massive
like,
distribution,
like we, like, you know, 90 some odd % of the 1.8 billion comes from email selling something, right? Like it's just insane. So let's take a walk.
Let's do it.
Yeah, and actually, I know who I want to introduce you to. I want to introduce you.
Get the tattoo girl to give me a tattoo. Sit there, have a conversation.
Live? Yeah. Both get matching tattoos live?
Yeah, I already
My
have.
wife would
I
love
have
that.
mine picked out.
Let's do it.
I have mine picked out, and
I just got done with Pete, so I.
All right. These are mine. So, you know, part of the time you're mic'd up too. So
Yep,
part of the time that I've been here in Florida, before we even go over to the tattoo person, hey Matt, we want to be next for the tattoos while we're filming. So if you can just let her know. So been down here for about a week, but I've only been in my house since yesterday because my girlfriend rents our house out, and when she can get $900 a day for the house, like we're not allowed to stay there. I don't know if she's still here or she took them to. Oh, there she is. So while they're doing that, you're too hairy. Oh, I brought my clippers. So I had. Where's the camera guy? Okay, they're over there, but I guess I can hear us. Nice. So if you bother me later, I will bother him. So this is one of the guys that knows the most about Facebook advertising.
Rich just continues to set the bar with every single person up here.
So she wants to find someone that can help her. I don't assume that you have the time, but like someone that maybe in one of your courses or something. She wants to she wants to advertise the Airbnbs.
Oh, definitely.
Let's definitely
and you're the guy.
Yeah.
Okay, excellent.
We know a lot of them. I'm sure we can
follow
get
you?
Yeah.
Oh, that'd be amazing.
Yeah.
But he's on air right now, and we're on air right now.
I'm gonna give you my number.
I'm embarrassed.
I'm gonna give you my number live in here so everyone gets it.
Yes. Okay. Perfect.
Anything you want to say?
No.
20 million people watching.
Yes. Exactly.
All right, cool. All right, cool.
Nice to meet you.
I made a promise to her that we would take care of that. But the problem is, if you do a really good job, I'm never going to be in my house again.
That's true. I'll give her a mediocre person.
So I'm pulling this all-nighter tonight. Yeah. Cool.
Did you want some on air?
What?
Did you want some on air?
Yeah, let's do one right now. We're going to have a conversation, but while we're having the conversation, let's do it.
Are you doing one or two?
You're going to do one on here. Although you have a lot of hair too, so it'll come right off with alcohol. Yeah. So pick one out.
With a laser.
You got a ton of them.
That's what comes off.
Yeah. So I don't know. These are the two that I'm thinking about. I like the fangs, I guess. If you've seen pictures of me or you've seen other videos of me, sometimes I have them on, sometimes I don't. People ask me why. I really want a tattoo, but believe it or not, I'm afraid of my mom. And being Jewish, my mom would have a heart attack, so no tattoo for me. But one night when I was here with Mark Ford and a couple of his friends, they all put them on, and it was a fun time. And I get compliments all the time on my tattoos. So Maxwell is picking out his. I've got mine, so I think I can start. I'll sit down. I think I'm going to do this one. Let's see how this one works.
Which one are you getting?
That one.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
I like that one.
I've never had roses before.
I've never had roses before.
So Ivaldo. That's the camera. So Ivaldo's one of the top. Ivaldo's one of the top copywriters in all of Agora. He on the earth, who's ever lived, who was ever born, who's ever held a pencil or pen. And English is his second language, which a lot of people are blown away by. But maybe it makes it easier because, if you were writing in Brazilian, maybe it would actually be more difficult. I don't know, because you have a larger vocabulary in Brazilian, I would assume.
So I was telling Pete that
The book that I wrote is called 16 Word Sales Letter because I only know 16 words in English.
I think you know more than 16 words. Why are you seem scared right now?
I can't bend my arm because of this fake tattoo I just got.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Well, you just got to keep it straight till it dries.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
How's stuff going in there, man? How's the interviews been?
It's going well.
Yeah?
This is Max. We're interviewing him right now.
Got the cool one.
That is a cool one. I dig it.
Who's up next? Who's up next?
On
the interviews.
We're doing this interview right now while we're doing it.
Well, who the hell am I to interrupt? I don't want to interrupt you guys. Go for it.
Yeah, but we have this. So Max knows a crap load about Facebook. Who has a question here about Facebook? Does anybody here have a question? Sit down. Let's do it. Okay, where are you going to do it? You're going to do it over there? Yeah. throw these? Which arm?
The right's fine.
Okay. So you're well then.
Yeah, we'll swap. Right.
Yeah. Left. Right. Right.
I have a question.
Hit me with the brother.
Do you see any financial offers that scaling big on Facebook right now?
It's really challenging. I see, there's some household brand names, right? But like, it's super gray in terms of like, it's not engaging, right? So to run ads on Facebook for certain offers, you need to be like hyper compliant, which means that you're writing lukewarm copy that's not really engaging anybody. So it's not really getting anybody excited. And so what's the point? And so that's where I found people really struggling is like, I can get something on Facebook, but is it worth running on Facebook for this niche in this capacity? So we're seeing like, we have a political business that sells conservative collectibles. So we're getting people that are hyper political, that are hyper passionate about Trump, spending $80 to $100 an order. Then that makes sense to partner with people that have financial offers, investment offers for that demographic and doing partnership deals with them. That's, I think, the better opportunity.
We would wet it very much. Like
I just think like right now, Facebook and Google have gotten hyper aggressive with cutting things down.
It seems that you can't say anything, right? Everything is non-compliant.
Yeah, it's fine. And they're not just shutting down ad accounts. They're shutting down business managers, personal profiles. So they're trying to cut the tree down at like the root. So it used to be like, you could run some aggressive stuff and you lose an ad account. It's fine. I have 1,000 more ad accounts. But now it's like they're getting kind of catching on. They're getting one step ahead, 2 steps ahead of what all the marketers are doing and cracking down on it. Plus the algo is getting so advanced that it's just flagging keywords, it's flagging behaviors, flagging patterns,
But then you get
and a human's not even dealing with that anymore. So unless you have a partner rep, you're really not getting any action. You get something flagged, shut down, good luck getting it back.
Right.
There's no luck there. Yeah.
And then move that up. And we used to get it like so yeah.
Tats, my first live stream tattoo.
All right, so we went over rules when we did the Steal Our Winners interview, right?
Yeah.
But if you weren't going to cover rules, what would you have covered?
That's a great question.
Yeah, what's the next thing that everyone should be implementing in their Facebook advertising?
So I think, one of the biggest things beyond rules is the lack of creativity and testing.
Right.
So a lot of people, my wife is gonna she's gonna come home 3 a.m. today and she's gonna be like,
you gotta say like, honey,
it was a long night.
Yeah, that crack there, and there's a bubble there. Yeah, not the best job.
It was for a full sleeve,
but for a live stream, yeah, that would normally take like, if it was a real tattoo, it would take years up. There's finishing touches. Oh, cool. All right, awesome.
I'll come back to that question.
Okay, so scoot down just a tad, so this way we'll have her in between
You've got
us.
a bunch of questions coming in from chat. Robert asks, can you elaborate about issues with affiliate marketers and how they can stay in the guidelines when they're marketing on Facebook?
Yeah. So I think what we're doing on the performance marketing side is we're getting much more selective with who we partner with.
Hello.
Right? There's a lot of networks. There's a lot of people who want you to run traffic for them. You got to be more selective, right? Like, you can't control the offer, you control the traffic.
You just so
it can be
put a little bit of water in
the
there
greatest
and
paying offer, highest converting offer. But if you think it's gray, just don't even run it. Like, trust me, there are a lot of great brands out there that are legit brands with great products that you're not going to have issues with. I think the other part of it is creating really great content that then goes to a step 2 or even step 3 to an offer. So it might be a listicle of top products. It might be a product review. It might be a quiz funnel, poll funnel. Those are doing really well for us. So like a really great quiz that's hyper relevant to the offer on the back end. Facebook has no problem with quizzes and polls and surveys.
Awesome. All right. I think that definitely answered that question from Robert. Let's see. The next one's from Daryl. He said, Max, how do you see Facebook Messenger being mixed in with Facebook ads effectively?
Messenger's interesting. I was super into Messenger like 2 years ago. When it was
Is it worth it now?
No, so listen, what these questions kind of get to is like, is there like a secret weapon, or if I go into Facebook Messenger, I'm going to make a ton of money? What we've realized over the years is, and we've done the thing where we chase. Messenger is big, so we're going to go all in on Messenger, build out all of our sequences in Messenger, and email's dead, so we're done with email. You need to be diversified. Like, Messenger's great, SMS is great.
Let it dry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Email's great.
Right, so this is what we're gonna
It's
do
about
like this.
diversifying. It's about leveraging the traffic channels for what, and the messaging channels for what they're best with. Messenger for us is a nurturing platform. I know some people are trying to sell. It's hard. Like, Facebook's cracking down. The rules are really strict. The platforms are getting stricter with ManyChat. It should be about value. Build relationships, nurture, use email, use retargeting to sell. So for us, Messenger, like, we're not hyper involved in Messenger anymore, but we are using it to nurture content distribution, relationship development, but direct response, not anymore. Yeah.
Thank you for answering these questions.
Of course.
As you guys can see, we are actually taking your questions live and answering them for you.
Drop some more questions.
Back to YouTube for the moment.
Oh, no, you don't have another question?
We have more
I can go back to your thing
go
about
back
what
to
we do
mine
next
while she does
while you're getting
this.
tatted up.
I can absolutely pull up more questions.
So I'll just address
It's
Rich's.
okay if there were, so.
Rich had a question of what I would do, what the next thing I would teach is. So
Yeah, there you go.
there's two paths I can take here. One is creative testing, one's just data. A lot of people struggle with the reporting, the data they're collecting, and looking at the right data. So what I mean by that is, like, somebody will throw up a few campaigns, and each campaign might have the same audience or the same ad in it. They're making decisions about whether this audience and this ad is good based on how it performed in a singular instance. What we do is we build out dashboards. We use Supermetrics to connect our Facebook ads to our Google Sheets. We build out dashboards that look at every audience using this interest, this lookalike on their entire ad account across hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars to spend, pull all the data into a single row with average CPM, CTR, CPA, ROAS. So we know the entrepreneurship interest across all of our campaigns and everything. This is the ROAS, this is CPA. So now we can make macro level decisions, and we do the same thing with creative. So this video, because you might use a video in 100 different ads, but you might look at one individual instance and say, it did terrible, I'm not going to use this ad anymore. The video as a whole could be your top performing video. So looking at, like, macro level data is really important. Consolidating it into its own sheet, its own row. So yeah, data collection process is, like, really, really big. Yeah.
So now we're all tatted up. Oh, well, we both have roses, kind of. And as
Try to
they
match
dry,
it.
yeah. All right, should we go back
Let's do it.
inside? Yeah, let's get out of the noise. I will, do you want a drink?
Yeah, I'll grab just a soda.
Okay.
I'm driving later.
Oh, are
Just
you?
a Diet Coke, yeah.
Can
Or
you
Coke.
get a Diet Coke?
Or regular Coke, whatever you have. That's fine.
And I'll have a Jack on the Rocks. Yeah.
Yeah, I was at it's at the tipping point where it's
Right.
like, it's 2.5 hour drive.
Yeah.
I don't sleep at night anyway, so it's,
Okay.
I'm a night person, I'm not
yeah?
a morning person, so just go home, sleep in,
Yeah,
I'll be
that's
good,
nice.
good to go.
If you end up changing your mind, you're more than welcome to stay at my house. Like,
Only if I help you guys rent it out.
No. I just know that, like, she's been bothering me about it, and I need to do something about it. So
You need to take some action.
do you do you primarily focus on Facebook, or do you also focus on YouTube? Like, do you also do stuff on YouTube and a bunch? You must do stuff on outside of Facebook, because you're not doing the Trump coins on Facebook, are you?
Well, we are, yeah.
Oh,
I'll
how
tell
do
you more
do
about that.
Okay.
So, about a year ago, Facebook, a little more than a year ago, Facebook started rolling out political authorization.
Oh, so you're politically authorized?
Thank you very much. Yeah.
So
super easy to get authorized. It's not as intimidating as it sounds.
Okay, but like, so let me ask you. Oh, I guess they're behind us.
Can't close the camera on. Yeah, there we go.
I forgot about that.
Yeah.
So like, someone, I don't want to mention their name just in case,
That's
but
fine.
they
put their full name
Yeah.
and social below.
They told me that you were talking to him earlier. He lost an account today.
Okay.
And he lost an account today because in his ad there was a It wasn't the focus point of the ad. It was in the background.
Yeah.
There was a Newsmax magazine that had like Trump on the cover or something like that, and they found that to be political, and so his account was banned, or he lost an ad account, and so could he just qualify as political and then, or?
So that's hyper aggressive by Facebook. I haven't heard of that before. Usually what they'll do is their algo just goes to the copy and looks at the creative, and they'll just, if they see keywords, they'll say this is political, or it's not even just political, it's social issues. So if you're talking about climate change, things like that, you need to have an authorization. So they'll just say you can't run this ad, or it's rejected. You need to put the check mark on it. So it's unusual it got rejected, or the ad account got deactivated.
Yeah, that's what I would have thought.
But I mean, you just go to your page, you can get authorized. Basically, it's a two-step process. You input your information, you create a disclaimer, your company, your mailing address, EIN. Then they mail you a physical letter. You input the code so they can verify you're a US-based business, here's your address, you're not from Russia, or whatever they're worried about.
That wouldn't help us, like at Agora, overcome the fake news, because like a lot of our ads, because they're alternative, are considered fake news.
What's interesting with Facebook right now, and they're getting a ton of heat for this, is...
Well, I know that the AI is overly aggressive.
Well, it's that, but they're very loose on what they're willing to take down and what they're not.
Right.
So, for example, they got a ton of heat because they wouldn't take down the Pelosi State of the Union video.
Right.
Which was her tearing the speech, but it was ordered in a different way. Right. Because Facebook said, well, it's technically she did all these things, we just reordered it. That's technically, people could argue that's fake.
Right.
But they left it up. So, there's got to be a reckoning, because with these companies right now, they're protected by Section 230 of the Communications Act.
So we'll pretend we're a media company in all ways, but don't treat us like one.
Yeah, exactly. So we want to have all the legal protections from libel and all this stuff, but we also want to be able to edit and be selective, and you can't do those things.
Right.
So actually, a story came out today that the Justice Department now is like looking into rewriting that code and increasing the scope of it.
You know, I'm reading a book right now, and I think it's called. I just started it, so I don't remember it, and because I was just looking through my iPad, and I'm like, oh, that looks interesting, and it's all about the antitrust laws, and like why they were changed in the 70s or 80s, and why they need to be changed back, and it's about bigness and how we're in this new Gilded Age where the concentration of wealth has never been so pronounced. And the challenge with that, even if you're a capitalist or a libertarian, is that we're getting nearly close to a disparity that generally causes revolution. Like, that in a lot of stuff, I know this is totally
I love talking about this stuff anyway.
But what causes crime more so than a poor neighborhood or a rich neighborhood is when a poor neighborhood is next to a rich neighborhood. Disparity, you know.
Causes tension.
Causes tension, and anyway.
But so back to the point of like why it got shut down and whether this helps Agora and stuff. I would recommend everyone get authorized to run political ads, because
what's the downside?
There's no downside, and Facebook might slap, their algorithm might say, hey, this is political or social issue. I mean, this goes back to when you're running the ads for like Survival Life and stuff. They had just T-shirts, and the T-shirts had like an American flag on it, or like thin blue line, like Blue Lives Matter stuff. That got flagged. So it's not even, it was like a T-shirt with a flag on it. We're not, it's not vote for Trump or vote for, Sanders. So you never know, and it's better just to have it than to worry about it and like not have it, because then it takes time. You might be a week out, and if you're scaling something, that could destroy your campaign.
Gotcha. That makes sense. So I was given a note that Matt Gallant's network is called Tribe OS.
Okay,
so now we have a name. And so if someone is just starting out, let's go down that road for a second, and they want to start advertising on Facebook, but what's the best way for a beginner or someone who's relatively new to make Facebook work for them? What strategy overall would you suggest? Whether it's your strategy or someone else's strategy that you just think is, and maybe it's too wide of a question.
No, it's not, but I'll say something that's probably not going to be incredibly popular. I think, and we're in a room full of the greatest marketers probably in the world, right? I believe, and this is based on years of experience and seeing lots and lots of clients come in, product, the experience matters infinitely more than anything you can do on Facebook, anything you can do on Google, right? Like, I've seen so many companies come door to door that have no clue what they're doing on marketing. but they just have a great product,
Right.
a great brand, a great experience, and they're making insane money. And then on the flip side, I've seen people that are the best marketers in the world with terrible products,
Right.
terrible brands, not able to make anything work.
Right.
So I think it's getting too expensive on Facebook and Google to have a
try and
okay
trick.
brand, an
Yeah.
okay product, and need to make money on the front end, right? Agora, like they make all their money on the back end.
Right. We
So
lose
you
money on the
have
front
these
end.
big players that are able to outspend you, outbid you, and they can make their money. They can wait 60 days, 90
Right.
days, right? So I think that's the first thing if you're getting started is like actually have a great product.
Right.
Actually build a real brand that you believe in, you're passionate about. If you're not passionate about it, the customer's going to know you're going to write mediocre copy, mediocre creative. You're going to put less effort into
Right.
it. And the chance of success is slim to none.
Yeah, and the way I like to talk about it is that you really should be the best choice, right? For whatever it is you sell, because of speed, because of cost, because of something, right? Because if it's not that, then really your business model is to find the stupid people in your market who are not buying the best thing, they'll buy your thing, right? Which is not, from a business model standpoint, is just, even though there are a lot of stupid people out there, that's not a good business model.
Yeah.
And, but like, it's like I just took you back because my girlfriend wants to make it so that I never get to stay in my Delray house. But like, yeah, for someone like her, totally not technology proficient, it seems rather intimidating. And I know that that's not the most of our audience, but I'm sure they feel that way at certain times. And yeah, so like, and do you get a lot of beginners in your courses, or is it mostly more?
We've been getting less and less.
Yeah.
Because we're not really focused on the biz op. We're focused
Right.
on training
for
market
real.
professionals,
Yeah.
right? But what I would say is like if you're just getting started,
Right.
there's some kind of fundamental basic things that you can do.
Mm-hmm.
I think one of the things is having the entire funnel in terms of the Facebook retargeting, cold
Right.
traffic funnel set up from day one. A lot of people, one of the most common things I get is like, when should I start retargeting? Well, are you spending money today?
Right.
Then start retargeting today, because you're spending money to get clicks to your page. Most are not going to buy in the first visit. Fewer than 2% are going to buy in the first
Right.
visit. 90% of those clicks that you're paying for, you're not going to see another message.
Right.
So have your retargeting sequence built out from day one, and you can
what do
start so
like,
basic.
And like with retargeting sequences, at least what I've seen in the past, because I wrote a bunch of articles on it at some point because I just didn't feel like people were maximizing it.
Oh, definitely not. Lazy. It's very lazy.
Yeah, very lazy. Like where you take someone next, what you like. If they refuse the offer, just taking them back to the same exact offer could work, but it's definitely less than ideal, right? Maybe they need more proof. Maybe they need more, like a better deal. Maybe something, right? So I just see a lot of people kind of doing it wrong. And one of the examples that I loved, which actually a friend of mine told me about a client of his, they had like a test prep company for like CPA exam or the bar exam, and every retargeting ad was a difficult question from the exam. And it's like, do you know the answer to from whatever exam? You would if you had already
That's
and
smart.
so just one after another, all of them were different, one color background, and what they were trying to instill, right, was a fear of future regret.
Yeah.
Right?
That'll do it.
And so that was really powerful. And I know that Ryan Levesque here, he was the first person I saw use retargeting as a webinar show up strategy. So you opted in for the webinar, then the next day on Facebook, he's telling you what he's doing to prepare for it. Then the next day, something really cool that he just discovered that he's putting in it, and it's like a sequence leading up to the day, right?
Yeah.
And what I've always wanted to do was kind of take advantage of what a lot of the TV programs do, where we advertise all over the place an hour before, starting in an hour, what you see for any TV show, right? Is there a specific format that you're more excited about?
So what we like to do is figure out what are our biggest objections from our prospective clients, right? So people are going to buy. What are the reasons why they're not buying?
Right.
A lot of people use, they're using testimonials and reviews, but they're using a generic one,
right? And
they're just running it for a 14-day window,
right?
Same video,
right?
The problem is you look at Facebook course, for example,
right?
there are a dozen reasons why somebody might not pull the trigger. So somebody might come in and say, you know what, is this just for advanced media buyers? I'm a beginner.
Right.
Somebody might be an advanced buyer and say, is this for beginners?
Right.
Somebody might come in and say, is this guy teaching this? Does he actually do what he teaches?
Right.
There's all these things. And so we generate video testimonials from those different people.
Right.
And we have a sequence that runs for either 14 or 21 days, depending on the offer and the price point. And it's like 3-day increments. Each one is a different objection block. Because we know that not one size is going to fit all.
Right.
And so why spend money running one video that's going to work for 5% of our abandoned carts or initial checkouts when we could try 7?
Yeah.
Right? And so we have ones in there. We have, hey, here's a small business owner who spends $100 a day talking about how great the course is. Here's somebody who spends $500,000 a month talking about how great it is. Here's a agency client of ours, right, that worked with us and we manage hundreds of thousands of dollars a month for them. And so you're taking more of a shotgun approach.
Right.
Instead of just sniper rifle and hoping this is I'm going to shoot and hit everybody, right? It doesn't work that way.
And do you think there's going to be any challenge with retargeting, like once cookies go away?
Huge.
Right.
I mean,
so there's no
we
clarity
have
yet on
basically
what's
2
going
years.
to. Yeah. Well, maybe something else will take over, but
it's hard. You can't see the future, right? So
Right.
all we can see is the technology we have today, what we rely on, and what's going to happen when Google pulls the plug.
Right.
And it's already been happening for the last year and a half. Apple's done it, Mozilla's done it, but they're just such small fish.
Right. Yeah.
Like
I mean,
Google,
Chrome is I think 66% of the browser market.
Yeah. And so I think what's going to change is smart business owners today are developing first-party data.
Yeah.
Right. Agora does.
Yeah.
You guys do this better than probably anybody. Is like build massive lists and mine data. So it doesn't matter. Like obviously you still want to have streams of customers in, but you have runway to figure that out. A lot of people that are dependent on a constant flow of leads and customers coming in to keep their business going, and they're not planning for this, are going to be SOL. It's going to be really, really tough. So
yeah, I mean that's for sure. Like I mean that was something that was really clear to me. I mean when I first got back into the game, I spent a lot of time studying AI and data, and it was very clear to me that AI's here, it's coming. Like at the enterprise level, there's already some amazing tools, but they're really not on the entrepreneurial level yet, right? But when it gets to the entrepreneurial level, they will be here. They will rely on your data to power it, or there'll be no benefit. And almost no entrepreneurs I know have any of the data that they need.
Because here's what's going to happen. I talked to Ryan about this and Elliot earlier today. Said you guys are in the sweet spot because you have a method that mines data.
Right.
And what's going to happen, it might be 6 months from now, it might be 2 years from now. You are going to have the ability, there's going to be the click funnels out there and stuff. That's AI click funnels. And it's going to use all the data you send it. You can send it hundreds of data points. And that landing page, that funnel, is going to be personalized to a incredible level. Right? That headline's going to be different. The video's going to be different. The call to action color might be different because you know this person's favorite color. And if you're not collecting that data today, you're not going to capitalize on it.
I totally agree. And I think it's a problem, and I think everyone should be downloading as much information as they can from all their ad accounts as often as they can. I don't remember if it was you or someone else who told me that we should always put like all our retargeting lists like in a separate ad account that we don't run ads from. Was that you or someone else? I don't remember.
We didn't talk about that.
Okay.
Yeah, it's interesting.
But is that something that you do, or like just to protect so that you never lose the list, you always like keep a copy on this one account that you don't run any ads from?
So we have multiple ad accounts, so it's always smart we don't segment it by. I know some people do cold traffic retargeting different ad accounts. We just run from a lot of ad accounts. We're diversified. We might run some higher risk stuff from one. It's just good business practice to not put all your eggs in one basket.
Yeah, and to have like a copy.
Yeah, exactly.
So let's say hello to some new Steal Our Winner members. Elise J, Diane F, Rob R, Cassandra K, Rob L, Michael W, Paul C, Cherie M, Jane S, Tony O, Kale Wilson, Sue G, and that's enough for now. And right now we have a quick video, and then we'll get to hang out with Kurt, Molly, and maybe you want to stick around on like the outside chair, or maybe you want to go, up to you. But Kurt's really good at Facebook live streams, so I definitely am going to want to ask him some questions about that. Who knows, like, since you both play in the world of Facebook, it might be interesting.
Yeah, I heard him chatting earlier. Some really, really good stuff you're sharing.
Yeah, cool. So let's go to the video right now, and then we'll hang out with Kurt, Molly. And Max may be here with us, or he may not.
Thanks, guys.
There's a high risk of mass extinction of internet businesses online. You have the Googles, Yahoos, YouTubes, etc., that are fixing the game with their data and AI. And so what we're here to do is fix that problem. My name is Rich Schefrin. I've been kind of labeled as the guru to the gurus. Some people call me like an OG of internet marketing. I was the coach to Mike Filsaime, or Ryan Dice, Russell Brunson, Todd Brown. I'm probably the only one in the game that has a single testimonial where I made $1 billion difference in a company. Why am I here? Why do I care? One of the things that I'm always taken very seriously is that if I'm going to teach someone how to grow their business, the stuff I teach them better work, because they're putting their life on the line. And there's a lot of stuff out there that doesn't work. Because when you sell something that doesn't work,